because you're in the environment. It doesn't necessarily mean you're a street dude, though. It's a bunch of dudes.
Derek, I ain't talking about dudes that committed bullshit crime. I'm talking about dudes that's from.
But no, you're moving it now, Matt God, to make your point. No, I'm saying you're moving it to make your point. Yeah,
I mean, Alicia, I can honestly respect. I can understand where he's coming from because we both know executives that are thugs, like personally, like that are like. So to that, I do get it because like you,
But no, you're moving it now, Matt God, to make your point. No, I'm saying you're moving it to make your point.
No, Mac, that's not fair because like. Most women who are worth a damn. Let me get this one, Mac, real quick. Most women who are worth a damn, I mean, in terms of they're attractive and they got a little something going on professionally. Sure, they might have dated a street cat who might have sold nickel bags when they were 20 years old. But just like we're saying that, we could also say they dated.
Man, you gotta let people finish though.
They dated the SGA president. They dated Joe Engineer or Joe Accountant or Joe Insurance Salesman or Joe the Doctor.
There's only one SGA president.
So I mean, I don't know that we could keep. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I mean, I'm a pretty square cat. I smoke a little weed here and there, but I'm a pretty square cat, bro. And I never had sleepless nights wondering about some chick running out on me with no street nigga. It's never happened, bro. It's never.
No, but if you ask her who she dated in the past, you'll find out she dated some niggas that you won't even get in the same room with. That's the point.
What I was asking Matt God is ultimately what point are you making by saying that? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a woman, right? I've dated men. Woman dating men. The nerds get more play out here. Like y'all don't really understand. Like
that's not true. That's not
like that's not
definitely not true.
Y'all
listen, hold on.
Y'all hear me talking?
Let's try not to invalidate each other's perspective, right? Let's let them say it, and instead of saying that's not true while they're talking, wait till they land. And then you can push back on it with whatever statement you want to make. I think that'll make for a better conversation.
Yeah, I think ultimately women, you know, we like who we like. We like who makes us laugh. But ultimately, we do like horny guys. We like the nerds. Like we like guys that have an edge to them. Yes, and that can be perceived as one thing, but but y'all conflate the two. Like ultimately, like grow up. Like seriously. Like at the end of the day, like what is your point about talking about a street dude? Like we're not out here looking to sign up for men that are in prison. Like what are you talking about?
May I interject?
Alicia, like I don't know. Like,
let Kevin go off, Mac. You done talk like 5 times. That's I love you, but let Kevin get it off real quick.
Let me say this. So one, to Alicia's point, right? If we're gonna speak candidly, we have to, if what Derek is saying true numbers wise, women are picking particular types of men. And that's just clear based off of what we're seeing out in these streets. And to answer the question in the room, I don't think the 20% of the men are to blame. I think the women are to blame. How are you blaming people for having excess or having access to excess? And then the real question then comes, because, for example, whenever I talk to a woman about a relationship that they were in, on the surface level, it's always that the guy was a bad guy, he messed up, or he was moving nefarious. But upon further investigation, she was one of 6 that she knew about. He was married. So once you dive a little deeper behind most women's stories, you'll realize she was well aware that she was one of many, because I personally think women would rather be one of many to a particular type of man than one of one with another type of man. That's just what the numbers reflect. It's what we see, and any other assertions are disingenuous. Now, here's what's true. I agree with Alicia. That's the complicated part. I don't think women are signing up for, oh, he went to prison, let me get him. But I think the innate characteristics that they're drawn to seem to always resemble, basically, right, the guy who took her on the date, who's courting her, who's trying, the dude in the background hearing about the date right before he about to smash, and she bring him home food, and he's just sitting back saying, oh, that's a sweet dude, you should probably give him a chance. All while here's the truth, I agree with you that he wants from her. So the truth of the matter is this happens to any guy. And here's the truth. The real men you have to talk to are the men who play those positions, the 20%. Because the problem is that women dismiss men's points based on because they don't agree with how they live. But the truth is, it takes a crook to catch a crook. So who would be better to tell you than how those men are moving than the men who are doing that? And then my last point is that what do you call it? The same 20% of men, and how really and truly, I just don't understand are to blame. Like I said, so I sort of lost my last point, so I'll circle back another time. But yeah, I truly believe the onus is on the women, and the fact that women keep shifting and diverting from the onus is why nothing ever changes. Because by based on Derek's assertion, you have 80% of men either willing to do the right thing or have no choice, which essentially the outcome is the same. So then why aren't the numbers changing? Women are picking the same type of man and they're conscious of it. These men aren't even lying to them. That's another thing. They know what time it is. They're picking them, these men. Then, for example, they'll be one of four. Then they'll come to Clubhouse and talk about the relationship. The first thing is the misclassifications of what they're actually a part of. And that is the reason why we just have these echo chambers of women talk. It's the 20% are not to blame. The person to blame is you consciously of what it is that you're doing, being conscious of that, doing it anyway, and not even having the wherewithal or the goal to accept that and accept that accountability as a grown woman. The reason these conversations are stagnated is because women are choosing to do one thing and then still diverting and avoiding accountability for it. It's as clear as day, but I'll leave.
I would like to interject and say something, if I may.
Go ahead.
Because I really believe that there's actually been a lot of distortion and lies between us as men and women because truthfully, I don't believe there's anyone to blame. I have both male and female friends who say the exact same things and experience the exact same emotions. Really, it's just about the type of person you choose and where they are mentally, emotionally, financially, and spiritually. It's not nobody's to blame. We're all to blame. It's a human thing. I think the problem is really and truthfully a lack of empathy for both sides because a man can never live their life as a woman and a woman can't live their life as a man. We don't know about each other unless, you know what I'm saying, you date the same sex, and that's when you recognize how we really all fucked up, honestly. We really all fucked up. It's not one person, you know, is it or this category of person, or and that's another issue. Everyone wants to put something in a category to make things safe, to create this security that does not exist. It doesn't exist. You women want to get married, you know what I'm saying, so that someone will be there for a kid or someone will be there financially. Men want to get married for, and honestly, like, yeah, who knows why a man wants to get married? If technically, it's like, you know, him, you know, taking the L. If he's the one who has to die if something goes wrong, he's the one who has to pay all the bills. He's the one who's supposed to, you know what I'm saying? It's just looked at in the wrong light. It's looked at in the wrong light and for the wrong reasons. But we don't all live in this delusion, and we don't all put people in these specific categories so far as how to choose a man. And, you know, if you're this way, it's like this. And if you're that way, it's like that. No, that's false. We don't all live like that.
Okay, so can we talk about the people that want to get married, right? So you just said that women want to get married, right? Why didn't you say?
Some women actually don't want to be married. Me personally, I also one of the women who don't actually see benefit in being married.
So what was the point in saying women want to get married?
I mean, yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's a difference in all of us. Some women do want to get married. Some women don't want to get married. It just depends on the position you hold in life. Like, yeah, whoever makes
I'm asking
the most money.
Very specific question. Why did you say women want to get married?
Most women I hear, want to get married.
Okay,
that's the general conception, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay, cool, right? So why didn't you say men want to get married?
What I'm trying to say is there is no specific category for none of us. Like, yeah, there's some men do want to get married. some men don't want to get married. Like what I'm saying, that when we were to look at it from a logical standpoint, like what is the benefit of that for any of us? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think we're really focused on the benefits quite yet, right? We're focused on what are people's first thoughts? How are people showing up daily? You know what I'm saying? I know we can get very philosophical and we want to, scientifically, unpack all of these different ideologies to make it make sense for us. But there is a societal thing that's going on when it comes to how black men and black women are showing up in relationships. If we can't see that we aren't really doing a great job of relationships, maybe we're comfortable with the chaos. I don't know. Either we're comfortable with it or we just don't care. You know what I'm saying? It's one or the other. So when you make statements like women want to get married, what I hear is a person that has accepted the general consensus of women want to get married, right? It just seemed like you accepted that. If you didn't accept that, then you would have been like, people want to get married, or men and women want to get, or something. I don't know. So when you say that, it does kind of give women, it makes them look vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? When you make that statement, women want to get married. Okay, cool. So why aren't they getting married?
Well, yeah, well then you know what? Then I want to go back and correct it, because that is actually what I was trying to get at, was that so far as people want to get married, we're all different. We don't all fall in that category. You know what I'm saying? All these categories.
Doesn't that really go without being said though, that we all different? Like, I mean, I don't really think we need to clarify that we're all
Derek,
not
ultimately,
the same.
something that Kevin said is really important to what you're asking people to understand. Kevin said that people are doing what they call the definition of insanity. They're doing the same thing over and over again, looking for different results. I think that's what makes it chaotic on both sides, is that most of the time people are dating the same type of people over and over again, and they're being frustrated by things not changing. And then what happens
is... You think the 20% are frustrated? You think the 20% are frustrated?
Why would they be?
No, I think let me see. I think it's only 20% that's really getting significant results, to be honest with you. I think the 80% is...
Are they frustrated?
The 80% is struggling. Yes, the 80% is frustrated, and the 80%, unfortunately, they blanket, and we hear it all the time, right? We do these absolutes even when we have these conversations. A whole group of women, a whole group of men are getting blanketed with the same assumptions about who they are, how they show up in a relationship. Like, so that's chaotic. That is literally chaos. Like, people are assuming things about you before they ever meet you based on whatever they've gone through. And why have they gone through it? Because they keep doing the same thing over and over again. A lot of times, these men are...
Y'all,
okay,
I really want to focus on the 20%, right? Like that is the crux of this conversation. The 20%. Are the 20%... Some y'all said people frustrated. My question is, I asked about the 20%. Y'all started talking about the 80%. Y'all started talking about women.
I'm saying the 80% are to blame. Honestly, that's what I'm saying. Sorry.
But the 20%, as according to what? Maybe I'm not understanding what you say. The 20%.
Okay, well, maybe just keep listening. Maybe just keep listening. Right? Or shall we? Go ahead, Kevin.
So I was going to say, in terms of economics, right? If we were to phrase it a different way, we would realize how ridiculous it sounded. Imagine, I'm at work, that's a school bell. Imagine they said 80% of the wealth was controlled by 20% of the people, right? You see how crazy that sounds? 80% of the wealth is controlled by 20% of the people. And now, if 80% of the people have to divvy up 20% of what's left, the 20% have excess. Hold on.
Yo, your mic.
I'm gonna come back.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the 20%. Okay, y'all, do y'all think the 20% are frustrated?
No, they're not.
Okay, why? Why? Why
Because
are they
they
not
have
frustrated?
because they have no. They are getting what they want with no incentive to change. That's why they're not frustrated. It's like
This is
the same
very
way,
simple.
the same way,
It's very simple.
the same way when the housing market crashed, certain bankers and certain real estate investors were happy. The same way Bitcoin is lit, even though Bitcoin doesn't necessarily have any inherent value like that. Like they're happy. Like if I'm getting what I want, the whole thing is that they're winners or losers. So when you lose, someone else is winning. That person who's winning has no incentive to be upset because they're winning. It's only the losers that are upset, and that's all it is.
Yo, I got a question.
Derek,
I got a question I want to ask real quick.
1 second, please.
Real fast.
I gotta disagree with him because at the end of the day,
That bitch will go real quick, Matt. He ain't said not one thing.
Yo, I got a real question real quick, and I think it's gonna help kind of narrow this conversation down. I never asked this question, but the 80% of men, how much percent of the women are they dealing with? Are they dealing with
20%?
20%.
20%.
Okay, so 80% of men are dealing with the 20% of women?
Yep. Bottom. The bottom.
No, the other way around.
The bottom 20% of women.
The bottom 20% of women.
Yeah.
Anybody else agree with that?
Most men deal with the bullshit part of women.
Yeah. No. I won't say it that way, because what people consider the crappy women, that's subjective, right? Some people gonna focus on looks. Some people gonna focus on what kind of work she do. Some people gonna focus on personality, etc., right? Because there are women that may be deemed undesirable by some men, but those women still feel like they deserve the 20%. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just like, oh, the overweight, unattractive women are the women that the 80% are dealing with. I don't necessarily think that's true.
Well, let me real quick. Let me just answer my own question real quick. Let me just answer my own question real quick.
Wait.
Nah, go ahead, Bishop.
Real quick. Yeah, just real quick. So I heard y'all, and I would like to hear more numbers if y'all still want to do that. But I think that the 80% of men are dealing with 60% of women. I think it's a fair share of women. I think 40% of them, that's when you start to get in these, better looking women with different mentalities, maybe have a different type of career or something like that kind of, separate themselves from the 60%. But I'll pass it back. Y'all got it.
Hey, y'all man, I Derek something real quick.
We're gonna go down this rabbit hole. Wait, hold on, Matt, because we gotta just define what we mean by 20%, 80%, all this stuff. Is that what we don't want to do is get caught
desirable versus undesirable.
Yeah. But the point is that we do not want to start defining exactly what that is. We're not going to straw man the conversation to say that the desirable is objectively tall man with a bunch of money, tall handsome man with a bunch of money, or
I agree with that.
That's a whatever, or a girl that's slim. No, those are just all. That's all speculation. The point is that we're looking at the end result. When we break down what, like, who has children and who doesn't, who has excess of dating, who doesn't. There's just a small percentage of men, regardless of why it is that the result is a small percentage of men are getting access to a bunch of women for whatever reason. And when you look at the numbers on the men's side, there's a lot of men dealing with a small amount of women, and based upon those women, they tend to be rejected by the top men for whatever reason. So that's why we just saying the bottom and top, but it's not just due to because they're fat or because one's tall or because one has money. It's just the bottom line is when some group is being massively rejected by another, and the leftovers are dealing with the leftovers. And it's just lopsided when it comes to male leftovers versus female leftovers. And that's all.
I agree. I don't agree with that. I'll tell you, like, when you say percentages, right? I think it's 15% of men that just appeal to 95% of the women. Like, they're just going to be in proximity and they're just going to be able to get these type of women. Then you got another percentage of guys that actually, like, is doing okay for themselves, and that's going to appeal to most women. And then everybody else. But in actuality, right? If you're in the top If you're in a percentile, you're not in the 15%, right? And you're not in that next 10% tier. You're not in those two tiers, right? If you're just like basically in a 35%, like borderline average or a little bit above, you're still gonna get an amazing catch in a woman. Like you're still gonna get a great catch. You're still gonna wind up with a woman that's on par with the dudes that's in the 15%. Because you gotta remember, the super elite women is gonna stay single. They're never gonna get married. Like the elite ones, they're never gonna get married. They're never gonna be happy, right? Then you got the women that's actually not on the elite women's tier, but they're gonna wind up with the men that the elite women want. So it's just gonna be a whole reversal at the end of the day. And if you just sitting there pretty at about 55K, 60K, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got a shitload of baby mothers and you ain't got no extra shit going on, oh, you're gonna get a hell of a catch. You're gonna wind up with a woman that a super rich nigga turned down, that was chasing a rich nigga the whole time, thinking that was her level, and then she's gonna be happy to be with your quote unquote mediocre ass. So like when we start talking about percentages, bro, like that shit only applies to men, because success don't equal the same thing for women that it does for men. So you can be successful and be in that top tier of men, but the woman that you're gonna wind up marrying, she's not gonna be in that percentage. She's gonna be a little bit lower, probably.
I don't
average. Like
See, can you check your back channel? See,
and that's it. Like so I don't really think of it like that. Like the all everywhere I go, the really highly attractive women are single. Everywhere I go, I see it.
That's a
the
fact.
highly attractive women are single. The decent, the good-looking women, they married to rich men. Like the average ones, they don't know that they average. But the highly attractive women from 29 to like 45, most of them are single. Most of them, from what I see. And most of them don't have a man. They're shooting for the moon and they landed on the stars. And then, you know, they get to 38, their perspective change. They become rational and then they get a man.
Hey, let me tap y'all in with this. Hey, real quick. Hey, because I'm reading the title, right? I actually got to agree with the title only from this standpoint. I look at dating a lot like fashion and like the culture creators control the culture. So let's call it 20% the culture creators. If the men at the top are controlling the culture, I mean they controlling the chaos too, because like let's be honest, the men at the top kind of control what dating looks like. Cause like let's say Derek is a dude that made, we ain't gonna go high, $2 million a year, right? And Derek operates a certain way. Derek meets let me see a woman that won't get offended. Derek meets a Comfort, and Comfort is used to dating Derek for 2 years. This the man she been with, right? To Matt God's point, if her and Derek break up, in her mind, she not going back to Timmy at UPS saying, oh, this is a great man that, you know, is able to pay all his bills, but maybe I'm not able to fly to Dubai every week. She looking like, nigga, I've been flying to Dubai for 2 years. Like, I'm not trying to go back to Timmy from UPS. And I think a lot of women do have experiences with guys that got it or that present a certain way or whatever, however you want to look at it, however you look at the 20%. They'll have an experience with that guy, but now the 80% is probably who she's going to, probably what she's gonna find her husband at, but she don't want that. She don't want the husband in 80%. She want her 20% husband. Well, really, the guy that's actually willing to marry her,
right?
Maybe be faithful, whatever. He's in that 80. You know, for a lot of women, let's just do basic numbers. The odds of you finding your husband in the 20% is very low if you choose to want to be married. So it's like, yeah, Dick, I actually got to agree with the title, bro. I think the chaos is pretty.
That makes it her fault. No, you good. That makes it her fault though, not his. Because this what it sounds like. If we blaming.
No, I was done. No, I made the point. I think I made it. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, that makes it her fault because, you know, she could choose to, you know, deal with someone at 80% if she had bad experience in the 20. But the reason why I can't blame the 20 is I'm a align it with, like, let's say college education. Let's say that Harvard, you know, Ivy League schools, the top percentage of schools, and someone says, well, I'm not going to college unless I get into an Ivy League school. And now you got a bunch of people saying that they're not going to college unless they go to an Ivy League school. Now we want to blame the Ivy League schools for why the masses of the country is not educated. You know, they wasn't getting accepted into the Ivy League school, so now they're not getting educated at all. Now they don't want to go to, I don't know, the University of Florida or something like that because they just got to get into the Ivy League. That's not the Ivy League's fault. That's these kids' fault who think they too good to go to the University of Florida. I'm gonna leave it right there for now.
Look, let me say this real quick. First of all, I agree with the title. I ain't gonna hold you, Jason. You can't tiptoe around this shit. Um, yeah, 20% of men, we're to blame for all of the chaotic shit, and I'm gonna take that shit on the chin because we the reason why they insecure. We the reason why they don't trust men. We the reason why they have low self-esteem. We the reason why their holidays be trash because we be with them and fuck them all year. Then the Christmas come and we would boot up with the main bitch, and then it's like we're the reason why they lost their fucking mind. It's the 20% of niggas that's playing these women like puzzle pieces. We are literally doing whatever we want to these women, and these women can't even fight it. They can't even help it. They can't even stop. They can't even say a prayer to God that'll stop them from being out here in the streets messing with these 20%. This is the reality. So we have to take blame. If you part of the 20%, it is y'all fault. It is our fault. It's our fault because we sell these women dreams and they buying them, and we playing on their stupidity and their gullibleness, and we just doing them dirty, and then we complain because they fucking lost their mind, and that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? I can say I'm for real. Y'all want accountability? That is accountability. We are fucking them up. The title is completely right. It is us fucking. Then what's so fucked up about it is we fucking up the women for the 80% of men who actually trying to do something with these women. That's what's fucked up. The 80% of the men are really trying to actually be a good man, and we ruin these women so bad that the 80% can't even do their fucking jobs, and now they mad.
But see, this
we
the
fucking
problem.
up the world.
You crying
crazy.
So you saying they inferior? You saying they inferior
Hold on,
by
Kevin was
saying that they
talking.
can't help themselves?
Just let them
the
sort
women
through it.
made their
Just let
own
them
bed.
sort through it.
Yeah.
So let me
You
provide some
saying
respect.
you basically saying that they inferior and they're powerless with these men.
No,
they're not willing to say that they're inferior. They believe that they're equal. So I can't give you that, Papa. I can't
Hold on,
give you
Jason.
that.
Who is? Hold on, Jason. Who are you saying think that they're not inferior? The
The
80% of men or the
so
women?
the women, because Papa basically saying like they are rendered powerless when they come across one of these 20.
Yes, they are, Jason. They are.
Okay,
They
cool.
are,
So,
Jason. They are.
okay, all right. So I'm giving y'all that.
So
But my thing is, if they're not going to admit that they're inferior and powerless when they come across one of these men, and they want to still say that they're equal and they're strong, then I'm gonna place the accountability back on them. Does that make
So hold on. I got you, Kevin. My bad. So I won't go as far as saying that they're powerless, but when it comes to matters of the heart, when it comes to emotions, when it comes to societal pressures on what your partner looks like, when it comes to a man that can make a woman laugh and just all these different things, and it it does look as if they are powerless, especially when they start having sex with this guy. They tend to cut off all of the dudes that even like are trying to get with them if that guy is not equal to the quote unquote 20% guy. Go ahead, Kevin.
So we can apply the same logic to the 80% of men.
Hold on. Let Kevin
Yeah,
go.
let Kevin go real quick. Go ahead, Kevin.
yeah, so for me, and I agree with Popeye to a large extent. Well, one, it sounds like based off what he's saying, these women have their priorities in disarray. It means their priorities aren't straight. And I don't accept the notion that they're rendered powerless. The truth is that's just what they want for all the superficial reasons. Like you said, he either has a bag, like some of us who got bread. I don't. I just look really good and I'm in great shape. That's what places me in there. My point is that these women, these are the decisions that they are making. And here's what's true, Papa. You're right if there's men who are selling dreams. But most of the 20%, the game has got so easy that they're being honest and just
No,
shuffling
but we
through
still
the
selling dreams
options.
though, Kevin. We still selling
Well,
dreams.
some
Cause
selling, but
we're
here's
No,
the
no,
selling we're
no.
thing.
But
selling a
so hold on,
Hold
vibe.
on,
just
hold on,
so
Can we
Papa.
let
so
people
so
finish?
hold on,
Let me
hold
be
on, hold
finished.
on,
Let me
hold on.
finish. Let me
Kevin.
finish
Okay,
real
go
quick
ahead.
because I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
forget my thought. If it's not selling dreams, if someone who wants something is projecting what she wants onto the person that she doesn't really need it from. See, women want the men they want to act right. That's not how that works per se. And the question is, there's nothing intrinsically about good looks, height, or anything that would just make you go, this is why I want to marry this person. And he's using the fact that I know that to want to be with him. No, you want a tall, good looking guy. All of those superficialities are for personal gain, but it's superficial. Nothing about that has sustainability and longevity embedded in it. So I refuse the notion that they're powerless. They're powerless to those men in the same way that a man might be powerless to a good-looking woman. That's not real powerlessness, right? It's a weakness on him, but the onus is on him because nothing she can do for him intrinsically, just based off how she looks, is gonna better his life. So all of the whether it's bragging rights, whether it's this, he wants to look good in front of his friends, or he might just be a man who thinks that having an attractive woman somehow enhances his overall value. But large in part, right? All of the reasons why those women want the 20% are superficial, and none of it has anything to do with sustainability. So those men aren't playing on an innate weakness that they have. These women just are, it's almost like a child throwing a tantrum. You just can't have what you want in the way that you want it, and you're frustrated. But and I land right there.
Well, Kevin, what you saying is that, so you telling me if the Rihannas and the Beyoncés of the world, I'm just using those two, if the Beyoncés and the Rihannas of every city go walk around to these men that are just, say they're just regular, you know what I'm saying, men that don't deserve no Beyoncés and no Rihannas, right? If they come up to you and they like, oh, Papa, what's your name? This and this and that. Like they're offering me the opportunity to actually feel like I might can wife one of them, right? And they plan and they got me eating out their hand. Cause of course the Beyoncés and the Rihannas, who's gonna tell them no when they come up to you and they show you some attention? So how you not gonna blame the Beyoncés and the Rihannas for getting the regular Joes to think that they have a chance only to leave them alone when they most need to be with someone?
But
Only
what if
only
Rihanna
to let them know
tells
that they're
him?
one of many when they actually think that they can have a chance on actually being with this one Rihanna. And then I have to live now with being like, damn, I can't never get a Rihanna. These Rihannas keep coming around here and spinning me around and throwing me back out. Like, I mean,
Well,
you
what
can
about
say
when
it's the
Rihanna
dude fault.
tell him
You
that
can
she
say
not
it's the
trying to
dude
be
fault, but
with him like
the
that
woman has
though?
a superpower. She's
But
using
here's
her
the thing.
superpower.
But
So it's like,
Papa, so, Papa, for
That's
instance,
correct.
right, if I use myself for example, now me, I don't have a lot of money, but I already told you what I can lean on. The thing is, I get to be honest because of the way that I look. And I get to set the pace in which I live because it's the laws of supply and demand. Not every woman likes dark skin, not even women don't like shorter men. But at the end of the day, the numbers are in my favor. At some point, there's gonna be enough, and I only really need one. So if I only need one, but I can have multiple, I then get to set the pace. So the truth is, it sounds like the men who get to tell the truth are the ones who realize their leverage in
what do
the
you mean
game.
only need one though? Dr. Umar just discovered that men are not supposed to have just one woman. So
Well,
you
you
got
right.
these
I'm just talking
20%
about
of
numbers.
men
Hold on.
operating in their
Dr.
natural
Umar just
state.
discovered.
I mean,
My
he just
bad.
came out with the fact. He just came out with the real fact like 2 days ago, right?
But you get,
All I'm
my
saying is
point though.
if men are operating in
Boy,
a
you
natural state
crazy.
and
He
they
said
happen to be,
discovered like this Columbus.
I know this is what I'm saying. If men are operating in a natural state by having more than one woman, and then the 20% of men who actually can get good choices of more than one woman, how can we blame? I mean,
And men will
So can
operate
we
I
in a
think
then?
I
natural
think
hold
So
on.
nature
No,
is
no,
just
no.
as
Hold on. Let me
opposite.
say
I
this.
think
Hold
nature
on.
is
Hold
just
on.
as
Hold on.
as
Hold on.
toxic.
Hold on.
But
Hold on. Hold on.
we
Let
got
me
to
say this.
talk
Let me say
about it.
this. Hold on. Because I just want to highlight something Kevin said. Kevin said these men not selling dreams if they telling the truth. Women don't see it that way. Women see it that if a man is talking to me on the phone
texting me, we going out doing fun stuff, that he is selling a dream. That's how women look at it. So I'm just
But
trying
is
to
that
take
not
it.
the most ridiculous thing?
I
You
agree
can
with you.
take what someone doesn't tell you, project what you'd like to see onto it, and then be
I
mad in the
agree.
aftermath. That's
I agree.
absolutely absurd
I
and kind of
agree,
crazy.
but I agree. But
There is
one other problem, one other problem that I see with men and women in general, not just in the dating scene, in general, and just how we communicate and treat each other is men want women to think like men. Women want men to think like women. Women want men to respond like women. Men want women to respond like men. Women want men to process uh, everything like women. Men want women to process things like men. That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. Men are not gonna think or move or act or process or respond like women, and vice versa. So I think we all need to do ourselves like, hey, we all need to release ourselves of trying to change the other our counterparts. We got to stop that. Even on Clubhouse, like women want men to think like them, and vice versa. Women want men to respond like them, talk like this, talk like that, respond like I'm a man, I'm me, like, and vice versa. So, like, if women getting time, affection, attention, etc., validates her and affirms her to make her think that she's desired, men have to embrace that and move accordingly. Or we can just say, you know what? I told you what it is. I honestly don't care about your feelings at this point because I told you what it is. I think that if more men started saying that, or more men could just straight up say, hey, listen, I really just want to have sex with you. Like, we can do that fun stuff, cool, whatever. But really, the main thing that I'm focused on in this interaction is sex, one or the other. And most of the time, men are not coming at women like that. We're very vague. We're very elusive with our conversation, right? We may have that hard conversation, but then we go back into romance mode. How you doing? What you doing? Come over to the crib. Are you hungry? Like, this is romance talk to a woman that likes you. How you doing? How was your day? What you up to? You want to go get something to eat? That is romance talk to a woman that likes you. As delusional as it is, Kevin, it's when a woman like you, anything make her feel great. And I just think the men got to be more realistic with it.
So then, why should why? I'm still lost as to why would a guy who's winning give a fuck? Like, you're trying to force people
exactly
like who are successful at what they do to like not be successful at what they do because it's morally bad. And then you want to turn around and say that have this argument that like somehow because men are trying to think like women and women trying to think like men or vice versa. That
No. That's not what I said. Men want women to think like men,
yeah,
and
like
vice
to think like
versa.
men. Yeah,
Yes.
to think like men. Okay, yeah, okay, fine, okay, cool. But the issue is that then who is the like? We can't say that and then arbitrarily determine that men are supposed to be the more morally responsible ones.
right.
Because then now going if I go down and put this on women are all are I wouldn't even say even going to go as far as say, all right, I'll go for a step further. Dude, but if we were to talk to the majority of women and they said, okay, if a dude straight up said, yo, I'm trying to fuck right now tonight, would you give him the box? Most of them would say no. So that means that they understand English. They understand if I tell them like, yo, I just want to fuck tonight and I don't want nothing else after this, the most of them would say no. So that means they understand it. Now, then we can't then turn around and say if a guy is quote unquote uh, telling her the truth, but because she likes him, they all of a sudden don't understand English. Like this doesn't make any sense. Are women like competent, or are they just dumb as fuck? Like, are they inferior or are they not? Like we have to start. Like that's what it goes back to what Jason's saying. Is like if you want to have a real conversation, then we have to like literally accept some type of foundational truth that okay, women aren't competent, women don't understand
I'm not going to do that. That's not the way I want to move out here. And then they can have that conversation and just get right to it. So that's a great question. But whether or not we're wrong, um, I think it's a matter of us knowing if if for the sake of the relationship we want to do that thing, or is with this person asking us outside of our boundaries, or we're uncomfortable with it, or like, we don't care about them enough to do that thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know if we're wrong. The only wrong there would be is if we don't make it clear to them that, hey, I'm not feeling that thing that you're talking about, and so this is why I'm not going to do that thing, rather than not saying anything and letting it linger, and then the frustration again begins. So there's no right or wrong. It's just, are you going to appease her? Are you going to make that adjustment? And whether or not that adjustment is going to compromise who you are and what you're about. And I don't think any man should make an adjustment or a change to something that's totally contrary to what his mission is and what he's about. So yeah, he's not wrong. He's just wrong for not like making it clear that that's the thing that he's not going to do.
I believe in many cases it is made clear, and I don't like to throw the word narcissism around very often, but I'm gonna use it here. I think it's borderline narcissism for women to hear a man verbally say he's not trying to be in a relationship, but because y'all might spend some time together now, you think you're entitled to one. Like he didn't just say
Jason,
that.
come on, my nigga.
No,
Come
that's
on.
crazy.
That's
Because if you flip
crazy.
it,
It's
no, because if you
manipulation,
flip
Jason.
it, because
You're
if you
talking
flip
at the
it, right?
beginning of a
Hold on,
thing.
real
I'm
quick,
talking about while you're
real
in it.
quick. If you flip it, and a woman says, I don't want to have sex with you, and then the man is like, but you be calling me and stuff like that, that would never be accepted. If a man had that mindset, and nor should it be. So I don't think it
Wake it
should
up.
be accepted on either side. It should not be accepted on either side. So that being said, I think it's borderline narcissism for this whole relationship things. And a lot of women make that argument that, oh, he's doing relationship stuff, even though he said what he said. A man would never be allowed to have that mindset the other way around. And then the other thing I'll say is, like, if a woman is not interested in a man, then there's nothing he can offer her to get her to give him her affection and her time. There's nothing a man that she don't like can say to convince her to get on his team. But yet the man that she do like, he gotta cuss her out. He gotta do all this stuff to make it clear that he don't want her on his team in order for her to get the message to leave him alone. Like, it's not making sense, man.
Jason, I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay, who pioneered and promoted the slogan "No means no"?
Women.
So, by that logic, they are saying that I understand overt English to a point where men don't understand overt English, because when I said no, that means no. But then now, when it's on them, just like what you're saying, it's all of a sudden like, but
Oh, it might not mean no. Like, what?
Yeah, they think they.
Hey, can you repeat that, bro? I'm kind of confused. Repeat that again, cause I'm a little. Say it one more time.
They made the slogan "No means no." The whole idea that if women verbally express, no, I don't want to have sex with you. No, I don't want to do anything sexual with you, and men somehow ignore it because they're looking at nonverbal cues and other shit to say that that's the reason why I want to hook up with you or whatever. They're saying that if I say no, no means no. You can come to my house, we have a couple drinks, I can like flirt with you a little bit, but if I say no, that means no. So that what they're establishing is that we understand in overt English, direct commands. So then now, if that's the case, if a man says, I just want to have sex, I do not want a relationship with you, all of a sudden it's like, that's not what that means. They're incapacitated. They are, they don't understand, if a guy's flirting with her or texting her in the morning, they don't understand it. And it's what, like, the guy, like what is being had right now in this conversation. So do women understand overt messaging or do they not? Is there a double?
Totally disagree with that.
That was deep.
I have to totally disagree with that. I just, because you know what now, I
Callie,
won't
Keisha,
lie and
your
say that
microphone as
women
well.
are not.
Okay, I'll come back.
I apologize, but I won't lie and say that women are not inferior in some way to a man as it comes to physical, which why the no means no, because I can say no and you have the ability to, strong arm me and hold me down outside of my will. It has nothing to do with the language or, so far as what we understand, so far as inferior comes when it comes to man and woman. Now, there might be a difference when it comes to physicality as it just been so many things said. I don't even know where to start. Like, when it comes to mentality, you know what I'm saying? Now we do speak a different language. You know what I'm saying? When I say I want to kick it with you, and when you say you want to kick it with me, it means two totally different things. And there is a problem with neither party being clear or having some type of set syllabus or guidelines that because you're a man, you mean this, or assuming that you mean what I mean. There is no like one is dumber than the other or one doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So far as mentally, but yeah, or when he was talking about the act of listening, like so far as a woman telling you you're not listening, it's because when I tell it to my homegirl, she's gonna actively speak back to me. She's gonna actively give me solutions. She's not gonna like look at me like this brick wall. You know what I mean? And then say something at the end. She's constantly speaking back with me. I know she's hearing everything I have to say, opposed to when you tell it to a man. You know what I'm saying? We associate different ideas. A man talks to another man. Y'all talk about how bad things are. The next man is going to top the story with another similar bad story. Women to women, I tell my homegirl a problem, she give me a solution. She tell me her problem, I give her a solution. We respond to things totally differently. It has nothing to do with, you know what I'm saying, it's anyone being less than the other. You know what I'm saying? We're equal to each other when it comes to certain things, and we're inferior to each other when it comes to certain things too, because there's a lot of things that men are inferior to as it comes to women. So I won't say either party is equal or either party is less than, and just that we need to come to a better understanding of what things mean between us. And
I think we're making it too deep. Me and Gunn seem to be on the same page. I'm sure he'll agree with what I'm about to say. Woman says no sex, that means no sex. None. Unless she says otherwise. The same should be if a man says no relationship, no relationship. Unless he says otherwise. I don't care how many dates you go on, I don't care how much sex you have. Like, if that's what he said, that's what he said. If y'all want that respect, give us that respect.
That's fine.
I think there's two
that's
different
right.
extremes.
That's completely
Hold
right.
on, no, hold on. Okay, so why can't? Okay, if a man don't want a relationship, okay, so y'all ever heard women use sex to get relationships, and women use relationships to get sex, or something like that, or women use love, women use sex to get love, men use love to get sex. Y'all ever heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
We talking about the 20%. We talking about the 20%. If the 20% know women are using love for relationships or using sex to get love or relationships, why don't men stop having sex with those women?
The entire statement is a contradiction.
Hold on, that's really for men.
The entire statement
you was breaking up, bro.
Yeah,
Say it again.
Brianna.
What is the definition of a relationship?
I'm listen, y'all. I'm not having these low-level conversations where we got to talk about the definition of a relationship. I'm not. Like, please.
That's not to be low level.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
to say
That is
repeat your question, bro.
It's way too low level for me, Brianna. It's way too low level for me.
That's to say we have different meanings of
Brianna, it's way too low level for me. I'm not discussing that.
I
I'm not
thought you said
discussing
that
what is
we
a
were not
relationship.
making speculations on another person's idea, and that was wrong to do.
Can we hear the question again?
So that
Yeah, we couldn't hear the question, Brianna.
Yeah.
That's wrong to do because at the end of the day,
Brianna, can we hear the question, please? Because he was talking to the guy. Can we just hear the question?
I don't want to move you down. I don't. Right. The question was, if a man knows that women are going to use sex to get relationship or love, talking about the 20% of men, why won't those men stop having sex with the women that they don't want to be in a relationship with?
A lot of times those men aren't using love to get the sex. They're just getting the sex.
No. Maybe y'all not hearing me, right? Everybody wants to speak from their ideology instead of just answering the question.
Ask it real slow.
The question is, okay, if
Men know women, if these 20% of men know these women, generally speaking, are having sex, so they will get a relationship. If the 20% of men won't, don't want a relationship with her, why have sex with her?
Hey, dear, I
I
gotta
think you're
That's what I'm
assuming. I
saying.
think you're
You're
assuming
right.
that most women are trying to get relationships.
let me answer the
Most
question.
women
No, let
are.
me
No,
answer the
no, no, no.
question,
Most
bro.
women
Let me
are. Hold
answer.
on, no. Hold on. Last thing, okay. His art, I don't buy a lot. And this, listen, my brother. A lot of things that you say to me, it show me you not in the 20%.
I never
Because
said I was. I'm more like in the 40 percentile.
because if you say if a woman having sex with me means she like that doesn't necessarily mean that she want a relationship. You probably not the dude that women want to be in relationships with. Because
Well, I am. Every woman I've stuck my dick in
we
wanted
can't
to be
talk at
my
the
girl.
same time. We can't talk at the same time. Okay then. So what are you talking about then? If every woman that you having sex with wants to be in a relationship with you, why would you say, Derek, you're assuming that all women that have sex want to be in a relationship? Why can't you just speak from your perspective? If all the
They're not
women you have,
approaching it for a relationship, is what I'm saying. They're not coming into it. Oh, I want a relationship. It's after I have sex with them, then they're like, oh yeah, this nigga's all this, and he could fuck good. Then they'll be like, oh, I want to be in a relationship.
can we simplify it, y'all? Can we?
I understand what you're saying, bro. What I was saying is you're
So
assuming that
okay
all
then.
women come approach a man thinking like I want a relationship with this man instead
I'm
of they just
talking
wanting sex.
about the 20% of guys though.
Yeah,
If just think about the 20% of guys. If he know that this woman want a relationship, why have sex with her? And just leave it there. Don't add no more to it. Why have sex with her?
Because he
Well,
can.
I think you might be asking too much
Please
from
let me. I got a
the.
simple answer,
All right,
bro.
go ahead,
Go
Darius.
ahead.
You go
It's
It's
simple,
first.
a
dear.
simple
You
answer.
go
I don't
first.
know why we won't get a simple answer.
Here
Go
it
ahead,
go.
there.
It's ego and lust,
That's all it is.
and that's it.
Because he
It's
want to
not
have
that
sex
hard.
with her, y'all. Why y'all thought it was a trick question? Because he
I
want to have
was,
sex. He don't care about her feelings. Nigga, I want to have sex. She want to have sex. What you talking about? That dumb question there. That's why I wish somebody would have said.
yeah. So what? I mean, well, why'd you ask that question? Why'd you ask that question? Hello, y'all can
Because he
hear me?
think they should
Yeah.
spare.
Say it
They should
again.
spare the
Why'd you
ego.
ask
That's
that
why he
question?
said that.
Why'd you ask the question?
Yeah, Nick Cannon should just stop having fun.
Because I wanted the answer. Like people need to
Okay.
hear that these men don't care about these women's feelings. I just want
Okay.
sex.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, because I was gonna say like, you know what I'm saying? If the I'm glad you said that because I thought the intent of the question was to like change those dudes' behavior. Because I was about to say that's acting too much from them dudes. You know what I'm saying? All them options, man. Like Darius said, it's too much lust. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even 80% of the dudes deal with lust. So, you know what I'm saying? They probably couldn't do it if they was in the 20% position. So, but
And I'm gonna say
I'm
this
glad you
too.
cleared
I'm
that
gonna
part
say
up
this
there.
too, Derek. I feel like even if we did, let's say, men across the board today, by the majority took on the mindset that you know what, we're gonna start sparing it. We know she looking for love, whatever the case. Even though I might verbally say I'm gonna give it to her, I'm just not gonna. I'm just saying, you know what, I'm just not gonna deal with you. I feel like if we was to shrink this 20% down to 5%, these women will find their way to the 5%. I think they will find their way to it, even if we as men get together and we improve it. That drops it down. Let's see, 5 out of 25 goes into 24 times. That drops it down 3/4. So we've 75% cured the issue on the part of the men. I think the women would still find their way to the remaining because these experiences they just want to have them. They want to have them. So if I turn them down and they just go somewhere else, And that's why I think you have to put it back on them because they have their own minds and they have very powerful minds. I'm not going to give them this. I'm not going to give them this that they need to be spared. They're too great for this. They're too great for this.
On top of that, they'll like you got to think about this. If 75% change their ways, there'll still be a lot of women left over. So
Are we saying that women want this? They want to pursue what amounts to be an anomaly versus what's the reality?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They want what is unreasonable.
Robert, you in New York? You already know what time it is, man.
Nah. You know, so interesting thing, right? I'm just a regular guy, right? Whatever that term is. I'm just a regular working entrepreneur, right? I don't access to women and beautiful, dope women that people seem to have great difficulty in spending time with. I'm naive to that shit because it's just so many and so much, and the access and proximity is there. So a lot of this is like is foreign to me. It's like I'm learning, but I will say to those brothers that like, it's not hard. It's not really hard to attract these same kind of women. Like you can have one woman that looks a certain way, and you can have another woman that looks exactly the same way. Two bad chicks, bad women, right? But one feels that she deserves a certain type of thing, right? The other is cool with who she is and she'll rock with you, but some reason we get caught up in that one that doesn't want us or see us or like us for who we are. For some reason, we'll just pursue that one particular woman. And I think a lot of it has to do with our egos and our sense of competition because we feel, oh no, I'm gonna prove a point. And I think that's what women do. They want to prove that they're worthy of this minority, of this anomaly that is out there. They want to prove something. It's their ego. And somebody said narcissism. They just really think that no matter what, they're entitled to that 0.001%, that 20%, whatever percent it is. They just feel cocky enough that they're not going to go with the guy that's right in front of them that will do right by them. They'd rather go with the guy that they feel is above them or has more to quote unquote offer. So I'll say that.
Derek, I think as a Christian man, you might be able to grasp this one, right? So I feel like women just have an Eve complex. I think they just got an Eve complex where the apple has to be bitten at some point. Now they grow like we all do. We bite the apple too, because remember, Adam joined right in. So like we all do this. But I think what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to remove the serpent from the story. And he gotta be there. He has to be there.
Not too in biblical.
And he will continue to be there. God is not gonna remove him from the story. So and then you got a pocket of women that can resist the serpent. I mean, I've been, and then and
like
then
1% of women.
It's not that many of them, but I just think women got to go through that, especially if we're not going to arrange marriages and live in this free society. They got to bite the apple and go through what they go through and learn from it. That's just what it is.
As a woman, though, like we can't. I tell women to always have discernment with yourself, and it's like, if I know a man don't want relationship and I do, I'm not even entertaining you. Like, why am I entertaining you in hopes to change your mind? That to me is the delusion. And that's the part where I can't blame a man because nobody, man or woman, gives up their innate advantage that they have. So if you have an advantage to get what you want with zero to nothing down, why would you give it up?
Wait, but Leah, I don't know about that though.
No, hold on.
You can win or win.
Hold on, please let her say that one more time. The way that you put it, I think, is clear for women. It was about the innate advantage. Can you say that one more time?
Mm-hmm. If anybody has an innate advantage, why would they give up that advantage? Like, why? No one does that. Not in business, not in relation, in no position, not in sports. Nobody gives up their advantage. So you as the woman now have to pay attention to not only what you want to see, but what's actually being said and what's actually being done. So to not end up with the shitty end of the stick at the end of the day. So it's like you gotta have the discernment to say, okay, this man is moving this particular kind of way. I want a relationship. He's not willing to give it because he already verbalized that, and the way he moves already tells me that. I'm not gonna jump in the situation and then hope to change his mind down the line. I'm not gonna do it. But a lot of women, and just to piggyback on to double back on the question that you posed to the men, a lot of of the 20% why they move how they move, they're not gonna move how they move because women not setting no standard. They're not setting no barrier. They're not saying, okay, I want this 20% man, but this 20% man is literally going with the 80% of the women. So he might not be what's good for me. He might not really be what I really need. I might want it, but I don't need it. So let me unpack that and let me move around and let me find one of the 80% of the guys, or 40 or whatever you want to say, that really want a relationship, really want to be, stable, really want a family. Let me go over to that guy. So we as women, we have to be our first line of defense. We have to be our first line of defense. We cannot go out there. It's like it's like Bambi hoping that she don't get eaten in the jungle and just walk like what?
No. It's not like that though, Leah. No, I gotta give a little pushback.
Exactly
No, because you can change. No. These women can't change some of these men. These women can change some of these men, and some of these men can change these women. I don't believe that.
We don't. I don't want to sell that. I don't want to say
But I don't believe that. There's so many women that have other stories to tell. So many men have other stories to tell.
Women, stop
like
going
Gucci
out there
Man and
trying to
Keisha Kior.
Women,
like, come on.
Popeye is literally telling you to compare your real life to Gucci and Keisha Kior.
Right.
Please don't do that.
All I'm saying is a woman can get with a nigga and change and make a nigga want to do different. That is a fact.
Popeye,
that is a fact.
Please stop
No,
trying to
it's the
change
truth.
these men.
A man can get with a woman and make a woman want to do something different.
Y'all need to hear what Popeye's saying, but it's crazy. It's crazy. If you out here trying to change these men, that literally is talking to 4-5 of y'all.
No, it doesn't happen all the time, Derek. Out of 10 situations, one woman's gonna succeed.
Okay,
two, maybe two. But you can be that woman. You can be that woman.
Not the lottery, bro. You tripping.
I'm saying you play the lottery, right? Because somebody got to win. So
he want these women. He want y'all hear Popeye. Popeye wants y'all to play the lottery, y'all. That's what he wants. Play with your life.
You gotta play the lottery. You gotta play the. If nobody played, it wouldn't be the lottery.
This boy is crazy, man.
He gonna lead if nobody played, it wouldn't be the lottery. I'm just saying.
Is the guy that's gonna sell you wolf tickets. Popeye is the guy.
Yeah, you're right. I am.
See, he's gonna be the one that's going to have you like dangling the carrot, right?
No, I'm gonna do what Jason do. I'm gonna tell the truth and trick you.
Wishing and hoping, but the way he's moving, he's just giving you just enough. Because ladies, they would give us 1 inch and we'll take a whole mile with that bitch. So you just wishing and hoping at the end of the Hunger Games you win Popeye. Child, please. Nobody got time for that.
But if you win though, Leah. If you win, it look good. If you like,
not you limping over the finish line.
Yeah, like if you win to fight another day, you know what I'm saying? You will be known as a hero.
Not you want her to have 5 candlelights by the
shit.
Don't roll the diamond. Nobody got time.
This what I will say though, Derek, about what Popeye said. I don't think the women can change the dude. I think it start with him first, saying that he's tired of XYZ lifestyle. And when he run into this 3rd and 1, she be like, she changed him a little bit. She hit him and make him be like, man, yeah, I'm tired of XYZ and this gonna make me just go on risk it. And like for the Gucci, since he wanted to use Gucci, man, I don't think she changed Gucci. I think Gucci was tired of a certain lifestyle. And he was like, this is not getting me nowhere, especially he was in jail. It's like, I go to jail and I'm seeing what the results, they go away. So I'd rather stick it with this one, take this gamble, because she really showing me things that I like. And it's like, he took the gamble. It's like, she either going to prove me right or prove me wrong. That's what I think. It starts with him in the mind, and then it comes to the certain chick that make him stop their lifestyle.
But she stuck around
She
for
showed
it
up.
though.
Yeah, she
She
showed
had to
up.
stick around for it. That's my whole big thing. If she would have been like y'all and been like, man, fuck that nigga, he spazzing out, he ain't doing this, then she would have lost. But the fact that she was like, man, I see the great in this man. I know he lost right now, but I see it in him. Cause I'm having these other type of conversations with him because I see how he really move. I see what God really blessed him with, the attributes of a man that he really got. He was fat as fuck. He came out looking like a god. You know what I'm saying? She seen the God while he was fat. So what I'm saying is some of y'all women got to understand how to see a diamond in the rough and stick with that nigga. And if you stick with that nigga, I swear to God, you can win. Not all
No,
niggas.
I swear to God,
Not all
never,
niggas.
dog.
I'm saying not all niggas.
No.
Not all men. Not all men, but some of them. It's very few, but if you happen to have one that God, you know God has a hold on, you might want to hold on to that nigga. Because he's going to be a winner at the end.
Yo, I just thought about
hold on. I'd rather y'all women see the God in a man that can't dress and ain't got no swag, but he's a protector and a provider and he's loyal and he's faithful. And then help him dress and maybe get a little swag. I think that'll be more fruitful for you than seeing the God in the guy that's going to drag you through the mud for some years before he changes. Like, you want to say yourself heartache, you want to say yourself heartbreak, stress, your hair falling out, your skin breaking out, all of that, I believe that'll be more fruitful.
I gotta give this one to Derek Popeye. He right about that, bro. Like,
Man.
can't sell women no dream like that, dog. I'm sorry, man.
It ain't selling them a dream. It's just being you, and the woman be able to have a better discernment and seeing the big picture. She saw the big picture with Gucci Mane. She didn't know it was all the way gonna turn out that he get out of jail. He just gonna turn up and sign all these artists and be this. She just knew that the guy had a good heart and he was lost in between the drugs and the streets or whatever that was going on in his life and his relationships with other people. So she was like, man, I'm gonna hold this nigga down.
He was Gucci before he went into jail, and
but he was disrespectful. He was the equivalent of a Future or a Popeye.
We know a nigga with money, a woman looking the other way. He was a man with money, means, and power already. Exactly. So she didn't do nothing that the average woman wouldn't do. You got a man that's already have the money, the power, everything you want. He just in jail. You gonna sit the fuck
down. But
he
doing you dirty, Leah. He's doing you dirty. He's fucking all these other women. He's talking about it.
Have you ever seen a disloyal or an ugly $1,000 bill or $1 million bank account? Never in life. So relax.
Ooh, Lord. That's why I fuck with you, Leah.
That's why I remind everybody we're talking about a stripper and a rapper.
Everybody acting right. I'm just saying. So she didn't do nothing special. So even that example was not good. Because if he was Joe Schmo, trust me, Joe Schmo with a 9 to 5 making 50,000 or 75,000, she's not sitting around.
Okay. So Leah, you saying she don't really deserve credit for sitting there because
No, because she ain't.
That's messed up. That's messed up.
Let me go real quick. The reason I do give her credit is because he was already made and stuff, right? And you know how they say you're supposed to bring a woman something and she multiply it. That's why I say a lot of times, when people feel like they're the top chick or a bad chick or a boss chick, you supposed to multiply what your man brings you. I think she's seen his potential because he wasn't no bum nigga before he went in. He was already responsible for damn near all of Atlanta major artists already. I think she's seen the real potential because of what he's already done, not just off of I think I can assume that he's this way. She's seen the potential off what he already done, and she multiplied it because she was the chick that came in his life and actually multiplied and didn't just subtract. She multiplied what he gave her. He trusted her to give her whatever. She showed that she was a boss chick. Okay, I'm gonna show my nigga that I got his back for real. And I don't think a lot of chicks be willing to multiply. They just want the man.
That was after he went to jail though, forever.
Yeah, she flipped
before
he
went to jail, he was already made.
She flipped his bread.
No, funny for class.
You know what is funny to me that the average person do every day, and I see on this app. Y'all don't understand that any narrative could be spun and created. Meaning, I can go and say Leah Javinci is worth $10 million in any blog. I could say my husband gave me $20 million, and I made it into 50. And guess what? I could pay publications to deliver this message. And guess what? You can't prove none the less, right? So y'all hyping this whole thing and that narrative that people keep, oh, she flipped 2 million. Show me the tax returns.
So she
That's the
didn't. She
narrative
didn't
that
do
was
it, Leah. So you saying she didn't do it,
hold
Leah?
on. Gucci was
They both
already
lying.
Gucci.
Being
Wait. Gucci
disingenuous
was
to her.
already Gucci worth what he was freaking worth. Those deals that y'all see now manifesting, shit was already in the pipeline. The woman didn't do nothing that any other woman wouldn't have done. If my man worth $500,000,
So Gucci lying and she lying.
much less at the time when Gucci went in and he was worth over $3 million, who ain't staying around for that? Who's not staying around for that? Not to say the woman's not a good woman, because if we know her history, she already was a boss in her own right. She already had her own little empire that she was building. She was already a name that a lot of us knew, especially if
Which makes what we saying relevant. That's why she didn't have to do it. She was already good. She could have took this nigga money and left.
Let me land. She couldn't have taken the money and left. Are you kidding me? Who want to die? No,
I think they genuinely liked each other. I think
they genuinely liked each other, and she stuck there and she did what she was supposed to do. But it's nothing that is, out of this world that the average woman wouldn't do if she got a man that got that kind of means. Like the point I'm trying to make though is that
a lot of average woman wouldn't know what to do with their man because they won't multiply. They'll get comfortable and say we good. She didn't.
But she didn't multiply. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You still running with the narrative that she multiplied. She didn't. That's a narrative that was put out there for her.
So where are you getting these facts from? You got to give us some.
All right, you know what? Let me
It's money on both of us.
Yeah, right. So let me ask you a question, Leah. Would you agree, right? So if you got all the women pursuing this 20% of men, right? You know full well that 20% ain't got time for all them damn women, and all those women that choose to pursue these 20%. They are just options, and they remain options for many years until they get past a certain age. They get a little washed, and then they want to come back to the other 80%. It's a vicious cycle. We see this shit all the time. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I know. I do agree with that.
All right, cool. Thank you.
But that's why I said that we have, as women, we cannot be selling, buying these wolf tickets that men sell and dangling the carrot, like just go with the flow, and then at the end of the tunnel, there might be marriage. And next thing you know, you driving over the finish line in an ambulance because you done died like 10 times before you got to the point. You know what I mean?
But you still finished, Leah. You still finished.
Mute up. Mute the hell up. No, but this is why I tell women, be firm and have that conversation. Don't assume shit. And a lot of people like to say, oh, if a man really wants you, he's going to show you. There's a lot of Denzel Washingtons out here. There's a lot of Michael B. Jordans out here that needs these Oscar awards. Men going to pretend, especially if they realize that you Bambi, they going to finesse you out the pussy every time. Nobody's going to sorry for you. It's slaughter out here. So you can't assume shit. Any illusion of a relationship, don't assume nothing. Sit down and have the full conversation. Ask the hard questions, even if it makes him uncomfortable. Then that might not be your guy. Get the answers directly. Don't assume nothing. Absolutely nothing, because there's a lot of single men out here that's in relationships. I'm just saying. So you as a woman now, you got to extra safeguard yourself and have that full detailed conversation. Don't leave nothing to chance. Don't leave nothing to the imagination, because that's how you end up in situationship, or you in a relationship with a single man. Don't do none of that. Ask the question, have the conversation, and look how he moves. Not just what he tells you, but how intentional he moves.
Everything she said is why I will never put the blame on these men. I can't, because you can do that. Like what she just said, you.
Did he go out?
Jason, you out. We can't hear you, Jason. Now you might have to start over.
Let me reset real quick. You must got a phone call. Wednesday, happy Wednesday. Follow the equalizer. All voices are equal, man. I tap in, man, and follow whoever else you want to follow. The title, 20% of men are to blame for the chaotic dating scene. 20% of men are to blame. The women not to blame. 80% of the men aren't to blame. It's the 20% is basically having their way. They running amok is what I like to call it. If you think about how people date, people can basically date for sport these days. You know what I'm saying? They date for pleasure. They're not really dating for marriage, most people. And because that's the reality, we do know that women, at a minimum, they want some kind of consistency, right? They want some persistence, some normality. It makes them feel more secure, right? It's just the nature of women. Men, we want all the women, man. We want as many women as we can afford, as many women as we can handle, et cetera, et cetera. So, just by that logic right there, you got this 20% of men that pretty much got access to all the women. But, I do think that 20% of women got sense to where they like, you know what? I just want a man that's a good man. He love the Lord. He got a job. If he got kids, he's a good father. That'd be good enough for them. But the other 80%, they living in La La Land, and they got their hopes up for this, Prince Charming to come sweep them off their feet. It's something about these 20%, man, that they represent Prince Charming. I don't know what it is about them, but they represent Prince Charming, right? And because they represent Prince Charming, they really are, I like to use the phrase, having their way. At any given time, they scroll through their phone. I'm gonna mute you, Jason. Any given time, they scrolling through their phone. They can have access to sex. They can, take a woman out whenever he feel like it. He got women that he don't even got to take out. And really, out of all of these women, he would probably only settle down with one of them, right? And the other three, let's just say, right? The other three think they have a chance. And they're probably trying to change his mind into thinking that they're the woman for him. And instead of her paying attention to the guys that she can actually get to treat her like a girlfriend or a wife, she's blinded by the swag, the charisma, the looks, the sex, whatever, right, of the 20% guy. If the 20% guy let some of these women go and just say, hey, man, I'm going to just focus on the one that I really want, right, and build a family in that regard, the other 30% would probably be more privy to the men that they could actually get to settle down with them.
But the man would be doing himself a disservice.
And I think, well, I'm not really talking to, I don't want to speak to the selfish part of men, though.
Would that be selfish, though, to be happy?
Yeah, it is. It is.
So having a bare minimum is selfish to a man?
So you look at the bare minimum as having...
If a man... hold
on. No. You asked me a question. Let me answer. You look at a man having a good woman that he's attracted to, that loves him, that they get married and they have a family together. You look at that as the bare minimum?
If you can have two or three, then yeah. I mean, like, it's like this. If a man is naturally supposed to have more than one woman, and you're telling him, why can't a man just get rid of the rest, throw them back in the water, and focus on the one person? But that one person is the minimum of what he can get. It's like having one job, but you got 24 hours a day, but this one job take 4 hours a day. And you're telling him, man, just take that 4-hour job, bro. I know you can make more money taking another 4-hour job or even two more 4-hour jobs, but stay with that little money you got and keep that.
See, this is why we lost. This is why we lost. Right?
I mean, this is the mentality. I'm just saying, this is the mentality.
I understand the mentality, but I want to deal with the reality, not the mentality. And the reality is, no. The reality is that relationships take up a bunch of our time. Relationships take up a bunch of our money. Relationships take up a bunch of our energy, a bunch of our resources, et cetera, et cetera. if men stop spreading them, if these 20% stop spreading themselves so thin, talking to this woman, this woman, this woman, this woman. Number one, think about it, y'all. Think about it. I'm talking to the 20%, right? Think about all the things that we got to do to really keep up with these women. Number one, most of these women, we don't even say their number until they reach a certain level, right? So we literally got to, even something as small as, okay, boom, she texts me. Okay, I didn't save her. I didn't. I'm only talking about the 20%. I don't know why we want to all lives matter every conversation. I'm only talking to the 20%, right? The 20%, you don't say this girl number until she reaches a certain level. Okay. Now she texts you. Think about the brain power that it takes. Instead of saving this chick number because you're being intentional at the grocery store, maybe you met her on a dating, I don't know. However you met her, you got to remind yourself of who this chick is. And then pick up the conversation
But there
from
in
there.
my phone, it says everything. When I look at a number, it tell me everything. What year I met her, where I met her at, and if she bad or not. Like, what you mean? It's gonna say text back.
Most men are not adding all them freaking notes in their phone. Most men get the number.
I'm gonna screenshot my
You know what I'm saying?
shit.
Most men get the number, and then we on. You know what I'm saying? Okay, boom, got your number. I text you, hey, this Derek. I met you uptown. Boom. Okay, she hit me back. As soon as I know she like me, okay, boom, wrap you up, sit you to the side. You remember you said that? Wrap you up, sit you to the side. Okay, boom, she on the team, right? Let me take her out a couple times, feed her, you know what I'm saying? Give her some peanuts, up, she hooked, we good, right? And now, I don't gotta work as hard. Now. I done did my work. She hooked. And I'm gonna do that and let's just say that a man starting from scratch. I'm gonna do that 3-4 more times until I get me a nice little roster. Now I'm good. I'm good for the next 6 months, 1 year, you know? And because I ain't found what I really want yet, that really do it for me, I'm gonna entertain other women from time to time, and I'm gonna knock something down from here. I'm gonna knock some other chicks down here and there as I go, right? I'm spending unnecessary money, unnecessary energy, right? Most of us, the 20%, most of us got at least one child, right? That's taken away from the brain power, the creativity that I can be putting into being a parent. This is hurting us, man. This is not beneficial to be spreading ourselves so thin, talking to all these different women. You know what I'm saying?
So but that's subjective, though, Derek.
It's not subjective.
It is. Can I say something, please?
To the majority. I'm talking to the majority. I'm not talking about to the minority of men that think they got all of these.
Spread yourself thin and all this. Like, you can't.
Spreading yourself thin.
That's to a nigga that's not meant for the game. That's like a nigga saying running up and down the court in the NBA. No, nigga, that's what you're supposed to do.
Listen to what he's saying and let it make sense first, because where he trying to get to, it actually makes sense. Just let him get there first. What he's saying makes sense. Just let him get there.
Papa actually wants to believe that he's a better man by running all over the place instead of focusing his energy into one place. Like, that don't even...
that's not what I said.
Scientifically, they don't even... Look. You know, like...
Derek, you take what God puts on you. If you can handle it, God will give it to you. If he can give you 2 women, it's just 2 women. If it's 5, then it's 5. But you can't say you can't successfully be with 2 women or 3 women without having to have no stress, without having to give yourself out like you're talking about. You can't. It's possible, bro.
You can't. Right. I'm not saying that some men handle it better than others. But what you can't argue is the impact in focusing on one. Even look at a laser, man. If you put like a laser all over the place, I mean, yeah, it kind of has some power, but if you focus that laser into just like one line, oftentimes those lasers can like cut through rocks, man. The energy is more powerful the more focused you are on one.
And I don't want men to think that like this is the way that we should be forever. Because
Derek, can I say something about what you said about the laser? This is what I'm saying. You're telling me that the laser is more powerful one, but I'm telling you, presenting a situation where I'm saying if you have 2 or 3, you can build way more than you can build with just one. So I don't. 2 minds, 3 minds is better than one. I don't know where you get this. It makes sense in a way, but in another way it doesn't make sense. Because if you got one person, you can build so much. If I got 2 people, say they have the same job, working the same damn department, I got double that. Like, I don't understand. If I got 3, I got triple that. If I'm trying to become a millionaire, I'll get there way faster with 3 women than one. I don't know. It's another way of looking at it. I'm just saying. I'm just presenting another way of looking at it.
I hear what you're saying
is wrong. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying.
I hear what you're saying, but that most dudes not thinking about using women for their money, Papa.
Oh, I just named that as one situation. I'm just talking. You're talking about building. You said focus on one, you get further. So we can talk about anything. I just used money because it's the easiest thing to put out there and be tangible. But I mean, this works all the way across the board. No matter what you're doing, even if you're raising kids.
It's a matter of probability and possibility. The probability that most dudes are going to be able to handle 5 is very fucking low.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You see what I mean? It's not what I'm saying. Y'all keep stretching it. What I'm saying is that
why you keep talking about polygamy? Why you keep talking about polygamy?
We're talking about because we're talking about 20. You started talking about this. You started talking about this. You said 20% of men, this and that. Y'all should give back to women and focus on one. I'm saying it's not natural. You would be selling yourself short as a man if you're supposed to be that type of man. That's how we got here. You're saying basically shortcuts yourself, man, and give away, 1 or 2 of your extra women, even though you can handle 2 women. Just focus on one because it gives other people the opportunity to be with the other women. That's what
not about. No. You're making it. You're making it about the other men. I'm not making that was a minor point. At the end of the day, I don't care about no other man penis. Okay. Honestly, I don't care. Listen, who cares, man? Figure it out. I guarantee you there's some woman you can get. Okay? You just don't want the one that you want. I don't care about these other men like that. Right? Let's not stretch it too far. But what I am talking about is these women acting like they so freaking confused. Baby, he ain't took you out one time. And you still thinking that he gonna be with you. While he over here taking this other chick all around the world, because that's the woman he really want to be with. It is creating confusion in a lot of these women. They don't know the difference between a dude, I keep saying this, they don't understand the difference between a dude that just want to have sex with them and a dude that actually wants to settle down with them.
Derek, we know. Derek.
Well, I'm just go. I don't know if they know, Leah, because in my real, man, nah.
Derek, I'm on your side. I agree with the title.
As a woman, let me speak on this. Women be knowing. They know. We know. But let me tell you what women would do. A lot of women don't have the confidence or the self-discipline to say, you know what, I'm not going to settle for at least nigga, or I'm not going to just settle for piece of him. And a lot of women got this mindset. They don't believe they could get a man of their own, or they don't believe that they should be with the man that they really truly qualify for, right? So and she could be a healthy 5 or 6, and she think in her mind she qualified for that 10. Mind you, there's 5 and 6s all around her, in her phone, in her DM, every motherfucking way around, and she'll ignore them to possibly just settle for 10% of the 10, the number 10 guy. And it's like, girl, you running behind this guy, right? He's part of the top 20 or top 10%. He's only giving you 5 or 6% of him when you got a man right on your level, right in your phone that you know is a good man for you, and you can get 100% of him. So you don't want him. You think you qualify. You deserve that one over there. So a lot of women be knowing, Derek. Let's be delusional. A lot of women be knowing right now. Right now, you
gotta keep hope alive.
Right,
Leah,
hold on, Popeye. You find a woman that's single, right, and ask her bluntly: is there a man in your phone right now Not an ugly, repulsive man that you wouldn't even talk to. But is there a guy in your phone right now, if you decide, hey, I'm serious and I'm honest about wanting a relationship, that he wouldn't give it to you on everything? Most women have that nigga in their phone. Most women know that guy, but they would rather, just to say, and for optics, I have a 10 and I'm only getting 6% from that 10, and that's what I want. Like, I'm telling you,
that 6% still worth more than 100% of the other nigga.
But yeah, exactly. But Leah, but
it's really not.
Leah, so I hear you, but what I don't think you're taking into consideration is the impact that 10% from that quote unquote 10 guy has on that woman. If that woman is able to be in that man's presence, she is so happy, so content, so at peace during that time frame that she has access to him, that even that other guy that's giving her all of his time, all of his energy, it still don't equate to that. You know what I'm saying? So, listen, man, to whom much is given,
they be cheating when they do settle for these niggas.
Why are men cheating?
That's what you said, Derek. To whom much is given, what?
To whom much is given, much is required, right? I'm telling you, it was a chick. Look, it was a chick, right? I knew she had other guys that was interested. I knew she did, and I would only hit her up when it was time for us to, have fun. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm hungry. Maybe I can't get a hold of any of my other girls. I knew she was always gonna give it up, like easy. You know what I'm saying? And she would get mad. She was like, "Dang, you only hit me up when it's this, or I can never get a hold of you. I can never get a hold of you during the week. I'm calling you 2-3 times, FaceTiming you, I'm texting, all this stuff." Man, when we would get in the same place, man, nothing else mattered but me being there. Nothing else mattered. So I think people got to understand the power of that guy's presence in that woman's life. So I get it, it's the self-esteem thing. I'm not trying to alleviate women of self-accountability. I'm definitely not, but I'm just trying to drive home the effects that the 20% are really having by, especially a dude that's really about that monogamous life. If a dude want to have, like, you a poly guy, hey man, I can't, we not even having the same conversation. But I'm talking about a dude that just want one woman. That, especially you niggas that's 30, 35, 40 years old, what are we talking about, man?
Not too much.
Hey, Derek, can I ask a question?
What are we talking about? Go ahead.
It's to you. When you say dudes, it's about that party life. Are you grouping in people that are multi-date and calling that poly, or you only speaking about like men that's in relationships that want relationships with like other women at the same time?
I think both of them are something to discuss, Saint.
You talking about niggas like you, Saint. That's what we talking about.
But see, I do think that the guys that move like you.
I think dating is a group activity, so like that's not.
Dating, women do not look at dating as a group activity, Saint.
I know plenty of women that's dating as a group, that's dating plenty of men at the same time. I know more women than not that I personally know in my lived experience are seeing more than one man, for sure.
So let me ask
you. Talking about group dates? Like I'm taking out two.
No, I ain't saying group dates. I'm saying that they not putting all their eggs in one basket. You feel me?
Facts.
Yeah.
But they just say that because the guy that they want, Saint, ain't ready to settle down.
Yep.
Come on, Saint. Like, these women do not want to be out here aimlessly dating, man. These women want the guy that they really like to sit his tail down somewhere and focus on her.
So it's like a trigonometry problem. They don't even know how to start solving that problem. They just looking at the problem, just staring at it.
So as a defense mechanism, she say, hey, well, let me just, especially if she cute, hey, well, it's a bunch of dudes who want to take me out. To keep my mind off of Saint, let me just focus on Jonathan and Timothy and Brandon and Brian and Jeff.
I love that for her.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want the woman with the roster.
good.
Hey, so Lily in the chat made a good comment. She said, "Why don't the 80% try to be more like go-getters, like the 20% that's at the top in terms of men?" Like,
what does she mean, go-getters? She talking about in business?
She's talking about the 20%, like how the 20% we talking about got they
No. But she said go-getters. What are you talking about? Business? You talking about making money?
Oh, just making ourselves more attractive, like making the 80% making themselves more attractive to women, like stepping their game up, maybe being more ambitious, whatever the things are that they're missing. But she's saying like, why aren't we talking to the larger population? That's the issue, I guess.
So
Saying,
the
get your
80%,
kneecaps done.
The 20%
so the
doesn't
80%
even
need
have
to be taller. Go ahead, T.
Yeah, sometimes the 20% ain't even doing the work. Some of the 20% is lazy. They just got it like that. Some of them are born with it. Some of them just, have experienced favor as it relates to that. So while I get that, like, the idea, I feel like everyone should be working to be the best version of themselves, right? Not just, Popeye was speaking to some, I don't know. Like, I don't know since when he got on this poor nigga fee kick, because it's not polygamy. Like that only applies when you guys are actually working together to build, and have be and marry and actually create something functional. But to your point, King Midas, I don't think that the 20% is even doing that much work. Sometimes they just luck up on that lifestyle. Sometimes, they don't have to work that hard. You know what I mean? So it would make sense if the 20% were all ambitious people that were genuinely working to be the way they are, but a lot of the 20% just got it like that.
Right. I don't, y'all, the 20% are so lazy, y'all. Y'all don't.
hey, man.
The 20% is literally not doing anything great. They're literally just, they're literally
come on, Derek.
Blessed, like they're literally just blessed with things that the opposite sex likes. So stop thinking that, the 80% need to do this and do that and da. I'm not saying that. There's always room for improvement. All of us, right? Human beings in general. However, this man-woman attraction thing that is seems to be bothering some people. Like, I think y'all let the 20% off way too easy, man. Way too easy.
Derek, at the same time, I think you put in too much on the 20% because how you just explained it, I was hearing you earlier, but how you just explained it is like saying y'all winning too much. We need to give other people participation. Tell winners to chill out, ease up. You win, like you can't tell them to stop winning. That's why I agree with what T said, that you got to address the other side and tell them stop being so content and so comfortable and do something to better yourself rather than standing around licking your wounds. Because how you gonna tell the Warriors to stop shooting threes if threes getting them multiple championships?
Y'all, please stop comparing this to y'all. The points y'all making is not hitting home, man. Like the war,
you're blaming the winners for winning instead of telling the people that losing to do better.
No.
I think he's saying that the winning that we think we're doing isn't actually the winning.
Thank you, King. Yeah. It's not winning. It's not winning. Getting more pussy, that's winning to y'all?
I'm not even talking about some pussy.
So what you talking about? Pussy. Attention so what we talking about?
Whatever they want to get out of her. If they're getting whatever they want to get to make them happy and satisfy them, you can't tell them to stop satisfying yourself. Because you need to save some of the satisfaction for the people who ain't being satisfied.
No.
Yeah, that's what you've been saying.
You know what? Okay. So pardon me for trying to have a more communal mindset. That's my bad. I should have knew better that niggas won't be on that kind of time. Okay, cool, right?
Oh my God,
that's what it is. I'm cool with that, right? But why can't the 20% at least see how moving that way isn't serving them?
Why can't 20% see that?
I get what you're saying as far as like the just going around fucking everybody and having sex. I agree with you on that part because I'm a person that believes in the energy transfer and stuff. So I get that part.
So, Derek, I fully agree with you. And Callie Keisha said it in the chat. If you're a grown man thinking you're getting sex and attention is winning beyond a certain age, not only is it what she said annoying and disappointing, but in my opinion, you're also a part of the degenerates in society because you are literally being led by your body and you don't deserve to be leading anyone because you're just leading yourself astray. So you don't deserve to be leading anyone. Like, you're not a leader. It's actually very feminine of men to just be focused on their carnal desires beyond a point, because what purpose are you serving? You probably have a bunch of broken families out there. You're probably not very satisfied or fulfilled as a human being. Like, after a point, it's just like, come on, y'all need to realize that shit is not cute. Like, it's whack, actually.
I don't think the vast majority of the 20% of men have an unhealthy obsession with new pussy. I think they have a healthy outlook about new pussy, but I don't think it's causing them to, it's like an addiction where, like, they can't go make it to work on time, and they're home, they're neglecting their, calling their mama once a week and all that other kind of shit. It just is what it is. And unfortunately, as it's been said a number of times on here, no matter, even anecdotally, even me myself, for instance, I remember I met a sister once out in Houston, and ironically out in Houston, and I said, well, what you looking for? She says, well, I'm dating intentionally. I said, well, I just got out of something. I'm not really trying to, get too serious. And she said, it's always y'all. I tell you what, she just said, just call me anyway, and we can still meet up for drinks, blah, blah, blah. Now, this is a woman who's dating intentionally, right? So I gave her the choice. I didn't lie to her. I didn't say, well, yeah, I'm looking for something, blah, blah. No. I said, I just got out of something. Look, that is what it is. She accepted the terms, despite having her objective to be in a long-term relationship and ultimately get married. She still accepted my terms. Ain't shit we could do about that. What, I'm supposed to not get any pussy to appease a bunch of strangers that I don't even fucking know? Nah, it ain't gonna work like that. It'll never work like that.
You was making a good point until the last point, okay? For sure, it's supposed to not get some pussy then. Like, fuck fucking women that we ain't really fucking with. You know what I'm saying? Even though I do believe that dating is a group sport, but yeah, I don't support that we gonna continue to like have sex with people that we not even interested in or don't see nothing with, and so on and so forth. Especially in a misleading place. So if you know a woman like fuck with you super heavy, right? I think that is, immoral to an extent. You feel me? To where it's not you're not being a good steward of your peace when you know that somebody fuck with you real heavy, but then you take the time out to continue to lead that person on, even when you're forthcoming about like, what you want and your policy and shit, but you still got to be like, all right, cool. I can see where this person's gonna harm themselves by continuing to fuck with me, because I'm never gonna see you that way. So for your sake, I'm gonna cut you off.
Nah, nope, brother. I got another anecdote just for that. There was once upon a time, there was this chick, dope chick. I was about 25 years old. Super dope chick, crazy body, good face card, the whole 9 yards. We were fucking around with each other, and I tried to be intimate, and she said ultimately, well, listen, I don't get intimate with anybody I'm not in a relationship with. Even when I was 25, I wasn't selling dreams. I didn't lie to her. I said, well, listen, I can't. I can't. I'm not gonna say I'm your boyfriend, girlfriend, just for the sake of getting some pussy. So, I'm sorry. It's a loss for me, but I guess I'll have to let you go. It wasn't 2 months later before that motherfucker was in a relationship and pregnant. Now, had she fucked with me, she would have not been 20 years old and pregnant. She would have been, I would have encouraged her to do the same thing I did, which is finish college, go on and start your life professionally. Instead, she found a nigga that as soon as he got a hold of the pussy, he shot the club up,
That's
and
what
her
niggas
whole
do.
life went left. So this is what happens when you let people make their own decisions. So sometimes you got to make the choice for them.
Let y'all women do y'all own thing, boy. Whew.
Reading the context of that exchange, I would say most men don't commit or promise commitment, then like break up with women after they've gotten the commitment. After they've given the commitment and received the sex, I don't think most men dip out after that.
Most men don't.
Like I feel like most men are trying to avoid saying I'll commit to you in whatever way possible, whether it's saying I'm working on myself or focusing on my career, whatever they're not. So they're more so like not giving commitment and then trying to finesse the cheeks in the process.
Sounds about right.
I mean, a lot of guys that are working on themselves and telling women that they're working on their careers and don't have the time, don't have to finesse the cheeks. Chicks be throwing it at them. Are y'all serious right now? Like,
shout out to those women.
Like, y'all acting like y'all haven't. I mean, I got guy friends that tell me that all the time. Like, they've had more women chasing them when they were on their purpose, planning, like focused on their career, than when he was ready to settle down and felt like he was established enough to want a woman. So like I mean, I guess if that's what y'all
because
that
at
sounds
that point he would have more time to give, and at that point he would be, more available and stuff like that. And for some reason, when you find a man is like overly accessible and stuff like that, and even women too, some people find that the chase or the lust or whatever you might want to identify, the luster kind of fade and the chase kind of fades. It's like, it's weird to me, but women love men that are unavailable. That shit is crazy to me. Like, it never add up. But you see it all the time.
This has been the point for most of the room. These women are not like getting finessed or anything like that. They're participating, knowing full well that the dudes don't want commitment. They're not going to give them commitment. They know the dudes are dealing with multiple women, and they accept it. Right? They don't have to like it in terms of their feelings, but that like they're consenting to sex, they're consenting to all the things that come with it, and they're going along with it. So when you guys are saying like the 20% needs to stop doing, like, no, they need to keep doing what they're doing, because like why would, like, people in positions like that usually just go with the positions they're in. Why do they need to stop? Like, if they're not
because
doing
niggas like you
with,
be complaining all the time that you don't get no women.
Tony, I can explain why they need to stop. But go ahead. Wait.
Right. When have you heard me do that? When have you heard me do that?
Every day, all the time. That's all I ever hear you do, bro. Yeah, that's all I ever hear you do.
Yeah, you don't hear me do that. You hear me make objective points.
Tony,
sorry,
I can
bro.
explain why they need to. Is that when they
like, you just saying words, bro.
When these men don't ultimately commit to women, they create this illusion of availability to the rest of the women that are chasing after them. Like, if most desirable men, or for whatever, Diddy, whoever, said, I'm sticking to one woman and I'm committing to her, then the only men that these women can entertain are the men that's left. And so, but because they're not committing to these women, and they're kind of creating this delusion of, hey, like, all y'all keep competing. Each woman keeps coming thinking they're different. And again, it just ruins the cycle. So I do think that they have to. It starts from the top because they dictate pretty much the entire dating.
But okay, Bobby, I hear that. But I think Western society has already done its part in that particular goal. And what I mean by that is this whole you can only legally be married to one woman and you get all these tax benefits and all these other things for getting married. That was the protection against, men, undesirable men. As far as, if it wasn't like that, they wouldn't have anybody, because, it would be normalized that men have more than one woman, and they would just be left out in the cold. Society in the Western part of the world has already done its part to help those men The men in the top percentile don't need to do anything additional to that, if that makes sense. The fact that you can only legally marry one person, it's all these incentives for monogamy. That makes room for the undesirable men to find at least one woman that like them. The top 20% of men don't have to add anything to that. Does that make sense?
No, it does. And I just realized that all those things were legal protections set in place, one, to help the average man, but then also to help the average woman have the average man be incentivized to stay with her. Because I can imagine if men weren't worried about child support or alimony or getting half their stuff taken from them, they just sleep around women and go to the next one. But I do agree that women today have kind of circumvented all that by they don't have to marry these men, but they can certainly share these men, especially via children. So, Nick Cannon has his harem, Diddy has his, Elon Musk has his little mini harem, and he's only married to, I think none of these men are married, but they're sharing the same woman. So it's interesting how women are moving.
Hey, Derek, have y'all broken down like what's the chaos in the dating community that those 20% of men have caused?
Right, that's a great question. That's a productive question. So I think one of the things are so we're not getting married at a acceptable rate for everybody, right? Not me, I'm just talking about us in general, Black people specifically. We aren't getting married in a good enough rate, right? I think it's 28% of Black women, 32% of Black men. That's not really good, y'all. But we having sex, we having babies. So I think that the dating scene is causing a lot of casual sex, which is causing a lot of single parent households, which turns into now niggas dealing with child support. Now niggas dealing with custody issues. Now this child got to deal with all the co-parenting issues and step parents and all of that. I mean, the STD rate don't help. You know what I'm saying? It goes on in our community. A lot of women say things like, y'all are making us single mothers. Well, ain't nobody made you nothing. You know what I'm saying? You chose what you chose. And maybe our relationship didn't work out. He didn't make you nothing, right? Women are walking away from relationships sometimes. So women are contributing to that.
They're walking away most of the time, not sometimes.
I think that this gender war thing that's going on in our community, I hope y'all see it. I see it. It seems like it's a gender war, right? I didn't really know it was as prevalent as it was until Clubhouse. Honestly, I saw things on social media prior to, right? You got the whole Derek Jackson thing, how Derek Jackson literally turned a lot of women against us, like for real. You know what I'm saying? But he was having content because he was speaking to the dating scene. You know what I'm saying? He was speaking to relationships. He was speaking to how men were showing up. And because we aren't really getting in committed relationships or getting married, he was mainly talking about dating and these quote unquote situationships, whatever, right? Kevin Samuels, right? Rest in peace to the Godfather, you know what I'm saying? He was talking to a lot of the same issues that goes on in our community in terms of how Black men and Black women show up. So it's that whole gender war thing. That's chaotic. I'll leave it there for now. I name one more, right? Because we don't really intentionally date, we more so date for like entertainment, we date for sex, whatever. Men, in my opinion, feel like it's so much pressure on them to provide this experience for women, right? Well, that experience ain't free. You know what I'm saying? It's not free, right? Costs money. So men don't even feel like, dang, like, are women even interested in me? Or they just interested in the experience that I offer her, right? That goes into us saving money, us paying off our debt, et cetera, et cetera. It's a financial issue. All of this stuff comes from how we date with each other. You know what I'm saying? How we interact romantically before we enter a relationship. That's dating, right? And again, the 20% of men are literally like, what is it, Pinocchio, and I forget his, the 20% are literally like puppet masters. You know what I'm saying? Niggas got so much power to literally say, hey, listen, man, I'm only having sex with the women that I'm in a relationship with. At a baseline, I want to level it up to say marriage, but trying to be realistic, right? I'm only having sex with women that I'm in a relationship with, right? And if that happened, again, I think a lot of chips would fall and people would be more clear as to where they stand in the whole dating game.
Let me say this.
That's some of the things I say.
Man, do you think most women would be in a relationship with a man they've never slept with?
Hold on, real quick. It's kind of like this to the
Of
last.
course they would.
Yes.
No, they would not. No, they would not.
Y'all dudes are lost.
Who said that, man? You sound crazy saying that, bro.
Y'all dudes are lost, man. I'm telling you.
Derek, shout out,
man. Look,
famous little. I don't know why you.
What up, famous? Hold on. Let Jason go. We got you, famous.
Yeah, you just said basically if these men say I'm only gonna deal with this one woman, then a lot of things will fall into place. What I hear when you say that is these women will have no choice but to date the 80% of men because the 20% of men will just, cut off access. Not only issue with that is it sounds like settling to me on the part of the women. The women is gonna be, with these 80% of men. If you can see my face right now, with this guy, I can't get this 20% out of my head, but I'm just with this guy, and I would not want to be that guy, man. That she only with me. I actually reposted something yesterday that everybody, all the women love him. Justin LaBoy, however you say his name, he said, it's so funny. He be on point with a lot of stuff. I can't even lie. He said, you only in that relationship because I'm not acting right. I was like, this got to be the one right here. A lot of women who, let's say this man is cutting off relationship to that woman and she finally gets it. She gets with somebody else. She's not really all the way into that. She's not giving that relationship all her energy. And then when it doesn't work out because of the energy she's not putting into it, guess what she's coming back to? That's my
Jason, that's a theory that I don't think would stand up long term. If a man, you're not going to tell me that a woman that is loved correctly, right, is just going to go cheat on her man, dog. A lot of these women that are saying
she's cheating. I'm not even saying she's cheating. I'm saying because of her mind is not focused on the right thing. So it doesn't.
But that guy, but what I'm saying is, if that guy that you keep, number one, we keep making those 80% to be just terrible. I don't think that's fair. I just think that the 80% I think mainly the 80% aesthetically may not be as appealing. You know what I'm saying? So they're losing from that angle. But women know how to fix that stuff up. But again, I keep saying this because women are getting their own money. They're not really trying to do a whole lot of work on this dude. They kind of want you to show up somewhat put together, and then they will organize what you got going on. But I think that women are missing out when they focus so much on the physical appearance of men. Because in the long term, him being a protector and a provider is going to yield more fruit in a relationship or marriage than him just being a cool, swaggy guy. If that makes sense.
Okay, so here's the issue. I want to throw some something out there with the aesthetic thing. Because two things I think, Derek, that you also account for is that men's value increased over time, meaning that the 80% as a lot of them actually become the 20%. A lot of people weren't just born percent. A lot, I would say maybe 5% of the guys that are 20% probably was born out the box, but the other 15 kind of made themselves that way. Well, so with that being said, it's not even that the women have to do the work. Is that they don't know how to discern a guy who's going to become something versus a guy, and they just want a guy that already is. It's like when they say you got to build a man, they don't really actually have to build a man. They have to just build with him or alongside, or just be patient, which is what the Gucci man, whatever the girl is, probably was more likely doing.
No, guns. That's guns. But see, so I said this earlier. Men want women to think like men. I understand what you're saying, Guns. I understand it, but I'm a man, Guns. A woman may not see it like that. If there's a guy that knows how to present like he's financially stable, right? He knows how to present that, meaning he looks away, he knows how to provide the vibes, etc. He looks like he's financially stable because of how he's making her feel, right? And then you got the guy that may actually be financially stable, but like homeboy got on like, I don't know, just an outfit that doesn't give her the same feeling of, he has it together. You know what I'm saying? In her mind, she would feel, this is my opinion, she would feel like, oh, I actually have to build the guy that is dressed like a dweeb. Like she feel that it's more work being with that guy than being with the guy that presents as financially stable. But, she would just say this, oh, he got some credit issues and, he lives paycheck to paycheck. Oh, that's cool, girl. I can, he give me that feeling, he make me feel good in the bedroom. I can fix him up. And then like she sees that as less work. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a problem.
It is less work. It's actually no work. The whole point is that what I'm even saying is if these women go talk to these guys that are in the quote unquote 10%, 5%, 8%, whatever the hell the high percentage is, if they would have asked you, what type of dude were you in high school? A lot of those men would say, I was a regular dude. I mean, maybe I was getting some chicks, maybe I wasn't. Some were, but most of them were not. A lot of those guys will admit that, hey, they became attractive through their own work. So it's not like they are actually doing anything. That's the point I'm making. They're not. We're talking about.
Man, I kind of been fly since high school. I'm gonna be honest. I think guns. I honestly think the 20%. Most of them. This is my opinion. Most of them had some kind of quote unquote sexual market value in high school. And
average, Derek, they were average. They weren't the bottom 20% to the top. See what?
What do you mean average? I don't think basketball players, football players that had their head on right, that was going to go to college and get a good job were average in high school. I don't think they were average.
That's not 20% though. That's what I said. 5. That's like the 1%. That's like the 0.0%.
That's the 1%.
That's one. Yes.
This is ridiculous.
How many people are athletes? Like how many people in the entire school? You go to school with 2,000-3,000 people. The team is only 20-30 people. What are you talking about? So like what the whole point is 20% is still a lot of people. Like that's 1 in 5 people.
1%?
Yes.
Wow. This is crazy.
How many people are in the NBA?
NBA,
how many
exactly.
people are in the NFL?
Stop talking about the NBA, y'all. We literally talking about high school athletes.
Okay,
most of them don't even go to the NBA.
It's still scaled, Derek. It's still scaled. It's still scaling. The whole point is how many people are on a basketball team? We're talking 20, 30 people, 40 people, maybe. And then let's multiply that by each grade, 4 grades. Maybe 100 people playing basketball. We go to a school, there's 2,000-3,000 people.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay,
so all that. So what I'm saying is that really a lot of dudes are just average dudes, and they become above average through work. Hence why women are so attracted to ambition, which is just a guy who can change the outcome. So like that's
why aren't the hard-working guys that are maybe so y'all think women are that shallow when it comes to looks and this kind of thing?
Yes.
Yes, they're not building shit.
Very shallow.
Dang.
Are they going to allow the women to speak for ourselves, or are they just going to tell us how shallow we are?
Are you going to tell the truth?
We just want y'all to be honest, T, because y'all be capped sometime, man.
Sometimes.
I'm going to tell you, the shallow part of me will not date a man that has butter colored teeth and like a white tongue or bad hygiene. That's as shallow as I get, though. I need his mouth to be clean and his hygiene to be A1. But if he's a man that's, he's a God-fearing man, or I hate saying God-fearing, but if he's guided by the Most High, if he's moralistically sound, he's on his purpose, he's consistent, he don't play about me, and, he's a man of integrity, all the other shit is secondary. So,
are men born that way?
A white tongue.
Hold on. Do you think most women like you, T? Do you think most women like you?
I think a lot more women are like me than y'all give credit for.
No. Do you think most? Do you think most women are like that?
I don't know, Derek. I really don't.
A better question.
Would you say your friend? Okay, think about. Hold on. Do you think about your general circle, your friends, family, whatever? Are they more so focused on his spiritual awareness? Okay, can we please not add hygiene in there, because that should be basic, please?
It should be, but you'd be surprised. Some of these men be out here funky, Derek. But if I have 5 female friends, only 2 of them are definitely extremely materialistic, and we be telling them that they delusional as fuck all the time. So, like, I honestly can't. So that's 60-40, right? Because that's 40%.
No.
So.
This is lying. This is okay. Now I'm not gonna say you're lying. I'm not gonna say that. All right. So I'm gonna do this. Are men born that way? Are men born spiritually and emotionally mature?
Who's born that way? Is anyone born that way?
No, I wasn't. I know. No. That's the point. The point is, so they have to grow and mature into that. So then the question. So then, because the point we're making is that women are not interested in investing a bunch of energy into a man becoming, which is like, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It is what it is.
At what age though? Like a man that's younger than 30. I mean, if you're older than 30, you shouldn't be going to a woman to build you up or any of those things either.
Yeah, you're moving the goalposts. It's usually based on where that woman is, what age she is.
I'm sorry. Let me just go with Guns real quick, Tony. Hold on. Sorry. Go ahead, Guns.
Yeah, no, but you just added an amendment. You're talking about 30. So are we talking about dating for people 30 and up, or dating for people from between ages of 18 and 35 or 40?
So the only reason I added an age is because you said men, right? So after a certain age, certain things are to be expected. That was the only reason I added an age.
No, so all right. Here's the major issue with what you're laying out. The things you're talking about are not measurable. And when we start trying to be able to start actually measuring it, you're going to realize that you're looking for outlier levels of maturity that only come at an old age. And then at that age, a lot of people should have already been married, meaning that the level of maturity is a spiritual awakening, of emotional maturity and all that stuff. Those people don't even acquire that until late 30s, probably. Most people, if not at all. So it's interesting that because you're not at that level of maturity, because then you got to ask yourself, is the average guy at the level of maturity that you're talking about? And the answer most likely is going to be no. And then you got to ask yourself, okay, are women are willing to invest in any of these types of areas? I'm not even talking about the mature side. Let's even talk about the superficial side. Like, are women even willing to sit through a guy through the college years and through the and getting his fashion game right, which are things that are measurable, objective, and you can actually change. You can change a guy's fashion sense. You can change a guy's you can fix a guy's teeth. You can get him a hairline. You can fix all that
and
stuff.
Have.
You can't. No. But
Guns.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, but we're acting like we don't hear about these women that do all those things, that have I feel like a lot of women, you guys are totally leaving out the fact that so many women have been the quote unquote ride or die, because for so long in the media, that was the thing. You want to be, I need a ride or die chick, or like chicks boasting about being that man's ride or die. Like now women are like, okay, it's not paying off to do that. Like, so that's all I wanted to throw in there. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you. You could finish.
Yeah. Okay. So the whole ride or die thing, really, what it is that all they're doing is, here's what's happening. Women are trying to change the things that are not changeable with because somehow they assume that they are. So they'll spend more energy trying to change the guy's character than try to change the guy's image. So if that guy has the right quote unquote image, whatever that may be, the right aesthetic, the right look, he's handsome enough, he's cute enough, they think they can change his ambition level, his conscientiousness, his maturity. They think they can change those things, which is why they'll sit there and argue with a dude for years and years and years about who he is as a man, versus a guy who has the inheritable traits, such as he's a good dude, he's honest, he has all the virtues, but he may not be able to dress as good, as cool, or be as like charismatic as the guy who is emotionally immature. So then they'll look at that guy and say, okay, I'm gonna ride or die with that guy, the cool looking guy, and not ride or die with the guy who is not as cool looking, but he has the inherent traits. So then that's why I'm trying to get away from the moral stuff, because we do a poor job of measuring it and identifying it. And then when we look at the superficial things, it's like there's little to no effort there. There's little to no effort in assisting in the superficial progress of a man. And then really all ultimately comes down to is that, just women in general don't really have to, because they see these other options. We're like, why would I sit here and put all this energy into a guy who don't got quote unquote it, when I can put my energy into, chasing a guy that already has it.
Okay,
and that's pretty much what happens.
I think you made a point, but I also think that like I just don't understand why you guys aren't encouraging men to like, I don't understand why it became a woman's responsibility to. And again, the disclaimer, I'm not saying, because I've been the woman that's built a dude up before in my past. Would I do it now? No, absolutely not. But I don't see why men are not encouraging other men to be ready for dating and relationships, meaning have their money up when they're approaching the dating scene, as opposed to expecting a woman to be prepared to support him through that. Like, it's one thing if they're both needing support and they're supporting each other through it, but to make it seem as though a woman is being superficial because she does not want to pick up a liability or another bill is crazy to me. Like,
who said he's a bill?
But he would be a bill, because women who love men through and through, like who are really like dating a guy that she cares about. Ain't no woman gonna be dating a guy that she cares about and see that he needs something and not really put out for him. Like, we're not doing that.
Okay. Let me just say this, and I'm gonna let Bobby and CJ.
Yeah, that woman has already dated broke guys.
Hold on, John.
Oh, my bad.
I know Tony was trying to get in, and then CJ. Go ahead. Okay. And hi, CJ. Go ahead, Tony.
CJ, Bobby, and John. We'll check. So this, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say, hold on, Tony. I'm gonna say this, and you go. Because the thing is that whilst I get like, there's bottom, there's like the lowest of the low, there's average, and there's above average, and there's extremely above average. I think when we have these conversations, we keep pushing the argument to these dudes who are just quote unquote dusty, broke, don't have no money, they're like in the negative, versus the average guy who at least has like the basics, who has all the basics together and has good character. You're like, why would I talk to him when I could talk to a guy who is above average? And it seems to always play out that the guy's above average superficially, not character-wise. He's not above average in character. He's not above average in morality. He's just above average in socioeconomic status. But like the guy I have a 4-year degree, I have an entry-level job, I can afford, a regular date, here and there. I can't afford to date 50 damn women. I can afford to date 1 or 2, maybe, and then like, because they don't want like average. There's a lot of those guys who are quote unquote getting overlooked But go ahead, Tony. I know you want to speak.
All right, one line and then Tony, you got it. In the same way that you men want women to qualify ourselves for marriage, y'all need to qualify ourselves for dating and marrying us. All right, so go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, what Guns is saying is not very like complicated, and like internalizing the stuff he's saying negatively doesn't mean that like he made any excuses anywhere. He's just accounting for what is going on, and then usually when this happens, it's like, oh, they're making excuses. No, date who you want as women. Cool. If you want the guy that comes ready made, cool. But the point of what he's saying is that like when you guys go and you choose on your own, these dudes usually don't have certain intrinsic qualities, things you cannot see that you need time and experience to measure. They're usually not high in these things, and those are the qualities usually conducive to getting marriage, to getting commitment, to getting integrity, to getting all these things you guys claim you want that are intangible. Simply put, that is what he's saying. And he's saying, by and large, the willingness to work with dudes who do have those qualities, but don't have like all the outward like other qualities, like in an abundance. Women are not willing to work with those men. That's basically what is happening today. Or you have it that somehow, some way, at one point in time when they were younger, they did deal with one or two dudes like that, and they get caught in what's called the sunk cost fallacy, where they invest some and they basically aren't willing to move on from the investment because they feel like they've already put in too much. So they'll be like, oh, I'll never do this again. I now want the dude, he has to come either on my level or above. That's for the most part what is happening. But again, generally women are not able to tell all the other intrinsic values, right, that would be conducive for the things they say they want, and that is leading to a lot of their outcomes.
Peace. This is CJ.
Okay, CJ. I got you.
All right, thank you. I wanted to contribute to the first question when I stepped in the space, or at least proposed question when you guys were acknowledging how superficial women really are. And before you even posed the question, I kind of asked myself the question myself because I was listening to the dialogue. And if I'm honest, I feel that women are extremely superficial. However, because most women, more often than not, are led and manipulated by their own emotions, more often than not, they're not even in a position mentally where they can clearly identify that they're actually being superficial. So I think that I can agree to that. And then to the conversation when you guys were having about, who do you put the onus on? Really, I think that it's a balance act. I think we both, as women and men, should take accountability. I think that more often than not, when women are in these quote unquote relationships where the man is perceived as a 20%, it's a codependent relationship. When when the scales are not balanced, it's usually a codependent relationship, and both individuals are in denial. And they're kind of like leading in wherever they have a perceived strength. And more often than not, it's a lot easier to lead in your aesthetics because that's what changeable, right? To some degree. So I think both statements can exist at the same time to be true, but I agree. Women are extremely superficial, and there's a codependent relationship in those dynamics, and both parties are manipulating each other to some degree, and they are still band-aiding whatever they're being led by, and they weaponize it because it's easier to be a victim in a circumstance as opposed to taking accountability. So a lot of dynamics kind of get lost in the sauce and in translation and get labeled incorrectly, and that's why most people aren't able to really kind of spend the attention where it needs to be had, so that these kind of relationships don't have to be so problematic and so like abundant. You know what I'm saying? It's like unnecessary speed bumps in a road. And I think people get addicted to the challenge because they convince themselves that that's what makes it real. So it's a lot. It's a lot that goes into the whole balancing act between man and woman and accountability.
So guns.
Go after Bobby.
Yeah, I think you're after me, John. It is a multifaceted thing, and I think Guns and Tony alluded to several dynamics, points on what makes it multifaceted. And I guess to speak to T's point, conceptually speaking, who is more likely to commit to you? The man that struggles with you, or that you're willing to struggle with, or the man that you meet at the finish line? And the answer is the man that you're struggling with. Like, there's a reason ride or die is even a thing among men, because we value women that are willing to be there for us in the trenches as we're building or when we're low. That's a very valuable trait. The only problem is, as Guns mentioned, they're doing this with the wrong men. If it's the men with the character, that struggle, you struggling with a man with character, but then he has a high ceiling in terms of earnings, and you can make him dress better, have more swag or whatever. That will bear you a level of return in terms of commitment if you invest in that kind of man, rather than the men at the finish line. They have little incentive to commit to you because they're at the finish line. They're desirable. They'll settle down whenever they feel like it, if they even settle down at all. And as we can all see, that these men at that finish line, yeah, most of them are not committing to women at all. They're just for the streets or having babies all over the place. So it is multifaceted. Women kind of have to choose the right men, and the right men to struggle with, and then kind of prioritize what's worth investing, what's actually can be fixed, as opposed to what can't be fixed. And it seems like character can't be fixed unless the man wants to do it on his own. So I think that should be something that women try to prioritize. But of course, when it comes to character, women value looks, status, money way more than character. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I just want to say,
forget the vibe.
Yeah, the vibe is also important. So here's what here's something that I've even experienced recently, and this ties into it, right? Women, when it comes to men that are kind of cute or attractive but not super attractive, because women have so many options, women make excuses to curve a large degree of men, especially if they're good men, right? Versus if they're come across a man who is in the top 5% of attractiveness, like a guy who's literally just like a guy who's quote unquote sexy, like fine, right? There's a difference, and women will tell you there's a difference between a man who they consider fine versus a man who they consider cute or handsome or whatever, right? There's a little bit of a difference. So a handsome guy might be like a 7, a fine might be like a 9 or a 10. She'll make excuses for the 9 or 10 in regards to looks. So this is the guy who they'll quote unquote ride or die with, but he doesn't have the intangibles, versus the other guy who might be a 7 or whatever, but because there's more of those guys in abundance to her, she's going to look for reasons for that to not succeed. So that's the other thing. And also too, because the lady mentioned this earlier about the whole having your money up. So here's the problem. What the non-select men are noticing is that this whole notion that women are saying that, hey, just get your money up before you date us, is capped, because we see those same women, and when I see the same women, I'm saying like damn near all of them date guys in the quote unquote highly attractive category with no bread. So for you to tell a man, hey, just get your money up, even though the 6'4" guy with the beard who connected just got fired from UPS and was still able to pipe you day after day. So women are basically having this, and I understand this is human nature, but women just have to be honest. So, and I've always said this too, and I'll kind of land with this point, right? The vast majority of men that you would build with, a non-select man who had a 4-year degree on his way to making some good money, the vast majority of those men are not going to leave you once you get paid. They're just not. Women are looking at the exception. They're looking at the Kevin Hart's, not looking at the rule. Like struggle and things like that, and kind of getting through it. Like I just went to an event, a doctor's event, where these two doctors, like they went to med school together. They got married before they were making really good money, right? So sometimes ladies is like I'll end with this point. Your man more than likely is not that guy yet, but look at the intangibles that he has. Is he a good worker? Is he humble? Is he honest? Is he like all those things, right? As opposed to looking at the guy, the super select guy who doesn't have those things, but you're making excuses for him because of the aesthetics. And yes, women are just as shallow, if not more shallow, than men in 2022.
I agree with that, but then wouldn't it help me understand? Help me understand then, because I agree with what you guys are saying, and I welcome constructive feedback. So if my point or a view on something is skewed, I want to be corrected. So I agree. I think women are superficial, extremely superficial. But I also think that like when women are in these dynamics where it's okay, let me just rewind a little bit because I got so much to contribute to. There's a lot of value being shared in this space, so peace to that. I think that what I hear when I hear what the men are saying is that women are not prioritizing or not even able to identify where they serve their purpose in the relationship. So they are measuring the wrong things, and then they end up exhausted, and then somehow say, we're tired of doing that. Well, okay, you weren't measuring the right things, you weren't seeing the right things, you weren't kind of nurturing the right things. So the result, wasn't successful. I think more women make it harder on themselves than it needs to be. If you just kind of tap into who you are supposed to be, you just naturally fall into a space where you're speaking life into a man, where it's necessary and how it's necessary, because you're paying attention to the right things, and it's less of the communication doesn't get watered or fired up by like inappropriate forms of tone and communication. I think women do position themselves to help men, but they do it in a way that it's like, how they say smarter, not harder. I think more often than not, we take the harder route, and then we end up exhausted for it, and we point fingers at each other. And it doesn't have to be that complicated.
It's exactly that. It's exactly that. For especially my age group, like 18 to 30, with the up and coming, that's exactly what it is. Everything is being done in reverse, where sex is coming before everything, babies are coming before everything, and then the women are working backwards, where like dude, like I'll say like, yo, why, I'll give the critique like, hey, why aren't you getting around this dude's friends? Why don't you know what his friend groups is like, how they treat him, how he treats them? Why don't you know his parents? Why doesn't he know your parents? So like I'll ask particular questions, and then it like certain things will become apparent, but like ego won't allow for like, oh, I messed up here. This is what I should be doing. Like women don't want to hear any of that. And then when dudes like me and John and them say stuff like this, it's like, oh, y'all just don't get women. It's like we're giving you tangible advice that has worked historically, and you're saying, forget all that. I'm going to go do what's been giving me bad results and failing me. And that's why things are the way that they are. And again, I would argue that there's little to no manipulation. There's not all this like psychopathic behavior that like people, specifically women, say that is going on. No, that's like none of that makes sense. What is happening is people are doing things that they want to do, and they don't want to be responsible for it when they do it. Like you can't come tell me that somehow, some way, you're meeting this dude's mom when a child is about to come about, and somehow, some way, you were manipulated or you were done wrong. No, you put yourself in that situation, and for the most part, that is what is happening. That's what's happening.
And yeah, they're definitely working backwards on so many levels, like waiting till they get older to settle down when they should be settling down when they're younger, when they're most desirable. They're having sex without commitment. They're having children outside of wedlock, as if that's going to make them more desirable when
they are
less desirable. Like on so many different fronts, or in this case, they're valuing superficial stuff instead of the thing that matters the most, which is character. It's like everything about their strategy is like they're working backwards.
Yeah, but that's because women are basically dominating and leading culture, and that's a problem, especially with black men. So basically, women are kind of setting the tone of what they want, and men keep chasing it, right? So that's why we keep chasing what it is that they are looking for, whether it's the tattoos, okay, beard tan,
agreed,
this isn't.
Agreed.
Yeah, so women are setting the tone for culture, the twerking and things of that nature, right? And obviously, both sexes are flawed, but I would argue that when men actually, when it was in a more patriarchal society where men are setting the culture, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it is more conducive to community, to families. Whereas when women are setting the tone, right? When women get to operate totalitarian in regards to who are the men who who get the sex, who get the relationships X, Y, and Z. It actually is we have what's happening now with the top 20 to top 15% of men that are dealing with 80% of the women, and you can't have a constructive society this way. Like, just historically, you just can't. This is one reason why society is in a decline, and that's because women only want relationships with 20% of the men. This is not something that is a long-term strategy for any community. So.
Yo, even that, like, men created this concept of monogamy and made it a legal thing to benefit women, so there'd be more women who are partnered.
Right. Benefit,
and they're circumventing. Yes, society.
But you did not. Hold on.
And now they're circumventing
this
by just
idea
having
of
kids with rich men or desirable.
Hold on. This idea of monogamy was created by men to benefit women, but you don't actually uphold the monogamy. So then you have a bunch of women who end up divorced or who end up wanting to play the game like a quote unquote man because monogamy doesn't seem to be something feasible for men. That's not a great argument.
No,
like you created a system that you could not uphold.
I think monogamy.
So
was
let's not act like monogamy has been perfect and men are just have a vested interest in being
monogamous.
It's
not. No one said it was perfect.
But it's not even being upheld appropriately. Not even a little bit by a lot of men.
What percentage of men cheat, Comfort? In a monogamous society?
I would say in a monogamous society, like more than 50%. I would.
Okay, so wait, hold on, wait, 20. I got it really quickly. So here's what she's doing, and this is what a lot of women do. This is called the apex fallacy. See, back in the day when there was a much more of a hard monogamy, it was only like maybe 20 to 15% of those men who were having multiple families. It wasn't 60% or 70% of men having multiple families because most men couldn't even afford. Like that wasn't happening. Women aren't even attracted to men like that. So what comforted, and also too, well, here's what we also said earlier.
And there are laws set in place to prevent that.
Right. So, but also too, no one ever said that patriarchy / monogamy was perfect, but it is better than the alternative which we are in now. See, Comfort, monogamy is not about monogamy benefiting women or men. It's about what is best for society.
Whoever said. I'm responding. Let me just clear what I'm responding to, right? I'm responding to the statement that monogamy was created by men to benefit women. That's nonsense. If you, whatever system.
I said that.
Oh,
Bobby said that.
Bobby said that. You're right.
But it is meant to benefit men. Okay, look at it now. We're not in a monogamous society. Bobby. We've got so many women, single or single mothers in our community. So whereas opposed to then, when it was more enforced, that wasn't the case. So yeah, it was meant to benefit women and men.
But you don't think, okay, Bobby, let me ask you, right? So it was made to benefit women. Okay, sure. Because maybe let's say most men would like to have multiple women, right? So they're not naturally monogamous, allegedly. Sure. So if it's made to benefit women, but the women that were birthed from the past generations of women, you don't think that they witnessed certain things from those women? Maybe the women stayed through it. Maybe it was more taboo. Maybe it was more hidden. Maybe the side chicks weren't as bold, but it was still not monogamy the way it was explained or promoted by men. So it's still not effective if men don't actually do the monogamy that they're promoting. It doesn't make sense. Like you saying it's to benefit women. I believe that. I believe that most men would rather be monogamous, but discipline seems to be the problem with even the ones that y'all think are not getting any women.
No, but Comfort, here's
what you agree with me.
And that's not promoted. That's not what's pitched.
The guy. So if you watch the show Mad Men, go back and watch the show Mad Men. John Hamm, the guy who's the lead who runs the show, he was an example of a guy back in those days in the 50s. Who was the one that all the women wanted. He was married. He was cheating on his wife. The problem is women like you are looking at the John Hamm from Mad Men and saying, see, most men are like that. You guys don't truly do monogamy, but you're forgetting all the background people in that show. You're forgetting about the elevator custodian. You're forgetting about that guy, the guy in the background, all the guys in the building, all the guys who make up the majority of the workers in that ad building, but you're looking at the top on the penthouse at John Hamm. That's the problem.
So let me ask you then. So John, basically your opinion based on whatever statistics you've looked at, right? You believe that majority of men, like let's say the 80%, right? Since we're talking about 20%, the other 80% of men are mostly faithful. Like majority of those men are faithful. And the problem with society is that women, right, are using the brand of the 20% to paint all men with, and that's causing them to react the way that they are.
I'll explain like this. So the reason why most men are faithful is because, first of all, most men don't even have options like that anyway.
Exactly.
And hold on, it's kind of like this, Comfort. If I'm a regular dude, I go into McDonald's, I want a number one. The bad chick, the bad bitch, right? The vast majority of men have never even been with or even been in the same area code as a bad bitch. So I might want a number one, but I'll settle for a number 7. That's most men. But most women, however, get a taste of the quote unquote number one. Even if a woman is regular, she could be a 5 and get fucked by a dude who's a 9. So guess what she wants now to marry? A 9. You see how that's different?
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is that even if the number, let's say the man version,
yes,
the 20% guy, right? You're not the 20%, but there's a level for everybody. So I'll just use the scale because that's what we're using. Let's say a man who's a 10 can get whatever he wants, right? A man who is a 6, there's a 3, 4, and 5 out there, right? That would be kissing his feet, would walk and worship the ground that he walks out. Sure, a 6, man. There's somebody for everybody.
No.
But let me make my point. Don't get too stuck on the numbers, right?
You're right.
So my point is, do you think that the man that's a 6 and is dealing with these women that he can get, maybe 6, 5, 4, 3, whatever, do you think he's faithful to those women just because he's a 6?
I would say in more cases, if you're talking about to a woman who's a 3, if he was with a 3.
Sure. Whatever he can get, whatever woman looks at him like he's a 10. Whatever woman that is.
I would say more likely than not, he probably would be. And the reason why I think that he would be more times than not all the time, but more times than not, is because even it takes a great degree of effort, even to get a chick that's a few points below you. Like, here's the thing. Men, in order for us to get y'all, even if it's a woman who's a little bit below us, it's still a great degree of effort. Whereas when it comes to y'all don't have to exert that much effort to get a good man. Thus, the reason why women take advantage of them and cheat on them because you all believe that there's so many men in abundance. So that's why y'all go from man to man to man to man, and that's why when a woman ends a relationship, she's already in another one. When a man gets dumped, more times than not, it takes him a large degree of time to get another relationship. That's why men are so reluctant to leave. Is because, damn, if I leave, I'm gonna have to go back into the dating.
That's not true.
Hold on. So, John,
go ahead.
So you said if a man gets dumped, it takes him a long time to get in another relationship. That's what you just said, right?
Yes, on average compared to
the average man.
Okay. Are you talking about the 80% guy? You talking about the 80%?
Yes,
guy?
as in 80 is more than 20. So yes, most men.
Gotcha. Most men, right? Okay. Because
I'm not talking about you, bro.
I was just saying.
I'm not talking about you.
Most dudes are in a
women. Y'all can take
what
it.
you mean?
Definitely solipsistic.
Yeah, no, I'm saying men are just as solipsistic. A lot of men in the
What that word mean?
Solipsistic, I mean, Tommy can basically break it down, but basically you guys think that other men have the similar the experiences you. So for example,
gotcha.
So for example,
you're the average.
Yeah, so for example, if you talk to another
but man, we base that on our friends and our we base that on our proximity though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so Derek, you understand that people tend to hang out with people who are similar to them. Ball players hang out with okay, so you know that. So if you're a dude who
it's not all the time based on height, money, charisma, none of that.
Derek, but you're still hanging around with dudes that are similar. So you're not hanging around with a whole bunch of dudes who don't get hoes if you get hoes.
But you see how that can be confusing if, okay, for example, right? People always say, men say, well, you know, women are so focused on height and looks and money and sex and blah, 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 blah. And then when the quote unquote desirable guy, when he look at his friends and they get in women and they're short, they're overweight, they're, you know, some of them got money, some of them don't. And everybody seems to have a woman most of the time. It can look like, I know they're just a group of dudes that are really
socially awkward and they just can't get the women they want. Can you
Okay, so
see how
Derek,
that could be an idea?
I understand, but you're still looking at the exceptions, not the rule, because the rule is bigger than you. Because guess what? Back when I used to hoop, I knew plenty of dudes who were 5'9", 5'8", and was windmilling. But it'll be
absolutely.
But it'll be stupid of me to be like, well, I know plenty of dudes that are 5'8" and dunk, and that'll be silly. Right.
That's true. Okay. So with this whole, y'all really don't think that the 80% will move like the 20% if they could?
No. I'm not saying that they.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely, absolutely. But guess what? They're still in the 80%.
So here's this.
Hold on. Let the brother HTX. He said no.
I'm just listening though, like the 80 and 20 because
right.
You know.
So if you want to put labels on it, let's say the 20% are desirable men, the 80% are undesirable men. Just use that.
I was about to say that because I was 20% when I started off young until about 19 till I met my first girl, which my first wife right here, which I can confirm like shit. I was just bringing females. When I first brought her around, shit, that changed the whole aspect of like, what the fuck? This your first girl you brought around. So when I'm just listening to that shit, to be honest, anybody can change from a 20 to an 80 and from an 80 to a 20, to be honest. But I'm just really just
I think it's harder for, I think it's harder for if I understand what John and some of the other brothers say, it's harder for a 80% to be a 20%. I don't know how 20% going to go to 80% unless we're talking about from high school to to being grown. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing though, because people are saying in the chat, well, we shouldn't feel bad for the 80%. Because here's the thing. Here's what we're kind of trying to tell you, right? A guy in the 80%, if he finds a woman who who's relatively honest level, or a little bit of a woman he's attracted to, right? Who invest in him while he's building, the chances of him being faithful to her is a lot higher than a man who has already made it anyway. So if you're an 80% dude and he all of a sudden through his his 30s and 40s goes from making 70K to now making 300K, more often than not, he's going to be faithful because it's like, dang, look at this woman. She done been with me while I was building up my business or what have you. Obviously, there are cases where that man will cheat. Absolutely. But what we're saying is that with these 80% guys, because they don't really have an abundance of women like that, he tends to be more grateful for them. You tend to be more grateful for. Remember when you first got that PlayStation and you got like 2 games, you happy about those 2 games because you ain't got a whole bunch of video games. You tend to be a lot more grateful. But guys who get a whole bunch of hoes,
I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I feel like
hey Tommy, you got it, bro. Maybe you can get through.
I'm not because I get what you're saying. I think when you lose people, or when you lose me is when you make a necessity of virtue. And then what I mean by that is that you're making there's an assumption that because you don't have it, you're going to appreciate it more. But like that's the whole point. So once they have it, they're not going to appreciate it.
Humans are definitely not built like that, especially Americans.
Exactly.
Okay. So now with that being said, is that and the other issue that I see that people make is that because we don't know how to measure something, we are making the assumption that anybody can change or control or do something about it, instead of accepting that maybe some people can't. So now with that being said, let's talk about virtues. See, we don't necessarily know how to finitely measure, honesty and trustworthiness and being on time and or stewardship and conscientiousness and ambition and like these abstract morals and virtues and character traits. We don't necessarily know how to measure them to the degree we can measure money.
We can make a good estimation of it.
But I'm gonna get there.
Sure.
But now with that being said, this is where I have my little theory out there. I think that is more deterministic, or just as deterministic as a guy's ability to generate money to be considered handsome. So just like there's outlier exceptional, like people who make money or tall or handsome, there are people who are outlier or exceptionally trustworthy, honest, loyal, and then now we take the same logic and apply it to the traits of a good husband and father or companionship. There are going to be who are men who are deterministically exceptional at being cooperative, being understanding, having good listening skills, this quote unquote magical emotional intelligence that women talk about all the time. There are men who are exceptional at that. And now with that being said, we because we assume that anybody can be this, we make the assumption that we can find a guy who doesn't have it and change them into that, versus finding things that that are more measurable that can change versus things that cannot be. That's why I made the argument that like you should find somebody who's more inherently good character and change the things like height. I'm not necessarily height, sorry, not height, but like how you dress, your hairline, and shit like that. So hopefully that clears a lot of things. But I know Sly, you wanted to chime in. If you said you wanted to talk about how to
I was
measure
gonna say something more controversial, right? So I've been holding my critical rooms, and this gentleman called Manville came in, and he's pretty smart, and he told me, I can just tell by listening to you, you're above 120 IQ. I can tell you probably fit in the 95th percentile in the country that you live. I had never looked into that. So I Googled my salary, I Googled my occupation, I Googled all. He said to me, you're probably above 6 foot, you're probably above 120, you probably fit in the 95th percentile in terms of salary. Everything he said was accurate. And I asked him, how the hell did you know that? He said, because when you he asked me another question. Are you a firstborn? I said, yes. Then he said, there's two things. There's certain things that predict people's potential. A lot of it is inherent and it's genetic, but we keep arguing about things outside of people that they can't control, that inherently they just have it. So he said, because of the fact that you're above 120 IQ and it seems that you're the firstborn child, there is a chance that if you were breastfed, you're the firstborn child, you had a lot more potential. And on top of that, you have he said, upper range in the midwit category. Yeah,
yeah, you get natural nutrients with
the problem is,
I mean, yes, but carry on.
They haven't heard these things before, but it's fine.
Okay, yeah.
That's why they're shocked. They haven't heard these stuff. It's fine. So long story short, I Googled it and he was right on the money. My salary, my role, where I am, 95 percentile. He said to me, it wouldn't matter if whether or not you grew up in a different environment based on your IQ, you would still find yourself in that position. He said, go and look at cases where you've got twins with different IQ settings, see their outcomes. Go and look at women, for example, if they're firstborn with high IQ, raised in a household with people with different IQs, see where their outcomes lead. I looked into it. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, I got a question. All right, so tie that into the 20%, right? Those people that are in the upper percentile in terms of income, maybe they were the firstborn, all the other stuff you talked about, being breastfed, which I have heard that when you breastfed, you get so many nutrients. I forget about that thing. Maybe the women know when a child is born, it's something that the woman pushes out of her breast that it starts with a C. You know what I'm talking about? Where it helps the child not get sick. Start with a C. Y'all heard that before? All you women in here, you ain't never heard it? Okay.
I know the bonding that happens. I don't know about
right. No, it's something. It starts with a C. I can't remember. I can't.
Derek,
colostrum. That's it. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. The point is, do you think that is what determines men to be in the 20%? Right?
Yes, that's the point.
Okay. See, I don't. And I'm in America. So when I look at the And I generally only talk about Black people because it's more realistic to our conversation. Most of us are spending time with Black people, so we don't truly know what's going on in white communities, like for real, for real. The question is, are most of the Black men that are in the 20% high earners? Are most of the Black men that's in the 20% super smart, et cetera, et cetera? Or is it some other innate quality that's attracting women to them?
Okay, Guns, would you like to explain this? Because maybe you speak American and they can understand you better.
Okay. but no. Okay, so now you're talking about what is the goal. So then you have to say, okay, in this social economic environment, let's just say they are in the projects or in the hood, whatever. So then now the parameters of which is valuable in that environment will change from what the dominant society is. However, a lot of those things, regardless of what they may be, are more genetically determined as far as, and then also, because he's not only saying that it's not a combination of just your genetics, but it's a combination of your genetics and then also your nurturing, meaning that it's the combination of what your genetic potential is, and then do your parents maximize it. So if you're in the hood, whatever, do your parents teach you to behave a certain way, and then do you have it in you to even behave that way? So they could be like, even if I put you in project school for 50 years, you still probably would not perform as good as someone who's naturally gifted at surviving in the projects. Because like a lot of things that we're doing or moving or saying is due to our traits, and a lot of the traits that we just don't know how to measure. But just because we can't measure it doesn't mean it's not determined. Meaning that how well of a speaker are you? How well of a listener are you? How well of how articulate?
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
guys.
You really think? Hold on, because I think you're complicating it. You really think that all of that stuff, how well you listen, how well you speak, all of it, you really think that's what's putting men in the 20%?
Yes, because
hell no. Come on,
guys. It's not, dog. It's not. These niggas ain't listening to these women.
I'm going to
Maybe the 20%
it's how they lace their Jordans up.
There is how they lace their Jordans up. Y'all, man. Oh, Lord.
I'm going to explain why. See, y'all think that niggas who sag their pants and are running gangs are dumb. They're not dumb. They just are educated. They're just educated in hood culture, in hood economics.
I didn't say dumb.
No. So, wait.
I didn't say dumb. I'm just saying I think you are overemphasizing all of this other stuff, Guns. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think these dudes are doing. I don't even think. Listen, man. Listen, y'all. I'm telling you. We have, human beings are really, really shallow, y'all. These women are no different. Like, they're really, really shallow. A lot of people are attracted to what they see, right? Men, a lot of people are attracted to what they hear. Women, right? Even beyond that, a lot of people, and think about where men and women are even meeting, y'all. All of this rigmarole that y'all explaining, like, Guns, how quickly are women having sex with men that they like?
Very quick.
Same day.
Okay, between 1 and 3 dates. That is how quickly women are having sex. Okay, now, most people are talking maybe 2 weeks before they meet up. How much interaction? And we're talking about men that are gainfully employed, that have their own as a baseline, right? They not talking that much. They not all of this, he know what to say, how to say it. No, he has just kind of like, he's used to being around women, he's attractive, and he's not pressed for sex. That is probably the main quality that these men exude in why he's getting women.
all of this complex stuff that y'all think it is, man, Lord have mercy. It's really not.
You don't
It's
agree,
really not
Derek?
that.
Can I ask Derek?
The
So,
problem is you guys
do
think
you
it's
not agree?
complicated, but it's actually simple. That's the problem.
Yeah, hold on one second. So, Derek, you don't think that charm is a part of the 20% guy? Like he has to be
Yes, I do
charming,
think charm is.
right?
Yes.
Witty. He gotta, got good banter with her, even if he's not saying nothing of substance for real.
Yep.
I think that might be a part of the intellect that Guns might be talking about. So not necessarily like he's not, changing the world with nothing he's saying maybe, but he has a level of charm and wit and, he's quick and he knows how to respond at whatever she throws at him. That part I would agree with, but I think it's a lot more shallow than Guns is thinking.
It's way more shallow than what Guns is talking about, because if it was all based on the things that he's saying, more of the 80% would be winning, right? Because this is what y'all act like. Y'all act like the 80% are so smart, they're so well spoken, they making so much money. It's all of these things, but because they don't have swag and they're not cool and they don't know how to provide the vibes that these women like, that's where they're not winning. So if it's all based on intellect, why aren't more of the 80% winning?
Manville, welcome to the stage. Just to break down to you
before man, no. Before Manville go, slide. Yeah. This ain't that. So why aren't more of the 80% winning, right? If it's all based on all the stuff that y'all talking about? That's a simple question.
Because there's outlier levels that they don't have. You think that being charming can be trained. You can go to charm school. No. Capacity or the temperament to be aggressive and assertive, but you're not. And
we're just assuming because we can't measure it that anybody can be it. And they're just not genetically determined or mentally. You're limited. You can't be. No one can be as aggressive as a Popeye. Popeye's has outlier levels of aggression. There you have an outlier level of I want to say. I was going to use the term emotional intelligence just for the sake of the discussion, but this ability to just be empathetic or sympathetic or communicate on that.
You think that's the outliers? You think that's the outliers?
I'm saying you are an outlier. You're an outlier when it comes to that. Your ability to listen to people's feelings and appeal to them is an outlier level. It's less than 1%. Hence why you're leading a room. Okay. Because you don't understand, because it can't be measured, you think that anybody can do it. No, the fuck they can't.
Okay, gotcha. And you think Popeye's personality, which is can be very disruptive, right? But also very colorful.
Say nothing like that.
But it's attractive to women though. That's what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? I use the word disruptive because you know why I'm saying that,
Yeah.
Right. But it's also colorful, you know what I'm saying? It seems fun. You say to women, look at his PTR. They say, oh my goodness, I'm attracted to that, right? They may look at my PTR and say, oh my goodness, listen how he listens and then how he communicates with people. Oh, maybe they're attracted to that. You're saying those are examples of outliers. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I won't push back on that because I won't push back on that. Manville, what's up, man? Hold on, Reese, you about to say something?
Nah, go ahead, bro.
I'm kind of struggling with that last point because pickup artistry exists as an industry, and you wouldn't say that it's never successful. It has some degree of success. There's a group of people who, if they improved, would get better outcomes. There's also a group of people that no matter what haircut, amount of money, amount of social interaction skills that they built up, they still would be at a significant disadvantage from the average person. And like, people know who the fuck that is. Like, there's really three fucking dudes. There's Chads and Tyrones, there's normies, and there's sub fives. Okay.
Hold on. No. Hold on. Sly was laughing. I couldn't hear you. So you said Chad.
Woo, that was
Okay.
a lot.
So who is Chad? Who is Chad? Who is Chad? Let's talk about Chad.
Chad is a man who other men want to be and other women want to fuck.
Okay. And then is Tyrone the same as Chad?
Tyrone is Black Chad.
Okay. So they're the same guy. Okay. Who is the other guy?
Normies.
Okay. Describe normie.
Normies are your typical average dude.
Typical average dude.
Not particularly good looking, not particularly ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Average income, average intelligence. The guy you run into day to day.
Day to day. Okay. And then who's the other guy? The incel guy?
People who are just below 50% in life. They're ugly.
Oh. Dang.
Not that smart. Don't make that much money. Don't have that much success with women. They're below average.
Okay.
And practically invisible.
Okay, cool. Okay, bet.
Dating market is
so hold on. No. Hold on. Okay. So Chad and Tyrone, would you say that they're having their way in the dating space? Having their way. Okay. What is normie's experience in the dating space? From your opinion.
Extremely difficult, and especially difficult to maintain relationships over time. And it pretty much breaks down to about a 2 or 3% conversion rate of like even getting a date.
You said 2%?
Yeah, it like at least online, it's terrible for normies, right? In person, with a little more social proof, with some other factors, because again, this is dependent upon what the girl's looking for at the time. If a woman is in her late 20s, early 30s, if she's looking to settle down, they almost always drop their physical standards and start looking for beta behaviors and provisioning. Right? So normies get play at a certain strategic point, but they don't get the kind of play that pickup artists sell, or the kind of play that's given praise by society and other people, right? You don't get special bonus points for finding a girl, shacking up with her, having a kid, and deciding to marry her, and living with the same woman for the rest of your life. You get points for being a guy like Dan Bilzerian who can bang 20 girls in a day. Right? That's what builds clout. That's what builds eyeballs. That's what allows you to sell products in the cloud economy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
Smart
okay,
guy.
so we could talk about the men, right, and how they're showing up, right? We got Chad, Normie, and would you say Tyrone is Black Chad? That was they thought that was funny. Normies, and then I forget the other guy, but the other guy's below average. Sub fives. Okay. So now describe the women. What women are equivalent to Chad and Tyrone?
Well, the name for it is Stacy.
Okay. So Stacy, is Stacy just gorgeous, perfect body, all that stuff, right?
Right. But these.
Okay. Describe her attitude.
Stacy?
Mm-hmm.
The typical, psychosocial personality disorders of being an attractive woman in the 21st century.
Okay.
Borderline personality
privilege,
disorder.
Yeah. Entitlement. All of that. Okay.
Delusional ideas of their own self-worth.
Okay. So now who's the other? Sly, are you okay? I don't know why you keep coming off the laugh. Please stop doing that. It's disruption. Yeah, please. So then you got so what percentage of women would you say fall into the Stacy category?
What? Okay, what percentage think they are, or what percentage are?
What percentage would you say are?
top 10, top 15% max.
Okay. What percentage of men are Chad and Tyrone?
5%.
Okay, so there's less men that are in that are the top than there are women that are at the top.
Correct. They're not distributed the same.
Okay. So then let's come up with a name for the average chick.
Well, we can't use
Rebecca.
Karen.
Rebecca.
Jenny.
Okay. Jenny.
Jenny.
Okay. Now this is the average everyday chick, right?
Right.
Okay. Who is Jenny and Rebecca? Who is she generally attracted to? Is she automatically going after Chad and Tyrone?
It depends on whether she's employing a short or a long-term sexual strategy.
Okay, let's say she's 35 and she's looking to settle down.
She's looking for beta bucks.
What is that?
A normie.
Beta bucks.
So there's two strategies.
This is normie.
Right?
This is normie.
You said a beta what?
There's short-term
beta bucks.
Short-term replication, right?
Yeah, alpha fucks, beta bucks. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Alpha fucks is short-term replication.
Is
beta
this
bucks
manosphere language? Manville.
Yes.
Is this manosphere language?
Of course, yeah. It's Roller Coaster, Godfather.
Okay, cool.
Of course. Yikes, sorry.
Okay. Hey, Manville, what you know about Kevin Samuels? Anything?
Yeah, I watch Kevin's stuff.
Okay, cool. All right. So, okay, cool. So Rebecca is looking for beta bucks. Who's the beta bucks?
It's going to be
Is that normie?
30 to 40-year-old normie with an above average income and a willingness to provide a commitment level that Chad isn't.
Okay, bet. Thank you. Why aren't normies looking at Rebecca's and Jenny's?
They are. It's just that those
hold on, no, hold on now. He just said that I just described a lot of women, okay? 35 looking for a relationship. Why are the quote unquote average guys, why aren't normies finding Rebecca's and Jenny's then?
Because there's a lot of them. It's actually relatively simple.
Hold on, John, but let Manville answer.
I really want to hear what Manville say first.
Go ahead.
Well, one,
you know this manosphere stuff. I don't know it.
Until Rebecca and Jenny go through their epiphany phase, find Jesus, repent for being a hoe, decide that their pussy is closed for business until a ring comes around. They're not even aware that normies and sub-5s exist. Once they become aware that there are other men except that dude from college who rocked their world at the foam cannon party, when they come to that realization, they are often still in denial for a little bit or still hoping to find some dumb Chad who believes in love at first sight or something. So for the most part, they're still resistant to most normies they come across until they get really, really desperate. If they're set on having kids, they're going to end up with one, and they're not hard to find. It's not hard for a girl to go grab a normie and perform wifey enough things in the beginning to get him to marry her. That's still not difficult. Women can, if they choose to, present themselves to their boyfriend in a way that will get them to want to marry. Women are still fully capable of manipulating men into that situation. I don't think that's the problem.
So, okay, who's more delusional? Is it Chaz or, not Chaz, but Rebecca or Normie?
Men operate on probability and women operate on possibility. So, of course.
So women are more delusional. Okay. So why do you think so many normies are I'm not going to say complaining. I'm going to say expressing their frustrations with the dating market.
Complaining. It's complaining.
Expressing their frustrations with the dating market.
Why is that happening?
Or is it just stating the obvious?
I think there was a degree to which men fell in love with what they heard and what they saw also. And the problem now is that a woman's past is burned permanently on the internet. A guy is able to look up his girlfriend's old posts. He's able to see and hear about and has more access to information about her past. He now knows that the girl who won't suck his dick except on his birthday blew 5 dudes on the football team at USC. Because the sex tape's out there.
That's real shit,
And that
actually.
creates a lot of resentment.
Most women do not got no sex tape, y'all. That's not like the vast majority. Check it out.
Women do. Most women do.
No, they
Most
don't.
women
No,
do.
they don't.
You'll be surprised, Derek.
Listen, listen,
The
hold
average
on,
woman
listen.
is not putting that she
Thank
gave
you.
5 men head on the
Thank
football
you.
team
Come
on
on,
the
y'all.
internet.
We all have stuff in our phone.
I'll put it.
Most of us are not putting it on the internet because we not with the girl no
No,
more.
you're missing his point. It's
Okay.
not that she
So what's
has
the
it out
point?
there.
So what's the point?
No,
What's
no,
the
it's
point?
not that. Okay, here's what it is. It's not that she doesn't have to have it out there, but here's what it is. He understands. Wait a minute. All these dudes that you've been with before, he didn't have to have my income. He didn't have to have my stable job. He didn't have to have the commitment. And these men, y'all gave more to. Y'all were more adventurous with those guys as opposed to me. So I'm doing more to get less. So it's not about the sex tape of it. Like, don't get caught up on that. It's that these quote unquote beta provider men are with these women and working their asses off for a dead bedroom. Go on Reddit and look up dead bedrooms. This is full of married men who are in relationships with women who used to be highly sexual with the quote unquote Chad types. But as soon as they get with a beta provider, the sex start to dwindle because you know why? And I will land with this. Because that man was not her first choice or her second or her third.
He was really choice number 8.
So hold on. I got you, Uno. I'm gonna give it right to you. So now, do y'all think that these normies, okay, if they got a woman, they got her, she's here, do you think that guy can begin to love her good enough, and I'm trying to use my words strategically, my vocabulary may not be as extensive as, some of y'all, but he loves her good enough that she also wants to be as sexual with him. Do you think that normie has the ability to do that?
Like a normie can love a woman into more attraction?
Meaning, okay, you meet a woman, you provide romance, you love her love languages, you protect her, you provide for her, right?
They're doing way more than that than Chad.
That's a mistake. That is a mistake.
Oh my God, Derek,
That is a mistake. No. This is a mistake. This is a mistake, right? Normies need to stop worrying about what this 35-year-old woman did when she was 18. Why can't normie focus on the fact that this your woman show up as the man that you're supposed to be?
Because the bedroom is dead.
She needs
no.
Derek.
The reason why they're
hold on. Look, who was it? Was it Uno? I cut off.
It was Uno. I just want to say this one thing because you keep using the psychology of a select man for a mediocre man. The mediocre man doesn't have your life experience. I think that the only problem that I see is that normies, the only thing that they're complaining about is their 20s. That gap, the revenge of the nerds, that's what they're complaining about. At the point that they get the 35-year-olds or the 33-year-olds who's finally come to her senses or whatever we call it, yeah, but he's getting what's left of her and he's paying the highest price. And I think that they're just mad at the position that they're in.
What does what's left? What does? Hold on. What does?
Let me land with this.
Hold on. No, but you saying stuff, and we gotta like kind of get into what you're saying. You said what's left of her. What does that mean?
You know what that means.
What's left of
She
her,
was
that's
ran
exactly
through in
what,
her 20s.
She got half.
No,
It's
not. It's
what?
not.
She
It's
got
not,
one leg now. She got what? One nose. I mean, she got one eye. Like her hair falling out. What is it?
She got no oxytocin left in her brain.
Listen, man. This is how I know y'all. This is why I know y'all need Jesus right here. Right?
We need Jesus.
Yes, you
Amen.
need Jesus.
We
You
all
need
need
Jesus,
Say they
right?
ran through it.
Because when a woman begins to evolve and grow, right, she can literally become a new person. Her mind, her body, her spirit, everything can become new. What's happening is, I believe a lot of men, I hate to say it like this, I just think a lot of men want a particular kind of woman, and that woman is still, she kind of still out in the streets, man.
What, Derek, do you believe? Hold on,
Take a
Eric.
look at this for real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
The results
This is
of
bad, Derek.
marriages where both the man and the woman were virgins before they got married, and they have only had sex with their partner. It's about 70% satisfaction. As soon as either partner, but actually no, this is just the women. The men are on a separate scale. As soon as the woman has had one other partner besides her husband, it drops into the 50s. As soon as she's had more than 4, it's below 50% satisfaction. A woman with over 7 or 8 bodies before she actually gets married has 30s and 40% chance of being satisfied with her husband.
Yeah.
Derek, do you believe? Hold on, Derek.
So,
Do you
so
believe
what are the
every woman in
statistics?
the
Hold on.
That's
Hold on, right?
facts.
Manville, can I ask you something? Because great, lovely stats, right? And I actually believe in, maintaining the sanctity of your body and the whole thing, right? Like that, I get that, I understand that. On the male side, what are those percentages? You said you had it's a different scale. What's the scale?
I
Can you
have
share
to
that?
go back because I didn't memorize them. So I have
You
to go
didn't
find them.
memorize the male scale, but you memorized the female
But
scale. That's
it's
interesting.
absolutely true
I got
that
a question,
men still
man.
have a capacity to pair bond, and man whores don't have as strong an ability to attach to people. The difference
Okay.
between men and women is that men's sexual adventurousness doesn't seem men's sexual adventurousness outside of a relationship does not seem to have the same effect on their ability to bond with their long-term partner that women's does, and that's a function of our
Okay, let me ask you this. So for
evolution.
you think that a man that, because let's just say what is promoted, because apparently today majority of men aren't cheating and majority of them are faithful, right? Today. Sure. Let's just say the men that are not faithful, right? Through whatever means, whatever scale, whatever number they are rated as. Do you think that the issue is not you don't believe that the issue is their past, their sexual activity with women prior to being in a committed relationship, their discipline? Do you think those elements have anything to do with that?
I think those elements have something to do with it. If you were in a relationship where you were satisfying his sexual appetite, if you're withholding sex from your husband and he's not able to get the
No, I'm
level
not
of sexual
talking. No, I'm
activity
saying
he
remove the
wants,
woman. Let's say this woman is functioning in every aspect like she needs to be. The men that have women who are doing that and still make, let's call it a mistake. It's not a mistake, but we'll call it that, right? And
no,
they step out of
who
their
still
relationship.
want strange pussy.
Those men, you think the problem that the only men that are cheating are men that are being deprived of sex in their relationship, or do you think that it is a problem with discipline and having a need for multiple women? What do you
I
think?
think that if no married men were being deprived of sex in their relationship, the rate of men who still cheat after that would be very small.
Yep.
Much smaller than it is now.
Yep, and these women aren't presenting like comfort. You say like how the women say she's doing everything, but women are they're in delusion. These women are not. They in their mind they think I'm doing everything that any wife would do. I'm better at this, but if you ask a man, he'd be like, you slacking here, and there. Y'all women rate yourself higher than what y'all really are, and that leads to men
I
cheating a
think
lot of the time. A lot
this
of
is
y'all
just what
times
I've
y'all don't
heard
want
from
to
men, right?
improve because y'all think y'all doing enough, and the dude's like, dude, you're at like 65%. I need you at 85, and
Okay,
you
but
like,
this is
well,
the
I'm at
problem.
100.
Hold
Yeah,
on one
that's the
second.
problem.
Let me respond, right? The problem with that is that a lot of men are not communicating what it is that they need from these women through whatever reason. Maybe they're just used to. Hold on, hold on,
No,
hold on,
we
hold on.
are. Kevin Samuels did
Hold
it, and y'all
on, hold on,
condemned
hold
him
on.
to hell.
Hold on. Let me just finish. Okay, then you respond. A lot of men, right, that are choosing to cheat through whatever means, right? You're not going outside, and once your woman doesn't give you sex or she pisses you off, and magically you go outside and there's vagina waiting for you to jump
That's
into, right?
exactly what's happening.
No, it's
That's
not. No, it's not.
exactly
No,
what
No, it's
no,
not
it's
for
happening.
most
not.
men. Hold on,
Yes,
hold
it
on.
is.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
Bye-bye, let her
She
That's
might just
finish.
wake
it's
up
not
and want
what's
to get some
happening,
twerk.
right? Typically, there's a process. You met somebody, you got their number on your phone, you start texting, you set up a location. Maybe you texting inappropriate things and it leads to something. So you have a point where you could stop and say, okay, you know what, let me have a real conversation about where this is getting to. They're not sitting down and having a conversation with their wife, their girlfriend, that these things that I need you to change are going to lead me to cheat on you and step outside of this relationship. They're not doing that.
Oh my
They're
Okay,
looking
listen.
for
No,
an
no, wait,
escape.
no, no.
So,
Let me say.
so
Let me say this
They're
real good.
looking
Wait,
for
wait,
an
wait.
escape.
Let me say this
And
real good.
that's
No, no,
lack
no.
of
That's
discipline.
not
That's the
true.
problem. So
No,
holding this thing over women's head that they need to be pristine, but the men don't have to be pristine and they'll still get the same results. Clearly they're not. It's not working.
no. Look,
It's
comfort.
not
Listen,
happening.
listen. I just
Like it
want to
got
say
to be
this.
even. Otherwise it's not going to work. And somebody's going to end up crying at the end of the day. And then they're going to be crying that women are filing for divorce.
Look, comfort. Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. What you just said is completely so far from the truth. Like men are literally in relationships. They wife mess up or make them feel a certain type of way. These men literally go outside and there are women waiting to have sex with them. Not like waiting outside the grocery store like, hey, you next up? No. But all they have to do is go out one night with the fellas, go out to the hookah lounge. There's somebody that wants to go home with him. And that person is
And
decent
he
looking.
magically
And
his
she's
clothes fell
no,
off.
no.
And his
No, it
pants
ain't
fell
magically.
off.
It ain't
And his shirt
magically.
fell
But this is
off.
how
And he
easy it is
magically
for a man to
drove
cheat.
there.
Listen,
You have to
This
like
is how
stop.
easy it is for a man to cheat. A man will go do that, have sex with that woman, and don't even know that woman's name, not even get that woman number or lose it on purpose. That's how niggas cheat. That's why when the guy was saying like when men do it, it's not the same. We can still function in our marriage. We can still function in our relationship. We just getting our rocks off real quick because we upset with you. Y'all will go and fall in love with another nigga before you have sex with him. And then when you have sex with him, it seals the deal.
It
And then
seals
y'all
the
leave
deal.
y'all man.
Exactly.
That's what
Exactly.
y'all be doing. We
Right.
don't go out there and fall in love with no hoes and be like,
But
oh,
but
I
that
love it.
but
Y'all
that
would text a man
also
every morning and every night and be developing some kind of weird every night morning relationship thing and drag this on for months and months and months and then he do something sweet for you and then you like, oh, and it's like y'all do this weird stuff. Like that's what he was saying.
well,
Like
see, this
but
what
is
I
that
would say
dude the
too. This
normal
is
one?
something very interesting that was
That's
taking
not what the
place when
normal guys are
Comfort was
doing. Like,
asking. Hold on,
Yeah, that
Comfort. Hold
sounds
the
on,
like
normal
Comfort.
guys are out there
This is
buying
something.
pussy at the strip
This is
club.
something interesting that was happening when you was asking them questions. When the dude made the point that he made that if the women wasn't withholding sex, the men wouldn't cheat as much. What was happening is what happens all the time when we talk about women cheating. We say and women will say what's not happening at home, the things that are not being done that led her out the door, and we be flabbergasted. We be like, man, she just made a decision to step out. Like, why are you questioning? So now when he brings up this point to say that why men are stepping out, you are now flabbergasted at the excuses being made for him stepping out. I think a lot of times you have to flip the situation to get women to understand the things that they do in these conversations and how it could come off. I just thought that was interesting, but I also say that um it's true a lot of times. It's true a lot of times that there's something not being done. And this is the other thing I was gonna say too, and this will be the last thing. You said that he's probably not communicating his discontent, the things that he don't want. Well, again, if you flip it again, that's what we would say if the women go off start talking about like what men are not doing when they get cheated on. Well, Was she communicating the things?
Jason, why we talking about cheating? How we get here?
I don't know how we got here. But I just jumped back in, and that's what they were talking about. And I'm saying there's something interesting happening right now with this part of the conversation. Is when you flip it, it sounds the exact same. I just want to point that out because we could be conveniently forgetting that stuff.
And before we walk away too much from, go ahead, King.
No, I was just going to say, because to what Comfort was actually saying, because Papa, I don't disagree with you to an extent, but that's not the regular dude. That's not the normie that old boy was talking about earlier, who was literally the regular guy, not great looking, not bad, not anything special. He's not going
he goes
to the
to the prostitute. He goes to the strip club or to the
Hold on, no,
Right.
hold on, Papa, just let him get up.
Yeah, no, I was just saying like that dude, because Popeye's example before was like, if a woman's not holding it down at home and withholding sex, dude's going to go to the club, meet somebody that night, knock it off, and then keep it pushing. And I'm like, nah, normies ain't doing that.
Wait, which type of woman's not?
So hold on, I got a question first. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness, Manville a fool, boy.
Wait, what happened? What
so he said, what kind of woman is not? He said, what kind of woman is not a prostitute? But we're not going.
Manville is a smart guy, man. Derek, I like that guy.
We're not going.
Follow me back, Manville. I'm about to follow your white ass. I'm like you, bro.
Date each other, and this is
now,
why
if
we
you
say
said,
that
I'm gonna follow your black, then you be mad. Cut it out.
No.
Okay. Hold on. No. Hold on. Okay. Letitia said something in the chat I thought was kind of interesting. I want the men to speak to this. Dang, I can't find it. She said something like, most men are okay. The majority of men aren't in relationships because too emotionally unavailable, can't attach, and lack sex appeal. Okay? Now, can y'all speak to, do y'all think that that's why the majority of men are not in relationships or getting the women that they want access to?
I think that most men aren't getting a lot of men before they're 30 don't get access to that because they don't provide as much value as other guys. I mean, if you look at age versus like how much access to sex.
Uno. So is the value being emotionally available, having sex appeal, and the ability to attach? Is that value?
I think all three of those are things that women value, but I think that those guys don't give the same amount of value towards like the perspective of a woman relative to other guys. So it's not like those guys don't have that, but another guy can have more sex appeal. Another guy can have more quote unquote emotional availability. All emotional availability means is taking her emotions just as seriously as she would take her own emotions. It's kind of crazy, but that's what they mean by that. But listen. So here's the thing about some of the 20% is they know how to give a woman the perception that they care about their feelings. Do the 80% not even know how to do that? From what I've seen, the 20%, yeah, it's not an equation. Like, if you try to treat, and this is what a lot of the problem that a lot of smart men make, they try to, it's almost like a job. They try to work harder. They try to study harder to get that A. They try to work harder to get that overtime. Women don't work that way. It's either she likes you or she doesn't. It's either she values you or she doesn't. And a lot of different women value many different types of men at different points. So trying to have this equation, that's actually what causes a lot of men to stay out of the game for a long time, because they're looking at it like it's a fucking chemistry problem. It's not. And sometimes, and a lot of a woman's attraction cannot be fucking explained. Sometimes she just likes him. Sometimes she just doesn't. And everything is relative. Everything is relative. Women are set up to fuck with the minority. They're literally set up mentally to fuck with the minority. So,
hold on. Let me tell you how y'all paint this picture. Y'all paint the picture like all the 20% are, and I get it, some guys are just outliers. Okay, let's say I believe that. If there is
Can we agree that there's outliers in every single city then?
Yeah, we know. Derek, it seems like you're mad at the non-select guys. I think that the non-select guys, the only problem that they have is
I'm not mad at the non.
You don't get their psychology or their experience.
I don't get their psychology. I don't get their psychology
I'm trying to just let
all.
you know their psychology of they haven't been able to play a video game for like 15 years. You've been able to play it at home for like 15.
Hello? Is that me? Hello?
He went out.
He went out. I didn't know where.
Let me tell you. This is my problem with the 80%.
They're finally able to go on that.
This is. You went out. You went out, Uno. Go back. Uno. Go back, Uno. Go back.
He was on a roll.
Go back.
Yeah, he was.
We didn't hear nothing you said. Go back. Start over.
He was eating Uno, but we didn't hear that.
You said it seemed like you're mad at the non-select guy. You was talking to me. I said, I'm not mad at him. I am frustrated with him because he looks helpless, man. And I hate to see
reason to be mad at the Simps.
No, but you have to understand their psychology. Their psychology is very
there. I don't see y'all see all these manosphere words, simps and non-select guy. I don't want to hear none of that. The dude that is not getting the women. No, I don't. This is not even how people talk in real life. There's a club. I'm not walking around using the word simp like at work. Like if Christmas about to come up, my family coming over for Christmas breakfast. Simp will not come up one time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Thanksgiving just passed. We did not talk about manosphere. You know what I'm saying? We didn't talk about none of that.
But you didn't talk about a lot of things though, Derek. You can't be doing that. You can't do that. You didn't talk about 80% of other things in the world either. So you ain't talking about lost dogs. You ain't talking about stray cats. This nigga here, Derek, a manipulator now.
Me and my daddy, we're talking about trucking. That's what me and my daddy were talking about. We're talking about getting money. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, I don't know what some of these words mean, man. Honestly, I don't. I'm learning them, right?
All right. Well, look.
But hold on. But I do pay attention to human behavior. Like I do my best to pay. I don't even try. It just certain things just stand out to me, right? And one of the things that I notice is, and Manville, listen, man, this is a privilege for you. Honestly, this is a privilege and an honor for you to even be a part of this conversation. Because I really be trying to understand why black men and black women are the way we are with each other romantically. You know what I'm saying? Slide, he brought your name up. I'm familiar with Slide from Clubhouse. So, hey, I appreciate you adding some value and giving us something to talk about. But, okay, so back to my man Uno, right? When you was talking about the non-select guy, I don't understand why he won't just like the women that like him. That's my struggle with him. Is because I can look at myself and gauge myself against other guys in the world, right? And I can see, okay, you see how women are interacting with him? See, I may not get that energy, right? So I need to stay in my lane because in my lane, I get the same kind of energy that he get, right? So I don't understand why the non-select guy can't find the energy that he gets from women, stay in that lane, and find the most attractive woman in his lane, and then move forward from there. Why is he? Why? Hold on. I'm about to land. Why is he? Because I've literally had guys on Clubhouse, quote unquote, like me, are taking something from him, right? It's like I'm causing women to not like you, right? Or what he do is he demonize women and blame women for him not having access to them. So I don't understand why instead of that guy pointing the finger, he won't look in the mirror and take some accountability for how he is made up
as a human being, find his niche in terms of women, and then move forward in power. Why won't he do that?
Okay, so are you ready for the answer?
Two things you got it. Okay, one,
Okay,
you made
that I was answering the question, but I mean, okay, are you guys ready for the answer?
Go ahead.
Yourself, but I'll give you the answer. So, the answer is that a lot of these guys don't even have any options. So a lot of these guys, they are invisible. Not every single quote unquote non-select guy has zero options. So is there an element of you need to settle? Yes, settle. I hate that word, but that's the word that we're going to use. And those are the only girls that they're getting anyway. Those are the only women that they're getting anyway. It is few and far between for a lot of them, but that's not my issue. My issue isn't that. But when you speak, I can tell that you don't truly understand their psychology. It's this, like, if you haven't been able to be in GameStop, you haven't been able to play that game for 15 years. And as soon as you become like 33, you're finally able to play that game. A lot of these guys are just complaining because they've never been able to play the Nintendo. They've never been able to play that one game that came out 10 years ago. Yeah, now that they can play the game now, it's like, yeah, I can play the new Modern Warfare 2, but there's still a level of resentment there. I'm saying that they're human beings, right? So this whole entire thing of these guys they're just going for these IG models. That's a joke. It's a joke. Some of these guys are just invisible, and they're not going to get any real access to dating.
80%, Uno? You telling me 80% are invisible?
I don't think it's 80%.
Dude, 95%.
I don't think it's 80%, but I think it's over 50%.
20% in person, but online it's only 5% of men getting any.
It's definitely over invisible. Invisible. And you can't choose when you're invisible. You can't choose when you're not invisible. So
that's a good point.
Okay, here's the thing.
Can I say something real quick?
Here's the thing. One, because I think you made kind of two things with what Derek said. So, one, it's literally there's some sort of objective standard of attraction and cooperation, meaning that you need a bare minimum for two people to get together is to be agreeable enough to be like, okay, I will work with you. I will compromise something about some sort of aspect of my ego to cooperate with you. There are people who are extremely disagreeable. That means no one would want them. So there stands the reason that there's some level, whether we know it or not, or can measure it or not, based on objective like standard of attraction and just cooperation. So then now what you're saying is that there's something happening where there are people are just becoming more objectively uncooperative and more objectively unattractive, meaning that we see an increase in weight. We know that most people don't like overweight people. So then now you're trying to say, why don't you just become sexually attracted to overweight people? Why don't you just become sexually attracted to like the same sex or whatever? It's like, it doesn't work that way. It's very determined due to your
okay, Guns. Are some of these same men overweight?
I mean, I guess they could be, but again, now we're just strawmanning to like an individual marker.
This is not a straw man. It's not a straw man. It's not a straw man thing. It's not. It's really not.
No,
is
it
more overweight men or more overweight women?
Real quick, with everything that you was...
Wait, because that's not the only thing that matters. I said, I was just trying to keep it simple so you can understand the concept that you need to be at least cooperative. A lot of motherfuckers aren't even cooperative objectively. They can't make a relationship with anybody, not the parents, not the brother, not the sister, and surely not someone from the opposite sex. So there's some sort of baseline.
That's a strong
minimal thing. So there's that, and then also there are things that are hardwired for us to find sexually attractive. I was using weight as an obvious one that can be measured, that people in general do not like fat people. So you put two fat people in a room, they're not going to just fall in love with each other because you say they should. They're going to fall in love. They're going to not like each other. There's going to be two fat people calling two fat people fat and ugly. Ugly motherfuckers call ugly people ugly all the time. Just because you ugly doesn't mean you're supposed to like another ugly motherfucker. I don't know why y'all don't get that.
No, I mean,
and I don't hold on, and I don't know why they don't get that. Nigga, y'all made for each other. Y'all made for each other.
No, they're not. They're not made for each other.
Like y'all are made for each other.
they're both meant to be single because neither one finds each other attractive, so they're not supposed to be together at all.
Well, stop complaining and blaming. I'm sorry, I hate that word.
Derek, why you
I hate
taking
that
all the
word.
heat? Like you acting like
I hate that word.
But
Derek,
Uno,
I hate that word.
everything that you guys have said
why are
so
you
far.
taking all the heat for yourself?
Nah, everything that you
incels
guys have
aren't
said
blaming
so
you, Derek.
far.
It's not your
Uno,
fault, Derek, that all of this is happening. You're not taking all the pussy for yourself. We're not blaming you, Derek. You're okay.
But everything that you guys mentioned when you were talking between Manville, Uno, and some of what Gunn said, like everything that y'all said had nothing to do with women, for real. You know what I mean? Like nothing to do with women and what they do. It literally everything y'all spoke about had to do with the man himself and what he doesn't have access to, and what he doesn't have access to, what he's not willing to work towards to become better, and then why he's upset when he gets in his 30s and he's just getting into the dating game or whatnot. Like there was nothing about what y'all said that had any kind of real personal accountability, and that's why for me it's kind of hard to fuck with it, because it's like whenever, as we all were growing up, like whenever there was something that needed to be changed in order to get better results, whatever that is, whether you broke and you want to start being able to afford stuff and you get a job, right? And you just handle your business and you keep moving like that. And so for that to seem like it's not a part of the equation at all, to me is weird, because you're telling me that most men in their 20s then are not actually, promiscuous like that, right? And so in that time frame, in that decade of time, instead of building and making yourself better, not just with your job, but just all around character, fitness, mental, all of that type of stuff, they come out of that 20s just bitter. And that shit's kind of crazy to me because no, I got you. Just give me 1 second. I think that shit's kind of crazy. And I only say that because for brothers to be spending all of that time and to come out here and still be like, man, these women, like, because don't get me wrong, I know a lot of women are out here doing their stuff and, spreading themselves thin, wink, wink. But it's like, still, you can't just be mad at women like that. And it sounds like y'all are just mad at the world.
Or other men.
Your own, or other men outside of just handling your own business. Does that make sense?
Okay, so King, that does make sense. I do hear what you're saying, but I don't want you to misunderstand. When Manville was speaking, it was like an episode of National Geographic was playing. I didn't feel anyways hot or cold. It was just a dating paradigm. That's all I heard. What I was saying was that if I were to blame mediocre, like these men that we're talking about, these non-select guys we're talking about, the only thing that I think that they do wrong is the dynamic of they're resentful for the time that they weren't in the game. You're saying that we're saying no. What you're saying isn't true, because if those guys didn't improve, they still wouldn't get attention by 30. The reason why they have attention at 30 is because through their whole entire 20s they improve themselves. And just because a person improves themselves doesn't mean they're not bitter. It's called revenge of the nerds. Okay, that's why these guys improve themselves and they get bitter. My whole point was to say, I was just trying to explain the dynamic of why they feel that way. I don't think they should feel that way, because I feel like if you finally get inside the amusement park, nigga, have fun. Don't worry about the time that you never got to get on that one ride when you were 6 years old. You know what I mean? Like, you're in the amusement park now. Have as much fun as you can now. What's the whole entire point of building yourself up if you're going to be mad when you finally get inside the amusement park? You feel me? So that was my whole entire point. I just felt that I just wanted to help Derek build that bridge instead of using his select bias mindset to try to.
But then, so my question for you, Uno, then is, if you're saying that they're building themselves up in their 20s, then do we need to make sure that part of that building up is about character to help them stop worrying about what the fuck happened in the past and not being as bitter? Because normally I wouldn't even think that this was a real thing if I hadn't gotten into it with so many dudes just randomly on social media who will come for your neck if you say anything that's not women are horrible. Like, the shit has gotten out of control, in my opinion, and I've seen it on TikTok and IG for the most part. But like, dudes are really, really angry. And when you listen to women and they tell you like the type of dates that they're on, and we've all seen the videos that have gone viral where niggas is like, I ain't paying, like they really be at like Applebee's, like them places that the table don't move. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta slide into the seat and shit because it's a booth. Like, they really be mad not paying for the 2 for 20s and then going on social media and saying that, no, I'm dead ass, and then going on social media and saying that all women are hoes and they don't have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that's what we're doing in their 20s and they're doing what most men do, which is getting their bag up and getting their career together, then we need to make sure that we also telling brothers like, nigga, you also got to get your own head together. Like, get your head out of your ass and stop being a victim. You know what I'm saying? In that mentality, and stop being spiteful, because that's not man shit. For real. It's just not.
I mean, King.
Do you know what I mean, though?
No,
like, I
King,
know that I'm coming with a different mindset, but does that?
King, you're acting
palatable?
like you're acting like you're not speaking Spanish. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You know, it's not that far of a leap what you're saying. What I'm saying is that if a woman has a certain past or a certain, like, if a human being is experiencing something consistently, for resentment, these they're human emotions and they come from somewhere. And yes, these guys can be Jesus Christ, but most people aren't Jesus Christ. And I mean, what helped me was when I started to play the game finally, I realized that, holy fuck, thank God I wasn't in the game, because if I was in the game, I probably would have got a girl pregnant. Like I feel like a lot of times non-select men have an issue because they kind of romanticize women. Vagina is only as good as long as you're in it. So like a lot of these guys, they don't realize that a lot of the time that they were, you know, forced to not be in the game is actually a blessing, because if you had pussy in front of your face, you probably would not have accomplished what you've accomplished. You probably wouldn't be who you are. And life isn't all about that. Life is so much more than that. So I feel like
a good looking family though.
Oh, hold on. I got a question. Okay. What would you say there are more when it comes to socioeconomics? Who would you say has more of the upper class in it? The 80% or the 20%?
You mean I don't think socioeconomics.
So let's say we randomly chose 100 dudes from the 20%. We randomly chose 100 guys from the 80%. Which one do you think will have guys that have higher education and make more money? In the 20% or the 80%?
The 20%.
The 20%.
Okay then, right? Now, I agree with you. So why do we try to make it seem like the 80% are just spending so much time getting to the money, and, you know, now all of a sudden they're just socially awkward, so they haven't been interacting with women, so now women don't want them?
Because
that's a certain story, but a lot of the 80% becomes the 20%.
Hold on. Wait, we're doing okay. Here's what we're doing. We're assuming that people can change, and we are the upset ones that the people who can't change are not changing. Like, so my question to you is like, why are you, Derek or King, whoever, mad at the 80% for complaining? Like, why instead of accepting that's just who they are?
So because I wouldn't say I'm mad. So y'all are loud, but see, I met guns in person, right? I'm not sold. I don't guns. You and Uno sometimes. Y'all be trying to put yourself like y'all in the 80%. I'm still trying to figure out why.
No, they both transitioned out. That's why
they just fight for a lot. Hold on. A lot of the women that we met up with guns was like, wow, I was really surprised about Guns. He's so handsome. Oh my goodness, his hair and blah, 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 blah. So.
Because they didn't listen to me, Gun. They didn't listen to me. They hard-headed.
Just on the physical appearance alone, Guns, women were attracted to you from the onset of just seeing you. So you're already in the door, right? That's more than 80% of the men will ever get. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I'm up there. So, but that's not I'm not putting myself in the 80%.
Well, you keep saying we and us and all of this language. I'm like, what is he talking about?
Okay. So I said we are complaining, as in the people on the stage in the conversation. I was saying that's when I was using we. So when I was referring to we, that's what I was referring to. That's when I followed up by saying, okay, why is it that you, Derek specifically, and you, King specifically, are doing this? So when I'm speaking about this conversation objectively, because what's happening is that most of the people keep jumping or keep assuming that things that are more deterministic are changeable. That's what's causing the frustration. Just as much as you can say, why are the 80% complaining and whining that they can't get a chick or whatever, instead of saying, why are you complaining about them complaining, instead of accepting that's who they are, and that's a part of being an 80%er. That's literally what it is to be. Like, it's to be mad. It's to be mad that you can't get no box and everyone else.
Okay, so part of being in the 80. Okay, so part of being in the 80% is having a defeatist type of mindset.
Complaining.
No, not defeatist. Like, you've been defeated. You don't have it. You didn't win. Like, are you happy when you lost?
Oh,
a victim. So basically, a victim.
Are you happy when you lose? Are you happy when you get robbed?
I mean, but I would put
like,
this.
Would you be happy? No, you wouldn't. So why are we acting like it's crazy to be unhappy that you lost?
Well, okay, I hear that, but I would also say this. I think a lot of this percentage stuff could be like very subjective. I think if you go after the women that like you, they will treat you like a 20%er.
I don't know why they won't hear that point, Jay. I've been saying I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, they don't.
There's an objective. There's an objective.
Oh my God, they're invisible. I like it.
Nobody likes ugly people.
You see, you hear that, Jason? You hear that? Uno literally. Hold on, no, hold on. Uno literally thinks he really feel this way. He keeps saying it. He think that whatever this number is, the 80%, 50, whatever, that there are no women that see those guys. Yeah. None.
No, that's not
zero
what
women. That's a lie.
None of the women that he wants
what does invisible mean? What does invisible mean?
He's going to tell you what the women he wants. That's all that is.
It's not about me. This isn't about me.
That's the only thing that could build up that.
Don't take it personally, Uno. We just
we just talking. I'm gonna just finish the point I was making. The point I was making is that it being subjective. Like, even me, like, I don't know if I'm in the 20% to the majority of women. I don't know. But I know I get treated like a 20% by the women that I date because they like me.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
But you date other niggas' women, though.
Shut up. Not no more.
Shut up.
I'm just saying.
Exposing. Wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm just kidding.
Papa, you wrong.
A wicked woman is a portion to a lawless man. So there's that.
Oh, that's bars.
Wake that up.
Sounds biblical or
that
whatever.
That came off one of them video games, Sonic the Hedgehog, I believe.
But I wanted to answer the same question that Tommy answered. I mean, the reason why I like to appear as an ambassador for incels or whatever the fuck is because I was friends with these guys. I was one of the guys who talked himself out of pussy. Like, I kind of feel like I was kind of guns because I don't know, whatever. I wasn't getting any play because of how I talk. Let's just keep it that way. But I was still getting played. But it wasn't because of how I talk, you know? So I was able to see there's some men who are invisible.
Why are you laughing
I don't think
at
it's
them,
all,
man?
I don't think it's all, wait, hold up. I don't think it's all of the 80%. I don't think it's all of the 80%. I'm going to be real with you. And I don't even think it's 80%. I think that's just like big numbers. And we have to keep in mind, most men, they're not, like, life is a marathon. It's not like just static in time. So a lot of these guys who aren't getting played now, they're going to be getting a lot of play later. So it's not that big a deal to me. But whenever I hear like guys like Derek, the reason why I push back is because I don't want these guys' experience to be invalidated. They're truly invisible. A lot of them aren't hideous. They might not even be that awkward. They just don't have experience with women. And not having experience with women means that if you don't have success in something, you're not going to have confidence in it. I know we all try to act like every single person has the confidence of Michael Jordan, but you get confidence from success. That's the reason why I'm confident in the things that I do. Most people get confidence.
No, stop right there. No, hold on. Just because you mentioned Michael Jordan. Listen to me real quick, brother. People get confidence. And then I'm going to use the Michael Jordan quote for this. He said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. People get confidence from not being fearful and not being apprehensive about, you as a man, you got to step out there and not be scared of rejection.
The 20% got rejected too at one point, dog. You know the difference between the 20% and the 80? They said, I don't care about the rejection. I'm finna still go out here and figure out what my dish is, man.
But do you think Jordan would be as confident if he didn't make as much as the shots that
he missed more shots than he hit, bro?
Listen to what I'm saying. So can you hold on? So I'm saying, like, if people didn't rate him that good, if his results weren't showing, if he just continued to lose, do you think he would be the same person? Do you think he would talk the shit that he talks, treat people the way that he did?
But he could have. But he could still. But hold on.
There goes the point.
Tony. But check this out, bro.
It's like,
hold on. I'm a lifelong Chicago Bulls fan. So I'm gonna give you these facts. I'm gonna shut up, bro. Scottie Pippen, Steve Kerr, and all them guys had the same 3 rings. Literally, it's the same ring, bro. I've seen this ring up close. They literally have the same ring Michael Jordan got, and they didn't take nowhere near as many shots as he took. But they won because they was willing to be on the team, dog. You cannot be scared. Thank you. I appreciate that. You cannot be scared to take shots, bro. Y'all, there's no way around it, man. Y'all grown. 30 plus. If y'all don't, come on with this.
Person's confidence comes from them consistently doing what they're supposed to do for themselves over time and actually like aiming for a goal and trying to achieve it. That's where most people's confidence comes from. If you're insecure, you lack confidence, it's because you know you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing for yourself. That's generally speaking. So
look, I done been in marketing all my life. All the person can say is no, though. You understand that? All the person can say is no. So if you ain't getting no play, why don't you go out and if you ask in the last week, if you ask presented yourself to 2 women and you got 2 no's, why don't you try in the next week present yourself to like 40 women? I guarantee you're gonna get a yes. No, listen. No, you're not listening. You're going to get a yes. It's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The only thing they can say is no.
We're gonna get a yes eventually. Papa.
Eventually, you will get a yes.
A yes eventually, but what
they can too, gun. I mean,
I don't understand.
Anybody can. No. Even the invisible people, there will be a ghost whisperer around that bitch that see invisible Casper, and you gonna find her if you try. If you try, you gonna find her. That's all I'm trying.
Real quick. Hold up, Tony. Hold up, real quick. Let me say this real quick, right? I'm listening to both of y'all, and like one part omits something that's valid for what the other part would say, and the other side will omit something that the other part would say. Like, for example, shooting your shot, right? When Darius and I think someone else was speaking, they're talking about shooting your shot and confidence, right? They omitted the part about the results that Tony mentioned, right? Mm-hmm. And then when Tony and Uno was speaking about the confidence, they omitted the part about attempting. So it's like, it's funny. It's like, all right, what y'all trying to do? Y'all trying to, you know what I'm saying, square something away for real? Or y'all trying to be like, damn, that nigga made a good point. But I ain't gonna say that part when you know that results matter. If I keep on doing something and I keep on getting turned away, that's gonna show to me that, oh, maybe this is not my lane. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, but that's the thing, I'm not disqualifying. Hold on. I'm not disqualifying anything that they're saying. I agree. Sure, these dudes should be taking the shot, but this is like one of the biggest problems that I have. Every other time, niggas are like, anything is possible. I know these dudes that are this way and they get this and all this shit. If anything is possible, could it not be fucking possible that there's just some dudes that no matter how many shots they take, they're never gonna score? You don't.
Yeah, those are people that have those people that have like Down syndrome or like retarded looking faces, or they can't walk straight, or you know they stink. You talking about the anomaly of ugliness?
I don't think
you're not.
Care
you
about
know,
those people.
You're talking about the super ugly people that try to be. Their parents is ugly. Their parents is ugly. It's different.
Real quick, I'm about to say this last thing. I'm about to eat real quick, right? So listen, this one thing I noticed, right? It'll be so funny, right? I think some of these dudes, right, if they hit the right stride, they gonna end up being in that higher percentile, whatever y'all want to call it, 20%, 30%, and the shit gonna change, right? Whether they have bitterness with them or not, because I'm not about to act like when people was shitting on you your whole life, like you done had those people that told you, even your family that told you wasn't gonna be shit, And then when you beat shit, you stun on them a little bit. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not about to believe y'all niggas that say, oh no, I don't feel no way about you telling me I wasn't shit. So these niggas, they gonna probably feel some type of way. And some of these dudes, they ain't gonna feel no type of way. But I think where you got 80%, you got that higher 75 percentile. Guns might be better at the numbers than me. I think that's how you say it correctly. Those dudes are on the verge of transitioning out. When they transition out, honestly, I think they gonna give y'all the same bullshit the 20% is giving y'all. I ain't gonna hold you. Because it's like, I just got here and you want me to slow down? Oh, hell no.
It's worse.
I ain't slowing down for shit. I just got here. I want to play. I want to touch things. I want to break things. So with that being said, I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, people want to think about a different approach, because it's probably, especially the women, it's probably going to end up worse for you. Yeah, just be confident. He does all that shit, and the next thing you know, he's like, why the fuck am I with you? I could do better now. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you for helping me graduate. Maybe y'all wanna, work with him in a different way while he's where he at. I don't know. I'm just throwing out some. I'll pass the mic.
Can I ask a
Bishop,
question?
that's a fact. And you want to know something, and I'll say this to all the men.
Guess not.
All right, go ahead, Slide.
No, let Lolly speak, nigga. The men have been going back and forth since forever, man.
Okay, let the lady.
Thank you, Uni. Thank you, Uno. Go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, T, babe.
Hey.
So this is what I was gonna say, and it's a quick point. Confidence is the most sexiest thing that a man can have. Okay, so if you are already going into things with the mindset of, I'm not gonna be able to do it, I could never get a girl like this, I could we can smell that shit. Women are not attracted to a man who is not confident within himself. So if you're confident, women read that, and that alone is attractive. I was also going to say what Bishop had said, because a lot of men who have that kind of mindset of, oh, a girl will never pick me, and when a girl finally does pick you, some men who are like that will try to bring that girl down to his low self-esteemish, low.
Hold on, I didn't say that, but continue.
Don't put that on me. I'm adding. And this is what happens, because those men, let's say he get a bad bitch, right? He's never dealt with a bad bitch. So if that girl is outside, they going out, and he knows that girl's gonna draw attention, and he's not confident in himself, that's gonna fuck with him, and he's gonna want his girl to lower herself. No, you can't go outside looking this good. You can't do this. You can't, y'all know what I'm saying? Maybe not.
I mean, but that's
no.
Hold on. I hear what you're saying, but that's making a lot of assumptions when we ain't even got to square one, which is why these 80% can't get the women that they can get? Why they won't focus on the women that would give them play? I'm just not buying that.
No, there's no
listen, I get it. I gotta say this. I'm not buying that there is no woman.
You don't want to believe it's true, bro.
None of these guys.
This is
none of these guys. This is crazy,
Derek,
man.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Uno, there is a guy that, right, what? 12 to 15 people make the varsity team, right? Okay, number 13 or number 16, right? Let's say 15. Number 16 is still a good player. There was 15 guys better than him. So now
he's on varsity. We're not talking about a nigga on varsity. We're not talking about a nigga on a freshman team. We're not talking about niggas who's on JV. We're talking about a nigga who's not on any type of team.
Hold on. Because I'm talking about, okay, the dude that maybe he's not in the 20%, but maybe he's the top of the 80%. Tell me why that guy can't find no woman, man.
Yeah, you're talking. That's a nigga like me. Hey, hold up. You're talking about Derek. What you're doing is you're taking lukewarm niggas. That's why I call them. That's my own word. The type of guys that you're talking about, they're lukewarm. They got some work to do. Those are really the lukewarm guys are the guys that we're talking about all the time. Those are the guys that you're talking about all the time. Those are the guys that the women are talking about all the time that, oh, you just need to increase your confidence. For the guys who are almost there, that they just need to tweak that one thing, right? A lot of those guys in 80% are lukewarm. So they have room to grow. But there's some men.
Hey, listen, I hate when we do the percentage thing.
They're invisible. And,
Right.
and I'm telling you, they're invisible.
But listen, Uno, you're doing. Hold on. Uno, you're doing yourself a great disservice, my brother, by focusing on the invisible guys. Great disservice, man.
I'm not focusing on them. I'm saying that they exist.
I'm not. I don't. Okay, let's not get so caught up on the words, right? Maybe focus isn't the right word.
No, you're
speaking,
right.
Speaking. You're right. I'm right. Okay.
You're
focus.
Right. Because what he did was
I just.
Go
ahead. Tarek, finish.
I was gonna say what you did was because what he did was he strawman 80% to the bottom 20. Thank you.
He keep talking about invisible. I'm like, that's crazy to think that most guys, I keep saying this, these women will get a right arm to be married. These women will literally do anything for a relationship. What you say, Manville?
Being married, I'm so controlled. My husband's so controlling.
Exactly.
He want me to go to Vegas with all my friends, get drunk and
my goodness.
See, look, a lot of you men lack the confidence to go after what you want because you have imposter syndrome and you take it out on the women who have faith in men being exactly what you want to be. That's why when y'all do get money, y'all end up projecting your insecurities on those women and trying to be domineering and subjugate them and then try to make it seem like these women are going crazy when they say that y'all don't. Hold on, nope, you wait. And then when they get in relationship with y'all and instead of someone spoke to a man not or you didn't like me when I was broke, but look at me now type of mindset, right? If y'all were focused on getting money instead of getting women or following your purpose instead of getting women, those women would have been flocking to y'all. So now y'all resent the women who didn't want to pay y'all any attention because you weren't where she thought that you could be and where you should have been. And so now you want to take it out on the women that you think are similar to those women that were trashing y'all.
Couple points. I hope you realize how primitive this world would be if men were not driven primarily by getting women and figuring out who gets the most women and who gets access to them first and for how long. Okay, the amount of progress, wars, inventions, the air conditioning, the buildings that go up to 80 floors, right? None of that shit would have any reason to exist if men weren't constantly competing with each other to attract women.
No, men was constantly competing with each other to gain big.
Now, what I'm trying to understand is why you think that a wife should be flying out to Vegas with her friends and that a man should be secure to allow that to happen? Why is that?
Hold on. Yeah, right. Okay. So hold on, because somebody did this the other day, right? Somebody said women only want guys that drive Bentley trucks or something like that. So I asked the question. I said, so you're telling me that the majority of women that are in relationships, their boyfriend, husband, whatever, drive luxury cars? That was the question I asked that person. So when you're speaking about what you're speaking about, Manville, you're doing the same thing. You are talking about the top of the top women. I just want more men to say, those are the women that I want, and that's why I'm frustrated. Because I want the women that flew out to Vegas and are smashing strippers. I want the women that want, $1,000 just for talking to them. I want the women that are in the sections. I want the women that get 300,000 likes on Instagram. Why won't y'all just say that? Because that would make more sense. That would make more sense.
It wouldn't make more sense.
And Manville, I definitely did not say, hold on, let me correct something, because Manville, I did not say anything about a wife it should be okay or should want her man to fly her out and go on girls trips or whatever. I don't know where you got that narrative from. Okay.
Well, you said that the reason why that was a problem because I said girls want to fly out and women perceive their men as being controlling when they make it difficult for them to cheat on their man. And you said that that's because the man's insecure.
No. My response wasn't to that comment. My response was to the other things that was said. But you said making it easier for women to cheat on them. I just like that's the mindset. Hold on. We can't hear each other if we're speaking at the same time, right? I let you speak. Like the underlying message there is that you feel like women lack the self-control that the men lack. Because y'all, we know that. I feel like, the statistic was given earlier. You guys are twice as likely to cheat than we are, right? So, like, that's the underlying message that you're giving there, and that's an insecurity. If you're thinking that a woman going on a trip with her friends means immediately that she's gonna cheat, can't help you there. You said you're making it easier for her to cheat. That's exactly what you said.
It's not twice as likely. It's almost the same.
What I said was that women who complain that their significant other is controlling, if you translate that from womanese, what it usually means is my man is making it difficult for me to cheat on him.
Manville, okay.
Your translation.
That is a fact.
So Manville, Popeye, you agree with you? Oh Lord.
No, he right on the money.
Derek,
right on the money.
Let me find out Popeye is an incel, is an undercover incel. Let me find out, boy. This crazy.
Hey Derek, I kind of see what you're saying though. To be honest with you,
when you put structure in a woman's life, she can't cheat on you.
I see what you're saying though.
You controlling.
This
man is a genius.
He's a genius. He's a genius. One more go, Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
No, I kind of see what the hell he's saying though. Like this ain't just about. I think we still living in it's an individualistic society that we living in. They want all the perks of being in a relationship, but want to do what the fuck they want to do. That's the reality of it is. This is the society that we living in. I want you to do all of these things for me, but I don't want to be held to a particular standard to get those things. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you. No, you can't. I don't want you calling and checking to see what the fuck. I don't want to check in. I can just want to go out and do what the fuck I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people ain't trying to really motherfucking deal with that shit. I have terms and conditions for you to get this type of treatment. I have terms and conditions. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny because Plies said did a video a few weeks ago. I don't understand how a lot of these women, they want to be hoes but don't want to be treated like one. That was a great fucking question. Why are you acting a particular way, but then when I treat you like that, it's a fucking problem? I just needed to know. No bullshit.
So Ray, okay, hold on, Tony, I got you. I'm gonna throw it right to you. So Ray, the women that don't want no accountability. Ray, come on, y'all. Women, when they get a man, if that man don't call to check on them, they like, you don't love me, you don't miss me, like, you didn't call me all day. What are you doing? You know, if you tell your woman, hey, you know what I'm saying, y'all do what y'all do. You text her, hey, text me when you get home. She texting you.
Use the glove, right? Because the glove washes, right?
You tell her, text me when you get home. As soon as she turn in her driveway, she hitting you. Women that like a guy or don't have no problem with that man, I'll use the phrase, quote unquote, keeping tabs on her. She want to share her location to the iPhone users. She want to share her location. When y'all start linking up like that, oh, we share locations with each other.
20%, Derek. We know the treatment you get.
No, is this really a 20% thing?
I'm just kidding.
I don't think this is 20% treatment. I think
it's connecting ear treatment. It's tall, dark, and handsome treatment, Derek.
Oh my goodness, this is
bro, Derek. Hold
on. I need more big. Can any more men validate what I'm saying? Hold on.
No, you're right, Derek. 100%. That's true.
Okay then.
Hold on. Just hold.
But you got it.
That's after, bro. Just hold on. That's
But
after
that's
all
true across the board. That's not
niggas
true
just
with this
hold
20%.
on, bro. So that's like, I agree with you, but that's after all the shit has already been done, right? You establish that she actually likes you, and she's showing that, right? Outside of that, though, like that, and that's the problem. Like you're making it binary to just that situation. Where outside of that, there's a lot of problems. If men come off that way, it will rub women the wrong way. And to what you said earlier, you were saying like the top women get this certain treatment and they say these certain things. You've been on this app like for as long as, you know, almost I have, right? 3 years.
2 years.
The women,
2 years.
right? The women that you see on this app seldom are these looks are seldom these top percentage women, right? But yet they talk the same way those women are expected to talk. And you don't think that will persist the problem in how the numbers show up? Like they're talking like they're in the same league as these women that are top women, and they're saying to you they deserve the same things. You don't think that will present a problem?
Basically,
See
these men
that?
have
Hold on,
decided
hold on,
would
y'all.
rather-
Because hold on, Manville.
That's
Hold on.
definitely problematic.
You guys are saying top women.
So okay, hold on. Because
What do you guys mean by top women?
I got you.
Toxic
I got
wedding.
you.
Toxic
Okay,
wedding.
so Tony, I completely heard what you said, and I believe there's some validity to that.
You believe
that the women? I mean, because y'all,
Derek,
I have only hold on, y'all, hold on. I've only dated the women that I've dated. I haven't dated all the women in the world. You know what I'm saying? But I think I've dated enough and been in relationships enough to draw some conclusions with how men and women are showing up. And honestly speaking, prior to what you just said, I just thought that men were not choosing the women that they had access to. That's honestly what I thought was happening. But the fact that women are talking, the fact that women are talking like they the top tier women, you're right. Maybe in real life, they are overlooking the dudes that are in their lane. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
So,
that's a large.
okay.
I'm not saying some of the stuff you're saying isn't true, but you gotta admit that's a large portion of it, right? Like, say for example, a woman that like says like her standard is like the dude has to fly her here, fly her there, buy her this Chanel
But
bag
we
and
know
stuff like
that's
that.
cap.
It's not
Hear what
real,
I'm saying.
man.
Hear what I'm saying.
No.
It's
Hold
not
on,
real.
Tony. No. Hold on, Tony.
That's not
Because
real.
I can't
the
make the
same women. No, I got you. The same women that be talking like that, bro.
Bro, I know
They
what
be-
you're
hold
about
on,
to
Tony.
say, bro.
They be in some of our back channels, we are regular guys.
I know you were about to say that.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. What I'm saying to you is the women at the top that actually are about that and live that, they have the Chanel bags to show you. They have the trips to show you. The dudes they're dating,
Most of these women do not own Chanel.
Bro, that's the point.
Ding 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 ding.
King, bro, that's what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
And it translates into the
That nigga
market.
walk right
So
into it, Derek.
if
Right
all
into
of
it.
so hold on.
Hey Derek, no, you hold on. Derek, you hold on. To prove your point, somebody literally just said in the chat, y'all, top tier is subjective. No, it's not. Top tier is undisputable. It's not debatable at all. If somebody's top tier, that means it's like a 10. A 10 is not debatable. You ain't gonna say she a 7, but I'm gonna say she a 9, and he gonna say she a 4. That right there speaks to the delusion that a lot of women have. Like if it don't look like it looks, it ain't top tier. Like I agree with him completely. That's a big problem. That's the big problem. That's the big problem.
I just want to land
I ask
it.
a question,
I just want to land it. All I'm saying-
Way more women are regular and should be dealing with regular, normal, nice guys than are really top notch.
They are, Keisha. They are, Keisha.
They
You don't think they are?
They do.
You don't think that regular women are dealing with
I think we got
regular
some work to. I think we got some work to do. Just a little. I think we got a little work to do.
The average.
They don't mean they're dealing with top tier niggas either, though, Derek. It don't mean that. It just means they waiting around for something that's gonna never come. It just means they're waiting around for stuff that might not show up.
I can tell you what's
The
actually
average
happening. They are
income
not
of a
all
married
these
literally
man
don't.
requirements.
I
All these
literally don't know
requirements
how
ain't
looking at
Hold on.
somebody
Let's
is
throw.
not subjective.
Hold on,
I really
Jay.
would like
Hold
you to
on. Hey,
explain
hold on.
how
Hey,
is
we
that
about to
not
come right to
subjective.
you. Hey, we about to come
Hey,
right to
Derek,
you.
can I say
What
something
you about
after
to
you
say?
finish? After you finish with him,
Who that? Yeah.
just no key.
Yeah, all new people. What you say, Jason? And then we're gonna
Yeah,
pass
I'm
it
gonna
to
be
new people
quick.
for a
I
while.
can. Yeah, we can let them have it, but these are fake
Yeah,
requirements,
I
man.
just wanted
All
to, I
these.
just wanted to know
Hey,
why,
you don't hear
how.
Jason talking?
Hey, you can go
you
after
don't hear
Jason, okay?
talking?
After Jason.
And we gonna make sure you go first. We gonna make sure you get the mic first. But these are fake requirements, man. All this, he gotta fly me out. He gotta take me to this restaurant. He gotta do this. He gotta do that. It's not real, man. Like half of women who's saying that stuff, it texting somebody right now who ain't took them nowhere near them type of places or flew them anywhere. So
Nigga drive a
that's
Dodge
not
Charger
that's
and take
yeah.
her to
And
Cheesecake Factory.
yeah, and it's not to say that they don't like men to have money. That's not what we saying. We saying that's not
Derek,
what they
you got a
require.
charger, don't you?
They would rather
You better
have
believe it.
Yeah, you like
a man
Cheesecake
that
Factory,
has
don't
all the other
you?
stuff.
You better
Let me just
believe it.
finish. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. They would rather have the guy who don't have any of that stuff. They'd rather have a guy who don't have any of that stuff, but make them feel a certain type of way, and they'll help him get the money before they get with a man who got the money and don't have all the other stuff, because he'll probably never get it if he don't have a personality by a certain age. So they'll take the personality, deal with the other stuff later. A lot of them not going to admit that here.
Yeah, a 10-inch personality.
Those are fake requirements. He got to fly me here, do this, do that, the third. None of that's real. But y'all got it.
Yeah, y'all online too much, man. Get offline, man. These women lying online, B.
Hey, let me say something, Derek.
They different offline. Yeah.
This is a gauge.
Nah, man, Vera. So, hey, go ahead, hey.
Oh no, I was just trying to see what you guys was talking about, as far as top tier women. Like, what is we judging this on?
We're not about to do that.
Because what the young lady was basically saying, what
Tens,
the young
bro.
lady was basically saying was that it was objective, as like there's like no, it's a disputable, that it's not, it's like a non-disputable fact. When I never heard of that, because pretty much everybody is unique. Everybody have their own certain tastes and standards, or whoever
Yeah,
they
they
like.
lied to you.
So it is subjective, according
Can
to
I-
We're about to go down that road.
well, how is
Yeah, I got you, Pink. So, we don't like. We know what top tier is. She bad, B. When everybody walk
according to
in,
you?
when she walk in, 80% of the men is like, dang, that's what happened when she walk in. Okay,
And
so
what about the
we
other
not gonna.
20%?
I don't know. Probably nobody cares what
By
they
that
think.
it means it's
Probably. That's
subjective.
probably
By
what
your
we have to.
definition, that's subjective.
Hold on, real quick. No key.
Correct.
No key was waiting first, though.
Hey, I really want to get Pink in there real quick though,
Oh,
and
okay,
then
go
and
ahead,
then
Pink.
and then
Sorry.
yeah, then
And
then
then
we go to
no key.
Noki.
Okay. I'm not what black men consider top tier. So what he's
Why not?
saying,
Let her talk. Just let her finish. Go ahead.
I've never been what black men consider quote unquote top tier. But what he's saying is about it being subjective is true, because just because black men don't think that way about me, that doesn't mean that nobody thinks that way. Like what black men think is a 10 isn't necessarily what everyone thinks is a 10. So it absolutely is subjective, and you get in where you fit in. Like I never was bitter about it. Like I'm not, I don't sit around being mad that black men don't think that I'm a 10. I don't care.
All right. So
Okay, hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me
What
say this.
kind
Let
of
me say
men
this.
think
Hold
that
on.
you're a 10 though, Pink Pin?
we getting off topic, bro. She trying to
I'm looking at her.
That's what I be
picture.
wanting
I
to
don't
know.
Nah, that
Mic
wasn't
on
a 10.
Derek, y'all.
Hey,
Come
you
on,
gotta
Derek.
relax.
In the
Okay,
Matrix.
if you are not a 10, no husband of yours is going to think you are a 10. Okay, by
Manville,
definition, that is not
respectfully.
Hold on. No. My bad. Hold on. No.
Derek and
Hold on.
Noki.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay.
That's a
So Pink.
fact.
So yeah. So Pink. So
So why get married?
aren't you like 50?
Yes, I'll be 50
Okay.
in July.
You
And
be
I've been
50 in
married.
July. Now I want y'all to look at her PTR. I want y'all to look at her PTR, right? Look how pretty she is.
right? Almost 50 years old. Okay, now
You just fell right into a trap, Derek.
Now,
that's what she wanted us to do.
Now, I don't particularly like your attitude and how you think about black men in general, Pink. But like, if you go around most black men, especially around your age, they're gonna, and you begin to communicate the way you do and do all the pink pill magic, they definitely gonna say you top tier. So I don't know if it's the black men.
Crazy.
You're in the matrix, Derek.
Breaking up, man. You're breaking up there. But to his point, you, I don't like you as a person, but you beautiful. I can't take that away from you. I think that what you just came up here and did was another one of your things that you do. It was a subtle shot at black. A subtle shot at black men.
Oh my God!
Like that was the whole.
Stop interrupting him.
It's not narcissism. Derek just said the exact same thing. I'm just shedding more light on it. Like there's no conceivable. I honestly believe, probably from college age and up, there aren't a lot because you got your colorists, you got your I only date exotics, you got them idiots. They do exist. We hear this whole word of monolithic this and we're not a monolith that. There is no monolithic standard of beauty amongst black men. So for you to come up here and say you've never been black men, you could say some. I would respect you more, and I know you have the articulation to say some.
Pink pill, my bad. I was clicking on your profile to be nosy, and I accidentally sent you to the office. It's okay, babe. I got you.
I know that you're articulate enough to be able to one say some and know the difference between saying some and generalizing. I know that you have the ability, you are intellectually capable of knowing and expressing a difference, but you use that moment to do what you do. You present yourself a certain way where people don't like your personality, but I don't think anybody would look at you and aesthetically say that you are anything, you know what I'm saying, other than beautiful. 10 is subjective.
That was the only point that I was trying to make.
Yeah, so
that's a good point, That's a good point. That's a good point,
So I listen. Let me be clear. I don't have anything personally against black men. I don't have anything personal. It is not personal. I think that the things that I say, you guys take it as, you don't like black men because you're used to being communicated in a certain way.
So hold on. Listen, I don't really want to do this. We got this white. No, I don't care. We got this white man in here. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not fighting with no black woman from no white man. I ain't doing it. So
I agree. Noki.
So yeah. So we're gonna move on. Go ahead, Noki.
Yeah, I was just going spinning back around to what you were saying. How like some of these women, they got these high standards, but they, still dealing with this and that type of guy, and I think that that's true because it's like a person gets hungry, they may want steak and lobster and such, but they still won't eat ramen noodles if that's all around. That doesn't mean that a woman's ambition is not to have this and that. And so a lot of times they do be in relationships with 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And their way of being is kind of like they want to push a man to want more. And so for a man that's up there, feeling like, or a man who's not got that ambition, or he driving such and such, or he living a certain way and he's still trying to pursue a woman and have this type of woman, and he may get that woman because she at a point in her life where she's just trying to eat versus eat the exquisite food that she want to eat. So she's just trying to eat, or basically, what I'm saying, she's going to take the gifts and the holidays and all that. Something's better than nothing. But as a man, you got to sit up there and look at yourself like, okay, why is she did she, a woman is going to be a woman across all races. So they want nice things. They want to live a certain lifestyle. They want to live and feel a certain way. So as a man, you're dealing with a woman, don't get comfortable in thinking that, oh, she with me because, it's just, she's traditional and she's just living, the standards and she's happy with where she's at. No, basically she settled for you in her, she kind of brought down her ambition level and dealing with you, but that don't mean get comfortable. So don't get comfortable. Still get on your grind. Still focus on self-preservation and get into that bag, because a woman, it's a great possibility shit gonna go left. And the reason shit gonna go left is because you ain't getting to that bag. You ain't focusing on your purpose. You ain't getting to that motherfucking money. So yeah, they with a man who's just regular right now, but trust me, she got sights on other shit. And so as a man, don't get comfortable in thinking you won. Just stay on your purpose and trying to get to that money and get to that bag and up in your lifestyle, because not only, see, we can't sit there and look at a woman as that's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Because women, hypergamous lifestyle. So we got to sit up there and want more. So if we want to keep that, I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but we got to sit up there and be on our purpose and want to get to the money so we can have the woman we want, continue to have the women that we got, or, you know what I'm saying, we won't, you know what I'm saying, get to a different level with these women. You know what I'm saying? You got to step up. And that's just the facts. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who you are. You could be a 50-year-old man. A woman don't want to sit there and struggle. So if you sit up there saying, shit, I'm cool. A woman will leave you at 60 years old trying to get more.
Okay, listen, nobody
wants that. Hold on, let me get in there. Hey, I ain't said nothing. I want to kind of get us back on court. Derek asked us a question. He said, is average men able to get average women? Something around that standpoint. Why can't average men date on that level? No, average men cannot get average women because average women don't want the average man. What's going on right now in the dating culture? What's going on right now in the dating culture is that men, especially average men or men who are below average, they're getting women that's below their standard as well, because those are the women on their level. So if a man's a 5 and a woman's a 5, she wants a 7. And the only person who wants that 5 is the girls who is a 2. So that 2 is looking at that 5 as serviceable. So when it's all said and done, no, average men cannot get an average woman because they don't want him. They want that 7. Just like my boy was saying, Tony was saying earlier, the women who are saying, I want the private jets, they're reposting all the Young Miami memes where she got all the flour. They're reposting all these little Instagram females who are getting flown out. The average women are reposting this. If you go on your social media, they're reposting these elaborate grips. They post these Chanel bags. They're not doing it just because, oh my God, it's something nice or it's this. No, they're doing that because that's the lifestyle they want. We could sit on stage and cap and say this and the third. No, the only reason why they're not getting that lifestyle because they can't. If they could, they would. So they settle for, like my boy Noki said, they settle for what they can get. Most women hit 30, 33, 34, are, around that age, and they start settling. You know what? I'm 34 years old. The basketball player I've been pursuing since college don't want me. And you know what? Let me go get this dude who's probably on my level and settle down with him because he's the only guy that's want to marry me, not knowing that's really her level in the first place. But like Noki's saying, most women want to get above and beyond. They're not okay with just a trip to Atlanta. They want the trip to Dubai. I'm tired of Atlanta. I'm tired of going to the underground station in Lenox Mall. I want the Dubai trip. They're not okay with the basics because they're looking at social media, they're looking at their homegirls, and they feel like they deserve more, but they're honestly they are average. And you know what the 20% of us men do? We get bored and we gonna knock off a 5. The men who are 10, you know what? We get bored and say, you know what? You 5, come to my penthouse. I'm bored. Come on a Tuesday. Let me knock you down and send you home. And what happened to that 5 is she get mesmerized by dealing with that 10, and now she thinks she deserves a basketball player or a millionaire or whatever because this 10 then came down to her level and slept with her. So no, average men cannot get average women because average women are not looking at average men. So the average men who are dating, more often than not, they're dating honestly below their standard because these women don't want them. And unfortunately, this is creating a vicious cycle of the 20% of men being able to do what the hell they want. The top percent of men is too many women for us. For them. It's too many women.
Overwhelmed.
There's too many women for them. I'm not in that 20%.
Too many.
Yeah, it's too many for them.
The surefire way.
But
that's why the foot on your neck is important. When you deal with women that's below you, treat them like shit.
Other yourself as usual on the stage. Success.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm in the bottom.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Go ahead, bro.
So when you do see an average woman with with this so-called average man, then what?
She's probably 40.
Beta bucks. Beta bucks alpha fucks. It's like, man,
It's her last, and when I do, you know what? And when I do see her with that, I know a man who's doing better probably can come get her. 9 times out of 10, when I see that, she's not content. Hold on, A. When I see that happening, more often than not, hold on, A. You go right after. I'm gonna ask your first part of the question, then you can do the second. If that woman believes that she deserves better than this average man, she's never going to be content. Brother, you got to let me finish. You can answer the second question. She's never going to be content. If she feel like she can deserve better, she's never going to be happy and never be really content. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, so you're talking.
That's
you're talking
the fact.
You're talking about far as those type of women. I'm talking about far as you said average.
That's all women.
You're talking
That's
in the
all
all
women.
category. When you see most women, right, which is pretty much maybe like 80% of women that just walking around town. You can look around. You don't see average men driving around in Bentleys, do you? You don't go in the neighborhood seeing all men just driving around in Benzes and Bentleys, Lamborghini trucks.
What are you getting to, my
you don't
brother?
see that, do you? Okay.
Why don't you take an average girl in here?
Wait, let me finish.
Hold on, Manville. Hold on, Manville.
I didn't cut him off not one time.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. What you do see, you see men probably driving in F-150s. You see men in work trucks. You see men going back and forth to work. You see men using Uber. You see men in basically in the workforce that's around 25 to 30 or 35 years old. They probably make maybe an average of 45,000 to 75 or 78,000 a year. And you do see these men are with average women. Or I don't even want to go to that. You do see these men with women.
Nation, what's going on, brother? What's going on?
That look good, and those same women post their man.
What's your point, eh? What's your
They
point?
post their house. They post they have their kids. So what about those women? They just mad.
Nation, what's going on?
The clown,
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Go ahead.
What they're really doing is, listen, bro. You gotta land it so a person can answer you. What they're really doing is they driving that nigga crazy, and they driving that nigga to an early grave because he's not where he needs to be to sit out there fulfill the trips that she wants, the lifestyle that she wants, and really, you know what I'm saying? It's not really a perfect match, but it's actually they living. But really, this nigga sitting around. Okay, so he's doing this in his work truck and living this certain type of life or whatever, and the little money that he has, he's not really able to save. He is going on whenever she want to go on a trip. You know, Christmas come around, Valentine's Day come around, birthdays come around, all this shit come around. So the little that he's doing is constantly going out because he was never on his shit.
You said the little that he's doing?
In her opinion, though. In her opinion.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Let's talk basic economics since we want to talk about little and big. Basic economics, most of your production and most of the convenience and your standard of living in life happens in the lower and the middle class.
We agree with you, brother.
That is where most of the resources is at. That is where most of the transactions is being taken place. In the 1%, they are only providing the businesses and the capital and the production to support your standard of living. But that's not where all of the wealth at. That's not where all of the wealth at, and that's not where all of the money at. All of the money.
You're talking to men who know that. Men know that.
So by saying the little, what do you mean? Because in the middle, you need.
What we mean by that, she's not content, regardless of. If I make 10,000, hold on. Let me finish. Let me answer your question. We agree with everything you said, but just because a woman makes $15,000 is with a man who makes $20,000. That doesn't mean she doesn't dream of ever being with a man who makes $500,000. That doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean she doesn't dream of that or envision that, brother. That's fine. We agree with you, everything that you're saying. But at the end of the day, yes, there is a percentage of women. You gotta let me finish.
Point out the fact that this average scenario.
Hold on, man. I got you. We got you, Manville.
Hold on.
Yeah, we got you, Manville. Yeah, hey, we agree with everything you're saying, and then you're trying to play semantics. Yes, there are some women who are okay. There are some men who are okay with the average lifestyle. I don't want to say it average. They're okay with the lifestyle that they are going with and that they have in their life. There's some women who are okay with that. We're not saying every woman is, distasteful and disrespectful and is doing a man like that. We're not saying that. But there's a large percentage of why people are single right now that this is happening. Hey, we agree with you. Yes, there are some women who are okay with the average man and who are dating on their level. But majority of women, especially millennials and Gen Z women, they are not content with dating. Even if she's making $5,000 and flipping fries, if she got a nice weave and a nice face and some nice makeup and she looks good, she don't care about the McDonald's manager. She want to go to Miami, get some liquor down her throat, and ride in a Lambo, my brother. She don't care that she's doing fries. And that's what we're saying, eh?
Difference.
Okay, when those are trips and material
average
things,
man's income.
those are. Wait a minute, hold
Hold
on.
on, one mic. Wait. One mic. It's two of y'all talking. Hey,
Right,
hey,
it's two
let
of us talk.
Manville talk. Look, y'all can have the dialogue,
Huh?
but we can't hear y'all.
It's me and the guys' conversation.
All right,
Not
cool. So
Manville.
Manville, man down real quick and let whoever was having a dialogue, because two people are talking. We don't even understand what y'all talking about.
And this what we gonna do. Whenever two people is talking, we know
Hold on. What you said, Jay?
we know.
Hold on, Manville. We gonna get it. Hold on.
By the time,
Hold on, Manville. Hold on.
By the time somebody see what's going on right there, by the time somebody been speaking for like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, they the ones that got the mic. If somebody else hop off and you get muted, it was me, because you know that the other voice was already
Or
gone.
me.
So that's just how we gonna do it. But go ahead.
Go ahead, Manville.
What is the difference between the average man's income and the average married man's income at 30 years old and 45 years old? The difference is about 15 grand at 30 and about 35 grand at 45. That is absolutely not fucking average. The average man does not ever earn $65,000 at 30, and they don't earn $75,000 to $85,000 at 45. The average is between like 48 and 54. In order to be in that category of marriageable man who has the resources to be accepted and to have a woman say yes to you, you already need to be in an above average situation. And if you want above average results, most people who are mediocre are going to get mediocre results out of their compensation. They're going to get mediocre results out of who they end up in relationships with too. But for a man who is average in all other respects, right, in order for him to play in the marriage game, on average, he needs to be a standard deviation above a normal guy. So saying that these average men are getting married, these average men are getting married, they're in long-term relationships.
You're in the Matrix.
You're the Matrix, Manville.
You're in the Matrix, Manville.
It's not happening.
Yeah, fight back.
The average is not married.
Keep fighting.
Yeah, keep fighting. We can't hear you, Manville. You're in the Matrix.
Yeah, Manville, we can't hear you. But what is the average salary you said again? You said that you don't make. You said most 45-year-old men don't make $45,000. What is the average salary?
Correct.
Again?
He said a single man is making around like 25,000. Once a man I think he said 45. It's around like I think he said like $40,000.
All right, I think I should be back.
Is the average?
I got Twitch Tower.
Is making $25,000
average man, average black man's at 48. Average across the board in the United States is at 54 and change. At 30 years old,
average.
Oh, hold on, A.
That's average income. That's average income across the board.
What do most?
Thank God.
Go ahead, continue, Manville.
I think he in the Matrix again. But A sounded like he was speaking in that living room in his PTR.
He in the Matrix, nigga get paychecks. What y'all talking?
Manville, go ahead. All right,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to leave and come back,
Yeah, you
man.
might have to get another tower, brother. But nah, for real, like when it's all said, Bishop, you got something to say, brother? I seen you came off the mic.
No, he was just saying that people is broke, man. People ain't got no money like that. That's what he was trying to reiterate. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the wild part, if you go into all these women group chats.
All right, how about now?
Yeah, you back, brother. Go ahead.
The amount of money the average married man is making over the average man at different points in his life At 30 years old, it's about $15,000 extra. So it jumps from $30,000 to 45. At 45 years old, it's $33,000 extra. Jumps from like $54,000 to 80, 87, 88. Okay. Consistently, men who are married are at least a standard deviation above in economic success than your average man. That's not something attainable for everyone. This argument that the average man is successfully entering into these relationships is clearly wrong, right? Above average men are successfully entering into long-term relationships and marriages.
Yeah, I agree.
So what's the point?
And no matter where you set the average, half the people in the population are going to be below it. Historically, we've only ever expected a 2-to-1 ratio of reproduction, meaning that for every 2 women that successfully reproduce, 1 man does. So if 80% of the women are bringing children into the world, you should expect 40% of the men to be. And so on. So if it's 20% of women are having kids, 10% of the men will be.
So you're saying that 40% of men, are you saying that only 40, which I think I read that stat, you're saying only 40% of men lineage would pretty much move on?
Yes.
That's how now it's looking like only 20.
Jeez. So
that's looking like only 20.
So I need to be poly then. I bet. Ladies, go ahead, I got you. Let's make it live on. 40%. Dang.
And then they say that shit's declining as we speak, right?
Yes.
Basically,
that's why the 20% is overwhelmed.
60% of all men who have ever lived never successfully had children.
That's crazy.
Passed on the
That's crazy.
When I said I'm crazy,
So
when the white man said,
so niggas,
now
the
y'all
more
receive
kids
it.
you had, the more valuable you are, man. Now, go ahead.
No, here's the thing. Like, as to keep it 100, like, money is very important. That's the most important thing. But a lot of men got to understand, like, niggas got to sit up there and get in shape. We got to stop playing video games. We just got to, like, we can get certain things. We just got to sit up there and work harder if you don't have the money. You can't be sitting up there talking down and cursing women out and abusive and want this type of woman. You got to learn how to get your how to gift for gab. You got to sit up there and learn how to get your hygiene together. No, nigga, I'm a real nigga who understand how this shit works. If I ain't got no fucking money, I'm still gonna be able to get a woman because I know how to talk to a woman. I know how to sit up there and do this and do that. That's all I'm basically saying. Like, you can't be sit up there 5'9", no money, short dick, doing this and doing that, and then sit back to have this type of woman. Let's keep it real.
That's not the issue. It's
but the motherfucker with money, the 20%, the 20.
Hold on, Noki, you gotta let him talk, Noki. Let him talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not that, like y'all are getting distracted by the top people and the bottom people. You know, like, okay, if the bottom 20 and the top 20, let's just not talk about them for like a couple seconds. What's happening is, whatever that weird middle place is, the weird place that we call average, that we just don't, we're not really doing a good job of measuring, really, by the way. We're kind of just saying shit. But there's this arbitrary middle class people that feel like they're too good for whatever, like, class they're in. The argument is who is the bigger perpetrator of this? Is it men or is it women? Is it the average or slightly above average woman who thinks she's better than what she is? Or is it the average or above average man who thinks she's better than what he is? Because all we're saying is that we have to determine, okay, is there some sort of baseline objective, like, level of attraction? We used to have this. It used to be a man has to have a job, a career, whatever, blah, 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 and be like these sort of basic gender roles. For women,
that was in the 80s.
I could speak to that.
We like, for the last 2,000, 3,000 goddamn years, we spelled it out. Like, women got to know how to cook, clean, be feminine and submissive and in shape and blah, blah, blah. And dude, you got to be, assertive, disciplined, hardworking, have a job. Like you couldn't even talk to like a man cannot even think about approaching a woman if you didn't meet these basic requirements, and vice versa. The society, not only will the family laugh at you or look at you like you're stupid, the whole damn society and community will look at you like you're stupid. But because we live in this modern society where we have no standards, women can just go get careers, be boss chicks, and be strong and independent, or they can be these feminine women who want to do whatever they want, or the guy can just be good looking with a hairline and be good enough, and or have swag and be good enough to be a husband. This is what happened, or he has to be this hardworking 1%er, high performing guy. It's like our standards, because our standards are all over the place, and everyone can have their own standards. We have those standards, so that now it makes it difficult to see who is violating this sort of objective standard of attraction. And all you're hearing is both men and women argue back and forth and saying that you're not living to the objective standard of attraction for men. Men are looking at the woman and saying you're not living up to the standard of what is objectively attractive as a woman. And we have to determine what that is. So unless we do that, unless we say this is the objective standard and you fall short of this, then you shouldn't be talking. But we're not doing that. We keep moving the goalposts to fit our own narrative. But I'll leave it there.
Okay, here this out. Check this out.
Who leaves relationships? Real quick. I just want to just comment off what he said, and I'll let the next person go. See, that's why I be like this, right? That's why I always go with women who agree on the same principles I agree with, right? Because my gauge on what's attractive is not just physical. It's also like what you believe in, what you don't believe in, stuff like that. So I think that what you're saying on a mass scale, man, we never going to agree on that shit. That's why you got to find like niches of people that agree on what you agree on. That way you can actually, accomplish what the hell you trying to accomplish. Otherwise, people going to be arguing back and forth all day, guys. I'm just say that. Go ahead, Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's real simple. All you have to do is look at who leaving relationships.
Yeah, I disagree. I feel like there is 100% a standard for the male and for females. Again, it's nothing is absolute.
What is it? Give me some.
I'm about to get to it. Nothing is
cool.
absolute. So anything I'm saying, I'm not saying it's 100% either way. No matter what data you do, whatever statistics that you run, there's always outliers. But there are a baseline for men. The baseline for men is that, again, it's whatever you find attractive. Whatever you find attractive. So whether you like a nice butt, a cute face, a skinny, petite, blase, whatever majority of men find attractive, that's one of the baseline, one of the standards that man goes off. Another one, she has to be agreeable. Are she able to articulate herself, be agreeable, and are you able to work through these issues? If those two things are met with most men, we're going to say that she passed the baseline standard when it comes to most men. Am I attracted to her? Is she agreeable? And, the third one for some men as well, again, can she bear kids? Those three things are honestly the three things that men look at. Vice versa for women. Their baseline is a little harder. It's a little bit more difficult. That's why the statistics show that they're only mating with 40% of the men. So you're saying 100% of women is only mating with only 40% of the men. So their criteria is different. Most women do not care about looks. Most of the time, these wealthy men who are not attractive could be overweight, could stink, could do whatever, could have multiple women, can do whatever. You got Diddy right now, a 50-year-old billionaire, literally every day it's a new woman coming out, and they all fighting over this one man. They're not fighting over because he got the best music.
One of the uglier dudes?
Hold on. I'm gonna land, but they're not fighting over him because he's not, because he's super attractive or he's the tallest guy or he can run the bets. No,
but is he ugly though?
No, it's not about that though. I'm about to get to that point though. It's not. I'm talking about the standard for women, their standards. So women do not care about looks. I can go to Rick Ross. I can go to Lil Wayne. If you want to be ugly, we can go to ugly. I can go to Kodak.
Oh, women don't think those niggas.
Exactly.
Women don't think these niggas are ugly though. No, women think that P Diddy. Women think P Diddy look good.
Popeye, let me land.
Don't, Popeye.
Again, let me land. There's for all the women in the world, there are more attractive men than Diddy. Because if all that it required for men to be attractive is to get all the women, then the most attractive men will be able to just sit in their house all day and not do shit and have multiple women and live an awesome life. No, the attractive men. There are more attractive men who are not having the women fawn over them like Diddy. When it comes down to women's standards, their baseline. When it's all said and done, they want a provider. They want a man who can acquire all the wealth. Even in the caveman days, can you build a fire?
Man.
Hold on, let me finish, then you can reply, brother. Who got the biggest cave? Who got the biggest fire? Who can go get the most meat? All these are assets. So women, they're going to go after the man who has the most assets, who can acquire the most. Their baseline is higher than men because the only thing we require is somebody who's agreeative and somebody who's also attractive. That's all we require, which women can literally be born with that. Us men, we can't. Some men are born into wealth, but most men are not born into wealth. So when it's all said and done, women are looking for a protector and somebody who can acquire wealth and somebody who can provide. When it's all said and done, so there's still a baseline. Papa, I'm about to finish. You go right after me. Whether the baseline is higher or whether it's lower, that's up to the woman. But there is a baseline, i.e., why he said only 100% of the women are procreating with 40% of the men. But go ahead, Papa, do your thing.
Listen, no. What you doing? Hold on, I'm saying something.
Hold on, because that's what I'm gonna do. Hold on, I got you, Papa. Let me just say it real quick,
Derek.
I just want to have my turn.
Hold on.
Nah, it's on Papa.
I'm gonna be real quick. All I'm saying is this. Successful, I don't agree with none of that stuff you just said. If most dudes ain't born into wealth, then most women ain't born into wealth. It don't work. It ain't like most women are born into wealth and just less niggas. No, it don't work that way. So that's not right.
Listen, to have money, Papa?
Listen.
No, I'm asking you a question.
What? Yes, there's a lot of men that are looking for a wife that has a good career.
No.
Yeah,
that's not the standard.
That's
not standard.
There's a bunch of men that hold on, listen, let me finish. Listen.
Over books any day.
Okay, listen. There are a bunch of men that know to make a good choice and they want a woman with a career. They want a career woman. There are a lot of men that would not take a woman that's not a career woman. A woman that's not solid and solidified in some kind of career that he sees that she's like has a good foundation, like good family. There's a lot of people that have to have that to get a man. No. You talking about, man? You talking about a supermodel? I'm not talking about a supermodel.
No, a trophy wife.
You're talking about a supermodel.
But the thing is, what you're saying, Papa, what you're saying is actually the smart thing to do. But that's not standard.
No. But listen. Let me finish right here. Listen, he said that most women want dudes that want to go get a bag. Most women don't even know what a bag look like. Most people don't got no money. Most people ain't never held $10,000. They gonna die without holding $10,000. So that woman, the majority of America, which is filled with women too, feel the same way. They ain't running around behind no dude trying to make this and that. They happy with a Chrysler 300 within the last 4 years with leather and a sunroof. It ain't good.
So you
they not tripping. They got him a house. Listen,
you're saying if that ball player.
No, hold on. Because successful, you talking in extremes. Popeye is talking in extremes too, and y'all on opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Successful, you brought up trophy wives. Most of us cannot afford no trophy wife, and
I agree.
And most men cannot deal with a ugly woman that got a good job.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Derek.
No, I never said ugly. Never said ugly.
I'm just saying, most of us want a little bit of both. We want a woman that we're attracted to that also has.
In the Matrix.
I mean, didn't I just make that point?
In the Matrix, Derek, fight.
So why was there any pushback? So this is my question. Why was there any pushback when I say when you go outside and you see an average guy with an average woman and they have something between them, maybe they married, maybe they've been together for some years, why can't they just be left alone and have an actual relationship? And why can't they want to be with each other? Because they formed that bond with one another that they're not going to break unless. And why it got to be some under motive? The woman is just using that man until she reached the top, or the man is just using the woman until he reached the top, and then he gonna get this trophy wife. Like, no, it's just
who signs up for divorce first?
Listen, can I finish?
I ask you a question.
This is just human nature. It shouldn't have been no pushback. It should have been like, okay, yeah, I see that. I see that when I go outside. And then the whole thing about you guys is keep on saying average based on salary. Averages is not based on salary. I don't know why Manville even said that. Averages is based on a standard of living. Your salary chases your standard of living. If it only takes you $25,000, that means that it only takes you $25,000 to be considered to be in the middle class. That means that with $25,000, a single man is able to afford to live in the middle class and be sustainable in that lifestyle. It is the
That's a
product,
lot
the
of.
lifestyle, and the services and the convenience of that lifestyle. That's what determines the average standard of living. But right now, an average standard of living is actually higher than that. Actually, it's 45,000 to maybe like 74 or something of that nature. That's maybe like something like more in the middle class, upper middle class. That's due to the inflation.
Yeah, that's more like it right there.
Products and stuff that's becoming more expensive. But it's chasing your standard of living. So why can't a man and a woman sustain that standard of living and be happy?
Yeah,
What is between those couples? So you're going to say that those couples that relationship is not validated?
Nobody's saying
because
that.
the people
Nobody's
not rich?
saying that, You're arguing with yourself. Nobody's
That's
saying
what it
that.
seems like. That's what you're
No,
saying. You're
nobody
saying
is saying that,
only with that man because he's settling for that.
You want to argue something? Nobody's saying that. We agree
Hold on,
with you.
successful. Let me ask him a question real quick.
Hold on. I'm about to land, bro. There's nobody disagreeing with you at all. Hey, yes, there are couples who are satisfied in a relationship who are living average lifestyle. We never said that's not happening. We agree with you 100%.
It shouldn't have been the whole scenario.
We're not pushing you. Hey, we're not pushing back. We're not pushing back. Hey, we're not pushing back. There's also an 8-foot dude, tall guy in the world. No matter what, there are outliers. We agree with you. There's no pushback.
Okay, I'm back. My bad. My bad. I had to take that. Okay, so most men in the middle, y'all. I mean, okay, let's get back to the 20%. Most of the dudes in the 20%. Let's not act like the 20% are all millionaires and just the most handsome guys on the planet, right? The 20% have something that women like. Let's just keep it that simple, right?
Money.
Right. I don't think it's money, y'all. I don't.
Definitely money. Come on, Derek.
Successful. I think you're speaking from your lens. Right.
So question to you, Derek. So question. Hold on. Quick question for Derek. Quick question, Derek. So if you couldn't hold on. Let me
hold on, y'all.
Hold on. We having a Discord. Quick question to you, Derek. If you could not provide for your wife right now, hold on. Hey, dang. Jeez. This brother here.
Hey, Derek, we can barely hear you, man, but go ahead, successful.
So Derek, if you could not provide for your wife right now, do you think she would have been okay with marrying you?
Yes.
But who said he's 20%?
But let me tell you, successful, right? So, okay. When you say provide, are you talking about she not work? Are you talking about she not work?
No, what I mean by Derek is that you holding your end of the bargain. So let's say that she's doing what she's doing, but you're not hold on, dang, brother. You're not able to add anything extra to the pot. You just
of course not. You're
an amazing man.
Of course not.
So when we sit on stage and we be dishonest and say that money don't matter, aka resources, aka providing, we're kind of discrediting money. Again, when I say money, it's another.
That's an extreme successful.
Hey, we're gonna have to move you, bro, because we can't even hear you.
I want y'all to know that is
No, hey, we literally see your thing coming off, man, and you're like, we can't even hear you good. So it's just noise. It's just noise. But successful. Go ahead.
Successful, real quick. Successful.
Hold on.
Hold on, Bishop.
Just let me say this to you real quick, bro.
Real quick. Interrupt the Discord. We having
I just said, hold on. Yeah, Bishop. Hold on. So successful. It's certain words that you're using, and I think the majority of people see a particular thing. So when you say a man that has money, when you say that, it sounds like the woman is not contributing anything. It's just like he's the sole provider.
No. I'm not saying it like that. When you speak about 20%, when you say that to me, Derek, when I hear 20%, it's the 20% of men who are doing the best in the world, the top 20% of earners. So when you say that, in my opinion,
No.
So 20%.
That's not what I mean.
No.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about because you agree, or do you disagree that there are men that got money that's still struggling, that have less success than men that are average earners?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
They still got choosers. There's a lot of awkward ass basketball players and millionaires who got women. You see all these rich.
I don't. But successful. Why successful? Why do you successful? You can't keep running to millionaires and athletes and entertainers. Successful.
Let's do 100.
Successful. Hold up. Guns. It's too many people. Successful. There are so many men that make six figures, right? If a man does not have the je ne sais quoi, right? That a dude that makes 75,000 have, the woman would choose the man that makes 75,000.
But that's close. That's 25,000. That's 25,000 though. Man, that's right there.
You keep making it about money. I'm just making the point. I think some of this stuff, y'all,
Derek,
is hold on. I think no, man. I hear too many of these men talking about women taking half of what they got and blah 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 and men getting cheated on. Women are stepping out just as much as men. What, 24% of men cheat, 28% of men cheat, 24% of women cheat. So these men with this so-called money, listen, they be getting cheated on by guys that don't have as much money as them.
You're moving the goalpost though, Derek. We're not talking about
I'm not.
We're talking about
what I'm saying.
Woman. We're talking about getting the woman. I ain't talking about what goes on after. I'm talking about getting attention. I'm not talking about what goes on after.
Right. My point is, hold on. My point is, I'm not trying to discredit the impact that money has in getting women. I'm not trying to do that. But let's just keep it on the everyday guy, right?
Right,
because
Derek, just remind you,
why
real
I keep
quick.
interrupting?
I just want to add something because we getting caught
go
up
ahead,
on
Bishop.
right
Go ahead.
I just want to remind you, the only reason why we getting caught up here is because you mentioned that the 20%, they don't only have money. All right. So like you could continue what you're saying. We all agree that the 20% got more than money that they bring into the table. Y'all got caught up because of the money thing. We follow you, bro. So just go ahead, continue, bro. We following what you're saying. Go ahead. I just don't want to get as caught
Can we
up
just
on
define?
these
Okay, the 20%.
Yeah, Derek got to define the 20%.
All right. Let me define the 20%. Right? There's okay, guns. Go ahead. Maybe you can say it better.
The 20% is the guys who have no problem attracting women who attract and have sex with and date the majority of women. That's what the 20%.
That's it. Keep it right there. Keep it right there.
Simple.
Keep it right there, guns. No more.
I got you.
That's the 20%, right? And what what the sentiment of the room is that the 20% looks different. Some men, it's money. Some men, it's looks. Some men successful is homeboy just really good in the bedroom.
I agree.
And
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what y'all saying now.
Right? These are the guys that have access to multiple women the majority of their life, and they're not necessarily complaining about, oh, women don't see me. Women only want the top 20%. Because the top 20% is literally like, and Uno or somebody brought this point up earlier, this was very difficult for me to even see because I have friends that have money that they get, they look kind of like a regular guy when it comes to women. They not as loose as I have been, right? I have friends that are short, that got a couple different, kids by different women, and all the women attractive. I have friends that are very, quote unquote, square, buttoned up, that they not from the hood, they not from the street, they not from none of that. But homie is just a cool dude
and he knows how to just interact with people. He got a whole bunch of women. Like, I got a homeboy, man, Sam probably about 300 pounds, man. Sam got a beautiful wife. You know what I'm saying? Now, is she a 10? No. But she's definitely a attractive woman, you know? So I struggle.
These people figured it out. That's the thing. As men, you got to figure it out. Now, some men
No, Key. But what they've been saying is the 80%. Let's go with 60%, because I think Uno kept saying that 20% are just invisible. Okay, cool. Invisible, I don't know what to do. The other 60% that there's a chance for, right? Those guys, it's almost like they can't even figure it out. And I'm like, everybody can figure it out. You just got to find your lane of women. Go ahead, Noki.
Yeah, well, I agree with what you're saying and what Success is saying. But the thing is, like, motherfuckers just have to figure it out as a man, because, like I was saying, like, you can't have all these negatives on your belt and expect to have a win. Like, you know, you're competing at the I know it don't seem like it, but we competing amongst all men. So all men, not just black men. But right now, in this case, even with black men, them 20%, these motherfuckers are competitors. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. And let's take the women out of the equation. When I'm around niggas with money, I feel a certain way if I don't have no money. If I'm around in the gym and I'm around these motherfuckers who are ripped up and cut up, I feel a certain way if I'm bloated and I ain't cut up and ripped up. It's just about being competitive as a man, and that leaks over to your social life. So if you're competitive as a man, whether it's getting money, being fit, learning how to sit up there and work the bedroom, all that shit, then your wins gonna start adding up. But see, the thing is,
you know what though?
Go ahead.
I don't. Hold on. Well, hold on before you do that, because I don't even think the 20% is. I don't even think they feel they in competition with other men.
Yeah, because niggas ain't getting it.
I think the 20% are so focused on
you're just not worried about the other dudes
and what they got going on that they not. I'm not competing with none of y'all men. Me. Whenever I show up, I'm going to be me, and who like me is going to attract to me. And we know the women that we can get. So I ain't even gonna look this way because I'm not attracted to her. I ain't even gonna look this way because I gotta spend a whole lot of money for her. But these women right here, let me play in this part right here. Niggas is not focused on other men like that.
No,
yeah, Michael Jordan ain't competing too, but when he step in the arena, he gonna win.
No, wait, no. Let me ask you this, based on what you said.
Right,
if there's a competition, what are the rules? Hold on. Hey, Noki, what are the rules to the competition?
The competition is be the best motherfucking man you can be, and that's how you start adding up your wins.
Okay, so then if I'm in second place and I take a shotgun and just blow the first place person's head off, is that cool? Like, are you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
I don't even know how to answer that question.
We not advocating.
Okay, no, that's good because this is all like grade A projection, and this is why I said that like people are trying to force people to behave or play the game by their rules. Like both people are doing it. The winners are doing it and the losers are doing it. The losers are saying, the winners are saying, the losers are saying why the game's not fair. Why is it y'all winning? The winners are saying that no, the game is fair. You guys are just playing it. You're just playing it wrong. But what I'm saying is that if there is no rules, and the moment that they play the rules by their game, which is complaining, because women who are not attractive, they don't sit here and try to play by the room and accept that they're not attractive. They're gonna try to literally put on fake hair, fake eyelashes, fake all this and that, fake ass, fake titties, and fake everything, and call themselves a bad bitch, and then try to literally corrupt our minds to believe that they're attractive when they're not.
No. That's in your eyes. They're competing as women. Women are competing.
Hold on. You're missing the point. I'm pointing that what I'm trying to demonstrate is that we're making these arbitrary rules that fit our narrative. Because unless we're going to say there's an objective standard that we all are following, and to win. This is why I said that it seems like there's no objective standard to be what is the bare minimum to be attractive across the board. Meaning that if I go into America and go on daytime television and say, this is my standard, the 89, 95% of America would disagree, like, no. No, like literally, if you go to major other societies, if a woman cannot cook, she's not marriageable. She can't even. If she's overweight and can't cook, she's not even. Just don't even talk about being a wife. No one. The first thing to say, go learn how to cook, and go learn how to lose weight. If a man was in a certain societies, if he does not have a job, what are you talking about? Don't even sit here and have conversations about being in a relationship if you don't got a damn job. There's because most societies that have successful overall marriage rates and stuff, is that the culture has a universal standard of what is the bare minimum to be even in a conversation. But it seems like in the West, there isn't, because some men want a strong, independent woman, some men want a submissive trophy wife, some women want to be that, and some women don't. And then there's literally enough people to be like, you know what? I'm going to be a strong, independent woman, and I can find a man, and she can. I want to be a submissive, stay-at-home wife, and I can go find a man, and she can. The problem is that all those people are in the same boat and are acting like we all on the same page, and we're not. It's clear cut that certain people have different standards, and everyone's in this big ass orgy of like dating standards, and that's why it's hard for you to find, because when you go outside, you think you can be a below average or broke nigga and not provide, and you can get a chick because you see a dude who probably is handsome doing it, and he has no problem reproducing, having 4 or 5 kids, and women having his baby and all that shit. We see it. We also see ugly dudes who get money, who getting wild. So like, you're gonna sit here and say, okay, well, what's the standard? What are we doing here? So all I'm saying is that, and then what's happening is that we keep moving the goalposts based upon what our personal standards are. Because you're saying that it's competition, sure, then let those losers go out here and go start just killing literally just murdering off the top 20%, and then there'll be enough to go around. If the who's the best looking guy, let me just go kill him, take him out the competition, and then now I'm the best looking guy. That's all. And then when we say we start doing that, oh my gosh, this is crazy. It's not fair. Well, no, it is, because I got away because I did it and it worked. I got some bitches. I just didn't rob it. I don't have to go out here and get my own money. I can just rob
guns. Can I try to
go ahead.
Okay, so I think what Guns is saying.
Go ahead.
All right, and then you might not totally agree, but this is what I'm comprehending. What Guns is saying, right, is that there's people in the game, right? Some people, they cannot get away with the guy with the looks get away with, so they got to use their money, their charm, whatever it is, and that's how they win. The other guy, he uses his looks, and the other guy uses their money, right? Now, ultimately, what you're saying is that, there's no rules or whatever the case may be, and maybe there's not no rules, but there are certain principles, like money is a principle, looks is a principle, character, charm is a principle. Whichever one you got, you know what I'm saying, you work it to your best. Don't try to go out your lane.
I got craziness. I can just literally just go crazy.
See that, and I knew we would disagree on that point, because I heard what you were saying.
There's a lot of you agree with that. Y'all mad at them.
No, yeah, what I grabbed.
Whatever works for you. That's simple.
Yeah, guns. I knew you would disagree, because I heard what you were trying to say, but for what I grabbed from what you said, though, you identified that certain men have certain principles, and we hear those very often, so we know they're common. You know what I'm saying? Even though at the end you think that there's no rules, I think there are certain rules governing this stuff. Is either you got money, you got looks, you got some personality. Not everybody can get looks, but pretty much everybody can get some personality. You could probably work in that area, right, with experience. Money, it's possible to get more money. It's a certain roof for most people in their lifetime. We see the numbers on that. But, you know what I'm saying, certain things could kind of be leveled up in a way for you. So I know you won't totally agree with what I'm saying, but I just want y'all to, that's what I picked up.
I get what you're saying. Children
will probably be attracted to those things, but then we grow up.
But hold on, I get what you're saying, Bishop. But when I'm hearing this conversation, when we start moving into the morality shit, you should just do this, you should just get your money up, you should just do this and that. What you're saying is that you should play the game by my rules that I feel like I'm good at. Because you wouldn't say play the game by rules that you suck at, which is being an asshole. Like if I said, all right, let's just go out and just go in a free for all, start murdering each other. and
Yeah,
be the
but
best man.
guns.
It go Hunger. Wait, hold on a second. Let's go Hunger Games style and be the best man win. There'll be a lot of motherfuckers who are
What's your
bitches who
point,
can't fight,
Guns?
who
What's your
can't.
point?
Wait, hold on a second. Who can't fight? Wait, who can't fight? Who suck at lying and manipulation and dark triad shit? You're gonna be like upset. You're gonna start complaining. You're gonna be like, why are you playing like that? Well, man, you just gotta be
They're
better at lying.
complaining now, Guns. What are you talking about?
No, Jesus Christ, you're missing.
They're literally
Hold on,
You're
guns.
missing. Okay,
I thought you were saying, hold on, guns. Real quick, I'm gonna say this, right? I don't think the people that are saying what they're saying are coming from a morality perspective. I think they coming from a perspective where they trying to share intelligence. They're trying to share what they think
that they
will
can
be
do what
good
they can do.
because that's their expertise.
They're niggas
I
that
mean,
aren't as
I
funny as
wouldn't
you.
want
They'll never be as funny as you. Like they'll never be.
no, but that's cool though. But that's cool. Look, I would never be funny as funny as they. Hold up, guns, real quick. I would never be as funny as Dave Chappelle. But if someone was to teach me on how to tell jokes, I would take my advice from Dave Chappelle. I know I ain't gonna be funny as that nigga.
You can beat up.
But you go out here beating niggas' asses. That's not gonna win you anything. I'd rather go the route
gonna eliminate
of
competition. It's going to like, but that's what society did. Literally, Genghis Khan went around and just literally just destroyed.
Yeah, that's not gonna. That's
Hey, listen, dog. Listen. If you want to be a fighter, if you want to be a fighter, and that could be your way of winning. You go in the ring, win some rounds, and then you can get the women you want by being a fucking fighter. You talking about fighting so much? Step into the ring. Like Mike Tyson was a fighter. He got women because he was a fucking boxer.
You're missing his point, bro.
No, I'm not missing his point.
He get his point. He's trying to make a point, and it's not one there. When it's all said and done, every man has in a so-called 20%, there's no right way to get what you want. But we know they're getting what they want. Point blank period. So I don't even know why we even hitting on this point. We know there's 100 million ways to get women. There's 100 million ways to sleep with women. So why are we sitting down trying to break it down or trying to make it more deeper than what it is? It's not
because
that
we're trying
deep,
to tell. It's because successful. It's because we're on this app
Yeah,
trying to tell people
because
what they
they have
should
to be
and should
covered.
not. It's because we're trying to tell people what they should and should not do.
We're not
Why
telling them
are you
anything.
complaining? Wait. Why are you complaining? They're trying to complain their way to the top because they're better at complaining than you. You suck at complaining. You a lot of y'all niggas on the stage suck at complaining. You guys aren't good at it. I couldn't pay you to be good at complaining better than a motherfucking loser. A loser's really good at being at complaining. So he's gonna complain his way to the top, and that's what he's doing. So why aren't you accepting what people are good at, which is some people are really good at complaining and they complain the way into the fuzzy. Like a lot of y'all niggas do that.
I mean, guns. You could be
If it
good.
works,
You could be good at complaining. Yeah, but it doesn't work.
You can't complain.
Good at complaining, but it really doesn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, you're not going to get good results. It just is what it is. You're not going to get good results when it's all said and done.
I mean, it depends on which. Okay, is we talking about just getting women just to sleep with them? And because you could say it's 1,050 ways to get women just to sleep with them. Or are we talking about getting in a romantic relationship with a woman, trying to find a
romantic relationship? That's the only conversation I'm interested in having.
We're talking about just getting women, just period.
Relationships. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so if we're talking about a relationship, we're talking about a whole nother level than just getting a woman to just sleep with a woman, right? So if you're looking for a relationship as far as romantically, that means that you are looking for some sort of bond, especially if you're planning on getting married. You're looking for a bond because actually a relationship romantically, you're basically getting into marriage. You're going to have some sort of feelings towards each other, which means you're going to form some sort of bond. Once you get married, that bond is actually connected to something holy or whatever you believe in. And that bond is not going to be broken by anything materialistic. Or else that bond was false. That means that somebody was getting in a relationship under false pretense. And instead of them getting in a relationship because they formed that bond with you, they got in a relationship with you under selfish reasons.
Sound much better.
Saying, you could do this for me. You could provide this for me.
Sound good, but he also sound like he in a rom-com too.
Okay, listen.
I swear.
That is under selfish reasons. So either you're talking about a romantic relationship or you talking about a business transaction. Which one?
Oh my God!
I already told you, brother.
Hold on. Hey, you asked the question.
Okay.
You gotta let people answer. You want to answer your own question?
No, answer it. I'm not telling you to answer it. My mic on mute.
You're aggressive.
I believe. Okay, so you said some good things, and I don't really know what point to talk to, so I'm gonna talk to this point. So the point you're saying that like people that don't mean well getting married still don't go through things. You know what I'm saying? There's infidelity, divorce, etc. You know what I'm saying? So can't say, oh, you know, a business transaction are the only relationships that fail. That's ridiculous, and you know it. You know what I'm saying? It is ridiculous. I mean, people literally fall. People, okay. So hold on, hey, we can't talk at the same time. So every relationship that was founded on God and love, every single one of those relationships succeeded, meaning they never got divorced ever. That's ridiculous, eh? Because human being, hey, now we talking about the nuances of it, right? I'm just talking about the baseline. Human beings are human beings. Human beings evolve, human beings change, whatever. Human beings gain weight, human beings lose weight, human beings, you know, financial stuff happens, all of that happens. And yeah, if you want to say it's selfishness, probably, you know, sometimes it's laziness. Sometimes it's lack of empathy. I guess if you want to say it all comes back to selfishness, I'm cool with that. But don't just come on. I don't like to sell dreams where it is a dream. I mean, we could literally go to the Bible and people that were, you know, literally chosen by God messed up, eh? You know what I'm saying? You want to like no, I don't. Not right now. Handpicked by God, and still made egregious mistakes. You know what I'm saying?
David.
It's so hard to hear you, it's so difficult talking to you because it's so hard to hear you. So we're just gonna move on. You know what I'm saying? We're coming to the end, y'all. So
and God said they was okay. Well, let me end it with this.
You in your living room, the same living room in your PTR. That's where it sounds like you talking from, bro. You can't.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly.
Well, you need to switch locations. Because it's hard to hear you, bro. It's so bad quality, bro. You're not even
we are acoustics.
Very bad quality,
air.
very echoey, so much reverb.
I don't want to be too loud, so I got it low.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, brother. It's bad. It's bad audio. We've been trying to bear with you.
Yeah, just hang it up for the day. Hey, you did good.
Yeah, you did good, brother.
But if you could afford a house, you could afford a money. So this is what we about to do. Final thoughts. We about to final thoughts, man. Anybody want to share? Anybody want?
All right, let me get my final thoughts.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, real quick. Look, next time we had this conversation, I want to talk about the 33% nigga. I want to talk about him. What the hell going on with him? We got the 20 we figured out today. You got this top 20. You got this 80. From the 80, you got the bottom of the 80. And as you go up the percentile, you know what I'm saying, they get better. So, you know, and obviously there's a divide between that 80% and that 81% where the 20% begins. I want to talk about those guys between that first 13%,
20% of the 80%.
That 13% of the 80. So what number is that? I don't know. I'm bad at math. Like 67%. That 60% to 80%. That last percentile. That last 13. My bad. That last 13 percentile of that 80, I would love to have a conversation on that one day for real because
I think hold on, Bishop. Hold on. I want to say this to Bishop.
What's up?
30%, 20%, 60%, 10%, 1,000%, million%. You see how we done complicated this thing?
We did, but I'm just speaking the language we've been using all day.
Bishop's on to something. Bishop is on to something.
It's very complicated, but I'm speaking the language we've been speaking all day. Well, we gotta talk about that 13%.
No. I wasn't necessarily saying us, meaning today. I'm just talking about how we do relationships today. We have complicated it so much, and all of these technicalities and semantics and just scientific equations, just to say people not liking who like them. People are operating out of ego and pride and selfishness. People really don't want love, really don't want marriage,
and really just want what they want when they want it, and they think everybody else should acquiesce to them whenever they get ready. Like
But
that's
that's not
really
what
what
I
this
was
whole
saying.
thing is.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's true.
and
But
well,
I will also just like for a closing thought for me, just reiterate what I said earlier is that this 20%, wherever they are, even if you want to put a different number on it, what's going on is not their fault. They're taking advantage of opportunities given to them. And I think, again, if the 20% became 5%, that's eliminating 75% of the problem. The women would find that 5%. They'll find their way to them. So I'm going to maintain that. And yeah, that's my closing.
Boo.
And my closing thought would be all this conversations about relationship is bullshit because we keep talking about people we're not, which is not the bottom 20% or the top 20%. Really, what it is and who you're talking to are the people who are above average, but they're exceptional and they want exceptional results when you're just above average. And number two is, I think it's pretty simple what happened. There was a universal standard of what is attractive or what is acceptable and not for society. Men had to have these certain gender roles fulfilled, and women had to have these certain gender roles fulfilled. What happened was women wanted more freedom and options to choose whether or not they would want to live this lifestyle or that. What that did by consequence is just deregulated the dating market because now there's standards are all over the place. But then the other thing that happened is that through all that bullshit, they arbitrarily try to move the goalposts of what men find attractive by saying, hey, because I have money, I'm more attractive. Because I'm more successful, I'm more attractive. You should find me more attractive. And men are not doing that. And then also, because now what's happening to Jason's point is that because women are making more money, making more decisions, have more freedom, they are needing men less. So then now they're not selecting men solely on their ability to quote unquote protect and provide. They're looking for other things to fulfill that, such as like they're more emphasizing looks, attraction, aesthetic, image,
orgasms,
and shit like that, and orgasms and shit like that. They're looking for that shit, and that's all that's happening. But I'll leave it there.
As a woman that
I've been said
does
that.
pretty well for herself, we definitely need more than the things that you just stated. It's not just again, I think we say this all the time. We love men that are respectful, logical, and have confidence.
I never.
We like men that prioritize, that have their priorities in check, which means they're not prioritizing women in their younger age, so that when they are ready to settle down at the older age, like you men like to say you guys settle down at, you can be actually ready and established. Women, like a lot of us want more for you guys than y'all want for yourselves, and it's unfortunate. We heard a lot of windmilling to be average and regular and all that today, and I hate that for y'all. But I definitely do wish y'all the best, and I hope that y'all stop, just striving to be average and only average. Just be better, because we definitely want to see y'all doing better, because y'all definitely deserve that. So, yeah, that's my final thoughts.
Okay, I just wanted to have one final thought. Let's come and go real quick, Vince. I just wanted to have one final thought. I'm not really gonna tell men what to do, but I just really want to say this from my life experiences. And I think it'll help y'all as y'all have kids and y'all raise them. If you have sons, if y'all from a young age can just prioritize them being effective communicators verbally, in their writing, how they speak, how they're able to deal with people. When they get older and get to having to come in contact with women and learn how to communicate with them and deal with them, it'll go a long way towards what their outcomes will be. And all this other stuff that we talk about, money, education, how they show up to relationships, will fall in place simply from something as simple as if they start learning at a very young age how to deal with people and how to communicate verbally and be confident in that. That confidence will translate to every other part of their life, professionally, personally, socially, everything. So that would be my suggestion. But to do that, you have to be present and you have to be an example of that as their fathers. I'm done.
I had a question for T. So just a quick question for T based on what she said. Quick question for T. Okay.
Well, I thought this was
Did what? Okay, T. Come on to see if we're even listening to each other. Okay, T. Did what you said say contradict what I said?
No, not entirely. It did not.
In what place did it contradict? What was a contradiction?
I don't remember exactly what your words were right now, but you said something along the lines of making it seem as though the desirable men are always the men that make the higher salaries when that's not completely accurate.
I never once mentioned. I don't think I mentioned salaries.
It was something that alluded to that. That's what I responded to.
I didn't. I don't think I. Maybe someone could correct me wrong. I never mentioned salaries. So that's why I was just confused, like why you framed it the way you did. But just for clarity, based on what I heard from you, what I was saying is that women do not only value a man's ability to protect and provide to the extent they did in previous times, because they have the ability to provide today. So they prioritize things outside of protection and provision. That's
Okay.
today is what they do.
Well, if that's what was meant by it, then I stand corrected and I agree.
Okay, cool.
See, that's an example of being able to communicate effectively and how a point could be misconstrued and lost and then reiterated, and it's worked out between a man and a woman. Look at that.
Did it?
And I did put that in the chat, and I can speak to that because sometimes things can appear vague. I was simply meaning like when we've talked about relationships, I've been waiting to hear from the men in the sense of values, right? And I've even put examples in for me as a woman. I've been waiting, right? Because we've talked a lot about money, intimacy, clout, and stuff like that. But I haven't heard a man say what they really wanted, right? Because for me, I believe a man can, effective communication, you lead. So how can I make you happy when you don't know what you want, right? So like if I was sitting and talking to a man and everything was about money and that would mean to me that would be his perceived values. If he's talking about his goals and aspirations, then those are things that I can communicate with him on. And so if there is a man that I would speak to and he's laying complaint about things on social media, I wouldn't worry about it anyhow, because it's not the type of man I meet that focuses in on those sorts of like topics in a sense of like, intimacy and growth, right? So I just wanted to say that real quick. Thanks.
I'll answer that question real quick. What's up? I'll answer that question real quick. This is Anthony. Okay. You know what? I'll tell you exactly what I expect from a young lady: to be in complementary to everything that I do, to collaborate with me to make sure that I stay on path and enhance my quality of life for me and my family and the people that are around me. Be more value. That's it. Be more value to me so we can be more valuable to other people. So I think that, when I hear ladies talk in these rooms, I never hear this: how can I help you? How can we build together? Man's got to be 9 feet tall. Man has to have this much money. Man has to do this. And none of the conversation is saying, how can I be in complementary to who this person already is, so we can build, right? So I think that's, intimately, in most cases, I don't think that we have all of these things that people have to. Men don't really ask for a whole lot. We don't really care about. I don't care about your money. I just want you to be willing to work. I don't. And what I mean by that is, I want you to be able to want to work, because I'm not going to be with anyone who's not willing to work with me. Because in the event, when you get in a relationship, it's now a team. So a team is not saying, a team is not, saying, okay, this guy has to do this in order for me to do that. That's not a team, or he has to be make this much money or do this and do that in order to build. I feel like so many people have all of these perceived notions of what their ideal person is that they're negating what they can learn from the person and how they can mutually build together. That is what my level of expectation is from a woman. How is she in contribution to what I already have? How can she collaborate and add, how we can both mutually add to each other, and how we can complement each other moving forward and growing a community. Those three things, 3 C's. And that has nothing to do with business. It has nothing to do with how do you add value? How do you add to the quality of life? Because I've already created a very, very good lifestyle for me and my family, right? Because I have 2 kids, right? But I just feel like nobody's talking about that. All we're doing is complaining versus you want more about, you want to be more, everybody's complaining about what the men aren't, and they're not looking in the mirror and seeing what they aren't. You can't attract what you do not. How do you expect to attract the person that you're not? It absolutely makes no sense to me at all.
Well, I think, Anthony, and I appreciate you answering. That's what I was looking for, right? Because how can I be of support, especially if your dreams and your goals begin to, hopefully we have things in line, we have things in common, and the things that you're shifting towards, it's even better as you're dating that, that person's implemented in your life, right? Because then you see that a person is looking towards you in a future sense. So that's why I was asking, because how do we meet those goals? And that's why I was saying communication is effective, and it's effective communication.
All right, thanks, guys. I think Derek was going for closing comments. You're in the matrix, Derek. Any more closing remarks? I think that's what he's asking.
I'll say one closing remark since the mic is you want more, be more. Be more value to other people and you'll get more. Okay, that's it. It's simple. External and not internal. Look at how you can build, look how you can be value added. And if you're not attracting people with the lifestyle that you want to live, you have to be more value to someone in order to earn more. I'm not just talking about a money perspective, but relationships. This is anything. If I give more love, I get more love. If I help someone make more money, then I make more money. It's reciprocal. Reciprocity. I feel like you attract what you give. If you're giving bad energy, you're going to attract bad energy people. And if you're hanging around low vibration people, that's the energy you're going to attract. So that would be my closing remark.
Can y'all hear me?
Y'all got
Yeah, we can hear you, D.
Yeah,
is this clear? Okay. So I was listening to Anthony, and I forget the other sister name, but not Nicey Pie, Nikki Pie, something like that. I just think a lot of people don't want marriage, y'all. This is why you don't hear people talking about their values, their how can Anthony talked about what kind of woman would align with his values. He talked about collaboration, talked about a woman that could keep him on task, etc., etc. We spend hours and hours talking about looks and money. That just shows that most people we're just so caught up in the casual dating culture that we don't really want marriage. Well, some of y'all don't. Y'all don't want marriage. I think you want it because it's the right thing to want culturally, but I don't know if inside you really want that. Because I think more people would be focused on their morals and their values, their character. Do we believe the same? I don't care how fine a woman is. I don't care how fine she is. If she does not believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, it will never happen with a guy like me. If she is not a person that makes my daughter feel safe, it will never happen with me. I don't care how sexy she is. I don't care how great she is in the bedroom. I don't care about nothing. Those are 2 non-negotiables for me. Everything else, negotiable. I think that when people really start to show up in a way that exudes, I want a family, I want real love, I don't just want what feels good, our conversations are gonna elevate. Until then, We got to come up with all of these creative ways to uncover the fact that people are still focused on just getting coochie and just going on lavish. I ain't gonna say lavish, but having experiences, creating the vibes, right? And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But you know, we'll keep trying, I guess. So yeah, man. Shout out to y'all, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate you tapping in. We'll see y'all next time, man. We out of here. Peace.
33%.